Yo!
Start deinen Tag so, wie es dir gefällt.
Okay, instantly advertisement. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. But guys, welcome to a new Spooky Monday stream. I really hope you're all doing good. I really hope you all had a great day so far or a really great time. It really doesn't matter if you're watching it like later on YouTube. And if it's like that, I really appreciate it. Guys, welcome to a new stream. I see the cam is completely misplaced. Guys, yesterday we had lazy Sunday stream a little bit. Was not a long stream because also like content they took a little bit longer. And today I wanted like to do like a little bit Pokemon MMO before, but I'm today also late. That means whether we make now just chatting at the beginning and then Spooky Monday, or we make like at the beginning already like Pokemon MMO, but I think we're gonna go for the just chatting option. Then we have a little bit just chatting at the beginning, and then instantly we have then tomorrow. Tomorrow is then Pokemon MMO again. Like, because we have, at the moment, not the main project. Because of that, it's like a little bit one-sided. It's like, like Pokemon MMO is our main project at the moment. But there is, just one achievement that we want to gain, the Zapdos. And, like, for real, I was really thinking about to perhaps also go like the thing is like I wanted sorry for the confusion. I wanted like I'm still not decided. I really want to look out for a Ditto like in the Pokemon MMO for a lot of Dittos. That means like we need to catch them, but at the moment I don't see it like really that reasonable to catch it already, like because we need in a way like the repeat ball that would be just perfectly for like always catching over and over the same Pokemon, and then with the Dittos we can connect it like together with our, I don't know what we will choose, if it will be like I'm like really thinking about perhaps Dragonite. That we work on the side. Like when we don't play with Coco or so, that we go back to the journey, get like money, some Dittos, and then we breed like our Pokemon together. Yeah. But that will take long. Yo, hey Petit Beurre, thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the subscription. Big kisses. I really hope you're doing good. Now, like we need the money for like when we breed the Ditto with the Pokemon together, and whether the Ditto has the highest like IV or the Dragonite or I don't know the Pokemon that we want, then we need the money for fixating the IV like to the highest amount. That means like at the moment we can't do that with the Dittos, but we can gain like a lot of money, and I think that's also the best. Surely like firstly getting a lot of money, or when we have a lot of stored up, we go for like breeding. I want really to get a Dragonite with high IV. That would be so deadly. That's like literally my main Pokemon then, like throughout the game. I see also like so much potential in the Pokemon MMO. Like I have huge motivation in it. I hope music is not too loud. Where's Coco? It's always the same. I'm like always. Like also yesterday already. But I think Coco's like right now at work. It could be like that there's a call or so at the moment. Yeah. Coco sent to me like a video where it was about why YouTube is slower or like lagging because of adblock. It's like really, it's like for real, guys. Like that thing that we noticed already yesterday or the day before. That is like a real thing. Like it's, I just put the adblock now away and everything is smooth. Like no problem, nothing. It's really like it's just the continuing of the fight between YouTube and adblock. It's just the new way that they want. Oh my god! Like I don't know, like why the consumer is like punished. Why are we punished with the thing that like there's definitely a problem in the room, but instead of solving like the problem itself, you fight against it over the people that use the site, and I don't know if that's a good way. Like you make like even more people upset or not even using it anymore. That is, I don't know if this strategy is good. But yeah, it's now working, luckily. It was also in the late night a little bit laggy, like this. Oh, the beat is so good. Today we're gonna watch a little bit of cave exploring. I thought, like caves would be good. Like caves or catacombs. Catacombs. I'm so sorry for my bad English. Yeah, like definitely we're gonna watch that. And then I don't know, like perhaps like another video or so. What comes spontaneously. Yo, hey Trent, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing good. How are you? I'm doing good. Just, like nothing to complain about. Except the advertisement. C'est tout. It was again like on French. Like by me it's like really switching between English advertisement, French and also German. It makes like everything. Okay, only filter and rolling, and then I'm ready to go. Like we can still look out for the Zapdos, because like I'm already there. We only need to walk around like back and forth or so. And perhaps we're gonna find it. I think it's not even a bad idea. Yeah, I think also it's sure like a good fitting. I'm doing good too. That's very nice to hear. That's very awesome, Trent. I hope you had also a good start into the new week and had also a great weekend. most of all. Sorry for the noises. Yeah, it has been a great weekend. That's very good to hear. That's very, very awesome. I hope you could relax a little bit from the whole week. That you could also like recharge everything, like the batteries. Sorry for the paper noise, but I'm also like quickly putting like this. Then you see kick him a little bit more. Kick is now one of the squad. Oh gosh. Sadly we don't have Gengar anymore, but we have Crobat. The thing is also like the next team we will have, I will surely use Swampx, Blaziken, and also, damn it, how is the last code? Oh no, wait a minute. I hate that, like now because advertisement is playing, like copyright music is playing. Oh, that is so shitty. That is so shitty. Like I said before, they want to fight against those ad blockers, but instead to go against like those that make it, they punish more like those that using it. They can't do anything about it. Like in some cases it's so it makes it everything so easy. I think it's just like that they want to sell like YouTube Premium like just more. I'm thinking now also like slowly about it, because it's just like slowly getting too dumb, like always this back and forth. Quickly put it on. Let's go. Yeah, I'm still oh, it's also night. I'm still in the same field. Here it all started with my keyboard. We see like the past. Now hopefully we find Zapdos. Like for real. Okay. We search a little bit. It's like again like behaving like before. I think it's just my keyboard. Perhaps also like the signal doesn't go that far anymore, or is like not that strong. I don't know. I can still control the arrow key. But it's so dumb. When we find here a shiny, then it will be a really cool shiny. Except Pidgeot. Yeah, okay, no, even Pidgeot would be cool. The thing is also, what I realized, when you have like the luck, you get a shiny Pokemon. It's like you never can upgrade it, like in a way, because yeah, like okay, I mean, like upgrading in the IVs will be fixed, because when you would breed it, then the breeded Pokemon will not be like a shiny. Most definitely. Meowth. We destroyed this Meowth. Coin Amulet? Damn it. Okay. Marowak! Coco, where are you? I noticed that she doesn't saw it again. Coco! Okay, Thunder Punch. Donphan, right? Last time we didn't caught it. Will be a good Pokemon. Now it's... Look how smooth it goes! Boy, I can't... Like, I was moving it only like 1 millimeter or 2 millimeters, and it made already this impact. I can't believe it. Okay, it's good for us. Like, I don't... Okay. I wanted to say I don't want to complain, but I already did. Fuck. Like a shiny Onyx is like a really waste of potential, because the shiny Onyx looks like greenish, olive greenish, instead of like in crystal Onyx or like a gold Onyx, a silver Onyx. Like that would be so much potential. Okay, Meowth again. No item. We saw Persian has Quick Claw. Now Spooky Monday is even like with a part of Pokemon. I'm so sorry for the people on YouTube. Like I thought, yeah, okay, why not like bridge it, the smoking, with like searching for Zapdos. Huh? I'm even not sure if Zapdos is still around. Could also be that Moltres is again.
YouTube Premium ist YouTube ohne Unterbrechung. Die YouTube Music App. Einen Monat kostenlos testen.
Oh gosh, the advertisement, I can. Oh man. Yeah, it was like back then it has been also more people here, but it was also like weekend. Now it's Monday. Surely like by the hotspot is more going on. It had never got a coin amulet. Yeah. I'm now really worried even. Like, it could also be that Moltres is perhaps, but the thing is also like it's like a random location. It can be in the grass or in water. That means like it doesn't depend on which location. We went just this place again because like it was the last time here. But I think it does make that much difference. Except when we search the whole time, then it appears. I'm so happy that we can search now for it. Persian. Let's go. Fluffy, Fampi. But please, I pray to Arceus, please Zapdos. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I can't be that hard. But hey, Larvitar. We should also make one time like a really fun team. Just all Dragonites. Like 6 Dragonites, that would be so fucking funny. I think everyone would just like instantly forfeit. Okay, not instantly, but surely like after the second or third Dragonite. But hey, like ice would be so hard. That would be a really hard fight. Is there a fire ice Pokemon even? I think there's no fire ice Pokemon existing. Wait a minute, are you serious? Like 1,000 Pokemon and there's no fire ice? Is that like for real? Wait, I need to look that up.
Oh, nice. das erinnern.
I always those advertisement. Do you know what? I'm gonna put only the game music on. There's literally no fire ice Pokemon as I see. Nope, there is one. Oh no, it's fan art. Damn it. Galarian Darmanitan. What is Darmanitan for a Pokemon? Yeah, true. This here, that looked like a snowman. Oh my gosh. True. That's insane. I really love that. It's a fire spewing snowman. Oh, where is this person? Zapdos. Huh? Suddenly doesn't react it anymore. Oh, come on. Huh? How many encounters do you think, guys? I would say 2. It would be so awesome, but I don't think that. Yeah, okay, I also don't think in Firo, is it? No, it's not the same, it's sleeping. Or it's the same, but it fell asleep. It's so strange that the keyboard is working for a bit, and then it suddenly stops. Hey, Redbeard! Welcome to the stream! I hope you're doing good. Do you know what, guys? I put like my cigarette pack underneath it. Is it then working? Like, then it's like in front of me. It's working! Oh my gosh! Game changer? Oh, okay, it's not that smooth. It was not that good, but we need to calibrate. It's a Meowth. I'm gonna send you to Valhalla. See ya. How are you doing, Redbeard? I really hope you're doing good. You had a great start into the new week. I'm good, even better now. Big kisses. How are you today? I'm doing also good. Like, I can't complain. Like, today also a little bit later than usual. But yeah, like in a good mood and also had a good day, everything. Right now, just I'm smoking and searching for Zapdos. And after this, after the smoke, we're gonna go for the spooky Monday. Like a little bit of cave combination. Well, I can't believe it. We will never see Zapdos again. It's like really rare, holy shit. I think we had so much luck that we encountered Zapdos. We had, yeah, already luck with Articuno. Luckily we have Articuno. But still, I didn't guess at the beginning that it would be so rare. Oh, this is the Zapdos hunt right now. Yeah, you got this, Luna, lol, I believe. Yeah, I believe also, but I'm not sure when it comes. Oh, it is so gamble. You hear it then instantly at the battle music. When it sounds already more intense, more serious. I'm so happy our best Pokemon is like Balti. She is so strong. She was always strong. Like Balti is even not more on special attack. She attacks completely with the punch. Strong. Strong Balti, strong. Come on. I was thinking, because yeah, like those challenges at the end are like really insane, that you need to have really good Pokemon. I thought about it to make one Pokemon that we breed that we try to make this Pokemon like for real so strong. Perhaps I need to go back quickly because Body has nearly no AP. How many have you seen before today? Like Pokemon? Or the legendary Pokemon? sorry that bit. Like a normal Pokemon encounter would be already more than 30, 40. Just Zapdos, lol, so I saw it only once. Like then, yeah, in the stream where you have been also. Oh! Oh. It sounded already. It sounded already so more intense. We have only 2. Do you know what? I quickly travel back. Lord, the full gang pulled up. Yeah, it was like instantly a horde fight. Like, those are perfectly for training because Surfer or Surf hits like everyone at the same time. And when you one-shot like everyone at the, like instantly, then you get like instantly 5 Pokemon the experience points. This is so good. And also Coco was looking it up. The encounter rate of Shiny is also much higher in Horde. That's really cool. That is like that they even put something like this into the game or throughout the games. Because this would be a mechanic in I think the 5th generation. But we play here on the 1st, and they just implemented it everywhere. That is pretty awesome. How we drive around in the canyon. Yeah. Cubone. Person. Yep. We're getting to the place. We should, yeah, like, we have been at the time at this place. And then it appeared out of nowhere. But to be honest, it doesn't need to be here. Like, when we look up into the Pokédex, here's Zapdos. And then wild location is Kanto region outdoors. Kanto region outdoors 2 times. 1 time in grass and 1 time in water. And yeah, like it doesn't really depend where we are. It's just like Kanto region. That means it's even like look rarity 1. But Coco said like when like she was looking it up, that when you find it one time that the encounter rate gets higher, then it's more likely to show up again. Oh, sorry. Always stay hydrated. Boy, it would be so nice to find Zapdos again. It would be even better if we would find it in shiny. I don't know if it's even possible. Oh my gosh, the Onyx! Well, good luck. I've been looking forward to this. Yeah, but by me also. I would hope that I will find it like still this month, because yeah, I think it's only this month and then it will be gone, or like then will be the next one. Yeah. But big kisses, Redbeard. Much love for ya. It was also yesterday so much fun, like in the late night. I had like the whole weekend was a really cool vibe. Oh, I'm also nearly finished with the smoke. Meow. So far we never got the coin amulet. Always so much fun, Luna. Big kisses. I can say that also. It was really awesome. Like the late night was perfect. Oh, please, no. A wild horde appeared. Leave me alone! The gang has returned. Wait a minute. Here would be a house that would heal us. Oh, I'm so stupid. I could also just stay here and heal our Pokemon. Oh no way. Or they're patrolling, yeah, like for real. Like looking around. Spreading peace. Okay, here's all new. Here's the solo dude. Oh, it was. Sorry, ma'am. Geodude? Which subject we have today in school? Bro, it's Geodude. Okay, sorry. That was such a low joke. Sorry. Oh no, it starts already so dumb. I'm so sorry. I think Zapdos doesn't come now for real, because I said that even. Like, if it's now gone, then now for real. Yeah, look, instantly the low choke police is hunting me down. No, please. Don't hurt me. You never get me. We're just leaving. is so dumb. Don't worry about it. Big kisses. Yeah, I think today it will not be. But hey, when we get it, when we catch it, holy shit, I will be so happy. There's a lot of Marowak. Oh, that's a nice one. I think Larvitar is one of the rarest with Skarmory. Like Skarmory we didn't saw that much, and Larvitar here. Marowak is like one of the ones that we see like a lot. Cubone, Geodude, Donphan is here and there, and also Fampi is a lot. I would say like perhaps Donphan is also with Skarmory and Larvitar on the rarest level. That means like Zapdos is then the rarest one. Oh gosh. Does time of day in game have any effect on the chances? Oh, I would guess no, but I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure if it was standing like also like in the forum. Coco was like looking everything up back then, but she didn't say something. I think now not. But it can be. No. The cute Fampi. Only some hits. I think that's it. Now perfectly. That we could connect, yeah, to just chatting with a little bit of Zapdos hunt. Like, after the Zapdos, I would say we just make grind, like, for money. That we have, like, really a lot of money at the moment. Like, just in any situation that we have, like, a good chance, like, to get, like, items or so. Or even when we get to a certain place, that we can yeah, like try to breed like the Pokemon, because yeah, the breeding is like also really with a lot of money connected, because you can fixate the IVs, like this. The best IVs from those two Pokemon, you can fixate it that the breeded Pokemon has then always like the best IVs. And if we do that, then we can surely like make sure that we have a purely maxed out IV Dragonite. We need just 6. We need 6 Dittos that have like, yeah, on each IV like the highest, that we can just breed it like to this over exaggerated form of Dragonite, and like then we have really a good Dragonite. Then it really doesn't matter anymore. Then is our Dragonite pumped up, and believe me, then should the Pokemon League be no problem when this Pokemon is level 100. And if it's not taking that long, then we make that with the whole team. That we just reset our current team that we have at the moment, but making it completely full IV. Lol, hell yeah. It would be a long project if it's, or like a lot of resources with getting money and so. No, a giant ditto farm, a giant ditto farm. Yeah, like the breeding here is like a little bit different. Like you don't get like more Pokemon out of it. You even lose like one Pokemon in a way, because you put two Pokemon in, they are like connected together, and then you get the egg out of it. And the egg is then hatching, and you get then the breeded Pokemon. Like it's always like connecting the two together. It's like Minecraft when you enchant it, or like Smith forged the enchanted blades together. We saw them surely like 4 times, 5 times. I hope also everything by work is good, Redbeard. Yo! Hey! Now it's, that was the 4th or the 5th already. We see now like much more of them? Huh? Is it because we have 3 AM? What? What the fuck? Okay, that is random. No work today, back tomorrow. Ah yeah, you said yesterday. True. True that. I'm like already like... I think Coco is... I think really in a rush at work at the moment. That's awesome. Like the Neo had also like a longer weekend to chill out, recharge like the batteries. It's here! No way, let's go, let's go. Oh my gosh. No, I forgot the quick ball, fuck. But we have dusk ball and a lot of... Please survive that. Whew. The music is even different from the others. I was like instantly hearing it. He used weather ball, that is like water when he's using it at rain. That was dumb. Okay, Blastoise is gone. The music is so cool. Oh yeah, you realized that so fast. Yeah, I was like instantly, like when it... I even... This music here in the background is one of my favorite. It's like when you catch in the 5th generation those 3 musketeer Pokemon. Like it's... The 5th generation is like not in Japan playing the region. The region is New York City. Like the surrounding from New York and everything. That is really cool, and they put also like a lot of Pokemon in it. That is also like a lot connected with yeah, US. Oh my gosh! Please! Boah! Please! It's not moving once. I have so many ultra potions. Snorlax or Relaxo will stay so long. Dusk Ball doesn't move like even once. Hurricane? Ah, yeah, okay. Boah. It's luckily our Pokemon are so much more stronger. Please, stay. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Hey, look, Zapdos, we make a deal. You get in our team, and you get the best full-fledged massage from me you can ever imagine. Please. He doesn't want it. Oh, getting closer. It was one time just moving. Oh no, eh? Oh, I ashed on my keyboard. Fuck. Please. No. Zapdos. I need to heal him. Aha, I need to press here Epsilon. Okay. It moved even. Oh shit. The camera. I was like, you got this, Luna. I hope so. I really hope so. Damn it. Okay. Please. Yes. No. I hope so much, please. Oh, it's moving already much more. Oh, I need the timer ball. How Meow said it. Then the Pokemon would be so much, yeah, like easier to catch. Snorlax is a large boy. Please. 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 Oh. Snorlax is just the perfect Pokemon against Zapdos. Also Raichu, but Raichu has not that much, like... Yeah, okay, perhaps the damage doesn't make that much out. Because, yeah, like Raichu is already that strong. Boy, please. Okay, weather ball. It's just water. Please. Please. Why they didn't work that hard so far? No. No. Why they didn't work that hard? Please don't. Please. No way, please move more. Well, that one looks so hard. The best would be if we could make him sleep. He's taking such a beating, yeah. Hey, Snorlax is the best pillow ever. With sleeping it would be so good. So much better. Like Venusaur would be perfectly against Zapdos. Please! Boah. It looks like he has no thunder or so. It could be that Zapdos is running low on attack points. That could be that he used like struggle, and by struggle he's damaging himself. That means he kills himself. We have only like few chances. It only uses Weather Ball. It doesn't use Rain Dance anymore. It doesn't uses Thunder anymore. Hurricane also not. It's only Weather Ball. Wearing him down slowly. Yeah, it will be just he will have the no attacks anymore. I think the more we see him, the more the chances is higher that we can re-challenge him. Oh, come on! Hey, like, Zapdos, don't be now like that. Hey, please. In the power of anime. Let's go, that squad. Come on, the last one. Why did it move? No, it made the rain dance again. What? Okay, I didn't expect that. Please, please. It used again. No, no. Oh no, it's a bad sign. That's bad luck. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That was bad luck. But holy shit. Holy shit, I didn't expect it to see Zapdos again. It will be the next one. It be all good things are 3 times. Oh no, lol, he really killed himself, yeah. Yeah, like when you don't have any attack to use, then the Pokemon uses Struggle. Struggle is like a filler attack that every Pokemon knows. Like when you don't have any attack left, then Struggle comes. And Struggle is, yeah, like also damaging itself. And yeah, like it had only 1 HP because I used Force. Like there's an attack like Force Swipe, and Force Swipe is like hurting the Pokemon only so far until it has 1 HP, and 1 HP it doesn't overreach. I don't know how to say that. And yeah, like it was the whole time on 1 HP, but the thing is that what we need is hypnosis. I need to learn Gengar hypnosis. Like, to be honest, and then we can make it sleep and try it out again. And this time I'm fully motivated. Now we saw it 2 times. It means it's still this month, it's still here. And we have a much more possibility to see it. Oh, that's so good. That's really, really good. I go quickly here. And because we trained our Pokemon so much, every Pokemon is so much stronger than Zapdos itself. That is so good. I think the dude is here. Is it this one? Yeah, it's the Move Maniac. Relearn a move. Gassed. Hypnosis. Do we have also something? This not. Shadow Punch is, I think, even good. Perish Song. That Coco made. Oh, we need many scales for, like hard scales for that. Oh, good. It's only 1. I think we have 2. That would be still at least. Okay, Hypnosis. The user employs hypnotic suggestion to make the target fall into deep sleep. And that makes us better chance. Firstly, it doesn't use attack. Secondly, we have a much higher chance to catch it. I think I make Poison Jab away. Very good. Et voila! Look, I got a stock up on Pokeballs. Yeah, that's true. Or wait, how many we have? We have 30. We used 20. That is not even that bad, huh? That is not even that bad. I thought we... Like, yeah, okay, because it was also so fast through, but still. Okay, we can buy 14 at the moment. Do we have something what we can sell? Like, we anyway switch now to Spooky Monday. No, I can sell like medicine, but I think it's also good to have them. Like at the point. Yeah, they were going quick, lol, yeah. They were really like fast. But like for real, where we have hypnosis and put the HP on 1 HP, then the chance will be much better. We go now quickly back. If it's appearing again, then I'm really then I'm so surprised. But I don't think so. Oh look, we don't have an encounter at all. That was smooth. Hey. I think today it wants to say us no chance. No chance anymore. It just wanted to show it again. But that was so surprising. I'm so happy. Oh. Nope. 3 times. Okay, only 2 times. Lord, just a tease. Yeah, it's a really teasing Pokemon, Zapdos. Okay, 2 times. 1 time. Huh? We have had 420 in the game. Just believe me, it would be a shiny. That would be so insane. Oh gosh. Now you see, like, it's not foundable anymore. No. It will always be. And next month, Moltres will be possible. And that means we will have all legendary bird Pokemon. If we manage to get Moltres. That would be so good. And the thing is, like, Zapdos is here an electric Pokemon. And like, I would more likely, yeah, paralyze the Pokemon. Like with my Balti, I'm using always the Thunder Wave to paralyze the Pokemon. And with Snorlax, I'm just lowering the Pokemon's health. That, yeah, like the conditions are already like so good to catch it. And Zapdos is an electric Pokemon. That means you can't paralyze it. Because of that, the hypnosis is now very good. I'm not even sure if you can connect like both together. Like when the Pokemon is already paralyzed, that you can also use hypnosis. Or you get them, I'm sure, I really hope, because Redbeard, that you saw like both encounters. That was really awesome, eh? But much love, guys. Big kisses for this quick grind. That was really good. But welcome to Spooky Monday. I'm quickly looking for a good video. We can also look if Nuke's top 5 has already one video, like a new video. If yeah, then we watch this for the start. I think not. Now 2 weeks ago. Okay. Oh my gosh. This video will make you hate caves. That sounds already perfect. The scariest video ever captured in caves. Oh my gosh. Cave diving depth record gone wrong. The Sacketon sinkhole incident. We can also look at that. We have today a little bit. Today cave theme. Cave exploring gone wrong. Gregory Wilhelm's story. We look into it. Top 20 scariest urban exploring videos. That sounds great. We need to look into. I found already one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, okay. I think we found, or I found some good videos. Okay, we go for the first one. Quickly put I'm here for it. Let's go. Let's fucking go. You don't see it at the moment. Okay, the video is here. Sorry for it quickly, like, so, yeah, like, no sound at all. Et voila. Good. Hey, this video will make you hate Case from Mr. Nightmare. Big kisses. We're gonna look into it. It's like quickly, like 11. You guys need to say, like, with the sound, if the sound is good, that I quickly can configure it, or if it's already good, then it's also super. Oh, that sounds also good. Disturbing cases of people disappearing into the woods. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I saw already good recommendations. Oh my gosh. Okay, that is also fitting for today. You see on the side the recommendations already. Okay, let's go. We look into it. Fuck. Yes.
What you're about to see is the discovery made by the YouTuber Connor Kelly in the McCoy mine in Lander County, Nevada. The McCoy mine is a silver and gold mine at the elevation of 5,400 feet. Connor arrives in a group
It's
of
good
four via
because of the
motorbikes,
sound.
and upon entry of the cave, everything seems normal at first.
Hey, Coco! Coco! Welcome to the stream! So sorry I'm this late. Work was busy as fuck. Yeah, I thought already. And no worries. No worries at all, Coco. It's good.
As they
Yeah,
get deeper
okay.
into the cave,
Okay.
Connor notices
I
something
couldn't even
reflecting the
step
light
away
of his
from it.
flashlight.
Oh no. But
As
I
they get closer,
still hope everything
they
was
realize what it
good.
is.
Like, but at least besides of this, like, rush and everything.
It's a pile of shoes, but to make it even more disturbing, it's a pile of children's shoes. Mixed in with the shoes are various bones laying in the pile.
Oh my gosh,
Connor then
goosebumps.
looks further down the cave, and you can see skeletal remains of some type of animal.
You've hit it
possibly a
perfectly,
coyote
the
or
timing,
deer.
Coco. We just
The shoes all
started
appear to
now,
be
the
older,
spooky
with
content.
80s styling on a lot of them, and obviously whoever or whatever put them there deliberately made a pile out of them. Connor said they contacted police on the matter, but they didn't seem to take it seriously or care.
That is
Bones
really
could easily be
alarming.
explained away as the cave being some kind of animal feeding grounds, but the pile of shoes isn't as easily explainable.
Yeah?
There's always the question of if this was a prank to scare people, but this honestly seems like it would take a lot of effort for a prank or failed viral video attempt. A more
Yeah?
disturbing explanation would be that this is or was a dump for abducted kids, where their shoes would be removed for whatever reason and dumped there, possibly as trophies. An example that could be compared to this was in the early 1900s in Walled Lake, Michigan. There was believed to be a sick and cruel man who began murdering kids in the area, and after he would dispose of the bodies, he threw their tiny shoes up into the branches of a tree. Eventually the man was caught, and people found his tree ornamented with dangling shoes of dead children, almost as if it were one big trophy to him. Whether this is something similar to that, or just a weird prank that somebody spent way too much time on, will probably remain a mystery. But one thing's for certain, there aren't many possible explanations for this. If you're
Like, Coco, are
claustrophobic,
you
this
now
story will
driving
make you
home,
uneasy.
or are
This
you
is the
at
tragic
home
tale
already?
of John Edward Jones,
I hope, like,
who was a
still
26-year-old
everything was
medical
good,
student
Coco.
and family man. When he was younger, he explored many caves with his father and his brother, so he'd been exploring caves practically his entire life.
I'm
But one
home
cave
already.
proved to be too
Sorry,
dangerous
yeah.
even for John.
Then
The
I
Nutty
hope
Putty
everything
Cave.
was good, like the home
This
travel
cave
and
was known
everything.
for its notoriously
Everything is
narrow
good, just one of
spaces.
those
They were
days.
first
Ah,
explored by
no.
Dale Green
Then
in
I hope I can
1960.
sweeten up your
The
day
cave
a
is
little
located
bit.
southwest of Utah
Like,
Lake and
That you
55
also
miles
can
from
relax
Salt Lake City.
nicely.
John entered Nutty Putty Cave at around 8 p.m.
Just
on the
big
evening of
kisses.
November 24th, 2009, a few
Yes,
days
well,
before
as
Thanksgiving.
always, because
John, his
Java was super
23-year-old
fast.
brother
I'm
Josh,
just fucking
and
tired.
several other
and-
friends and family
yeah, I
members
feel,
all
yeah.
decided to explore
Yeah.
Nutty Putty Cave as a way to
Like,
spend time with each other ahead
At
of the
least was
holiday.
the travel not
John was
like
married,
the
had a
traffic
1-year-old
not really
daughter, and was
harsh or
attending
so,
medical school in
that you
Virginia.
could
He
go
had come
like
back home
from
to Utah
instantly
to spend some
finish
time with his family for the
finally,
holiday,
yeah, to your
making the story
freedom.
all the more tragic. About an hour into their expedition into the Nutty Putty Cave, John decided to crawl through a tight passage that he mistakenly thought was known as the birth canal. Unfortunately, this passage was way tighter. He inched his way into the narrow passage head first, moving forward using his hips, stomach, and fingers. But within minutes, he realized he'd made a terrible mistake. He knew that he was more or less stuck and had no room to turn around or even wriggle back out the way he came. He had no choice but to try to press forward. He tried to exhale the air in his chest so that he could fit through a space that was barely 10 inches across and 8 inches high.
Yeah, like look how
and his chest puffed back out.
This opening is
Josh
like
found
from
his
the measure.
brother, and in a tragic turn of events, as he was pulling at John's calves, John slid further down the shaft. What's worse is that now he was stuck upside down with one hand beneath him and the other wedged above. At this point, the two boys started to pray. Eventually, Josh made it back to the surface to call for help. But even once help came, John was still trapped 400 feet into the cave and 100 feet below the Earth's surface. Getting the people, equipment, and supplies down that far took over an hour. Due to John being stuck upside down, time was of the essence. In an upside down position, a healthy young person could live for a few hours, but probably not much more. The body is adapted to work with gravity, not against it. Blood flows the way it does with gravity's help. Our organs sit where they are because of how we stand, so John's blood pressure was falling dangerously low, and his organs would start to crush each other if he didn't get out soon. This position would also require the heart to work incredibly hard to continuously pump excess blood out of the brain.
Oh hell no,
First
those people are wild.
John,
That is really wild.
Susie Modola,
Naughty Putty is for real one of the scariest things I've watched. What is Naughty
At that
Putty?
point, John had been
I can't
trapped
imagine
for
doing
3.5
that.
hours.
Me also not.
Susie introduced herself to John, even though all she could see of him was a pair of navy and black running shoes. John said back to her, "Hi Susie, thanks for coming, but I really want to get out." Over the next 24 hours, more than 100 rescue personnel worked to free John from the depths of the Nutty Putty. The best plan they had was to try to use a system of pulleys and ropes to try to free John from his position. Rescuers tied John with
This
the rope
cave
connected to
system
a
is
series
Nutty
of
Putty
pulleys,
called.
causing him to scream in pain due to a lack of blood in his lower body. Everything was ready, and they pulled as hard as they could, but suddenly and without warning, one of the pulleys failed. Rescuers believe the pulley came loose at its anchor point in the cave wall. The rope and pulley operation failed, and the rescuers had no other viable plans. John was trapped. With no hope of rescue and his heart having suffered hours upon hours of strain due to his downward position, John was pronounced dead of cardiac arrest shortly after midnight on the evening of November 25th.
Yeah, the cave system is called Nutty Putty.
After John's death, the Nutty Putty cave was sealed off for good.
7 days stream.
Perhaps the scariest
Big
part
kisses,
is that they never recovered his body.
A whole week?
His
Holy
remains
shit.
stayed down there forever.
We both know it will be like
What you're about to see is the discovery made by the YouTuber Connor Kelly in the through a space that was barely 10 inches across, even though all she could see of him was a pair of Navy dead of cardiac arrest shortly after midnight on the evening of November 25th.
Sorry guys.
A week after John's death,
well, that's so
the Nutty
shitty,
Putty cave was sealed off for good.
I think I need to really like get YouTube Premium, that we have like really no problem like with like
this
interrupting
one, while
in the
being
stream.
kind of creepy, is also pretty interesting. A YouTuber by the name of Water Skipper posted a video exploring a cave in Oregon called the Malheur Cave. On the surface, it looks like a pretty normal cave. Until the bleachers on either side come into view. Now, anyone would wonder what exactly bleachers would be doing in a cave. One might assume some kind of secret underground rituals could be going on in there. And in a place as creepy as deep in a cave, these would probably be some sick rituals. However, the cave is owned by the Masonic Lodge of Burns. For decades, the Freemason group in Oregon held their meetings in this cave, cleaning and maintaining the area. But obviously a group holding private meetings in a creepy cave is going to create bad rumors and conspiracy theories regarding both the Masons and the cave itself.
What?
One of those theories claiming that the cave hosted satanic rituals and devil worship. The cave has been closed off since 2019, when local Masons put up a gate at the cave entrance in order to stop the vandalism and graffiti that was plaguing the site.
What? I can't believe it.
Is someone I've talked about
in a
before,
cave?
but his story is perhaps one of the more chilling stories having to do with caves. Kenny was a YouTuber and caver who disappeared in 2014.
Oh, I think
after
I know
attempting
this
to explore
dude,
a cave
or
he
the story
nicknamed
about
the
this
M
dude.
Cave, which he reported hearing unusual noises from and found it suspicious as it was located 6 miles south of a top-secret airbase. As he began to enter the cave, he claimed his whole body began to vibrate. The more he went into the cave, the worse the vibrating became. He said he suddenly became very afraid and hightailed it out of there. He uploaded this video to talk about his experience with the cave.
I got to still go over another ridge and then go all the way down a big crevice that's real narrow and gets kind of scary. I'm looking for a cave that I found, and I didn't have a sidearm when I was here before, and something about that cave just spooked me. Out of all the caves I've ever gone in, this one just made my body vibrate. The closer I got to it, the crazier my body felt, and I was like, all right, I'm not gonna go in there right now, but I'm coming back someday. And I talked to some people on YouTube, and I told them, hey, I'm coming out here, you know, because they kind of called my hand on it. So I don't know if there's going to be anything to it, but it might be interesting. If I can find it, I got to relocate it, and this is a big mountain range I'm in.
He's
Of
just
course,
like
the
in the
internet
middle of
being what it
nowhere.
is, people made fun of him and accused him of making the whole thing up, or at least fabricating the story.
It sounded like...
Basically, Kenny was pressured into going back to the cave a second time, even though he was afraid to enter it the first time. Kenny gave in to the pressure and returned to the cave, and he has not been seen since. His phone was found in an abandoned mine entrance, but no body was ever found. Kenny was an extremely nice and likable guy, making his disappearance and likely death all the more tragic. People believe that given the close proximity to the airbase, Kenny was actually murdered by the government. Proponents of this theory believe that the M cave Kenny discovered was an entrance to some kind of top-secret government facility due to its close proximity to Nellis Air Force Base and Area 51. They believe that the vibrating sensation Kenny felt while near the cave was a defense mechanism to keep civilians from entering. Under this same theory, Kenny saw government secrets within the cave and was kidnapped by US soldiers when he emerged. A YouTuber by the name of Abandoned Mines 11 posted a video of what he believes to be the M cave that Kenny described, and it's pretty credible. The cave appears to have been walled off and sealed, preventing access inside.
Okay, I made it up here to the entrance of this M cave. There's the one side of it. It comes down and then goes back up.
They
there.
found even the cave. Okay, that is also new
Now,
for
this
me.
doesn't look to be very deep at all. And it looks like they were trying to wall it off. There's stacked rocks right there, as well as behind me here.
LOL.
Like right there.
The YouTuber finds multiple items on the floor, like planks of wood and a beer bottle with no label, possibly a bottle Kenny was carrying. Most interestingly, he finds an Area 51 warning sign, which actually may back up the theories that this was some kind of entrance to an underground facility owned by the government. But this is all speculation.
Oh shit.
What actually happened to Kenny is still unknown.
I don't know why anyone would do that alone. Yeah, that's true. Like, why alone? Like, also when I see like people going alone into the woods in the dark, like, why? People are just stupid sometimes, honestly. Yeah, that's true. No, unfortunately, yeah, that's. But he looked like a really nice guy and was just curious. But also, like, curiosity can lead to. Like, we don't know what happened with him, but yeah, it can lead to struggles. I don't know that they never found him. Only the phone is like really alarming. Oof. Okay.
In this video, you're gonna learn about
Disturbing cases of people disappearing in the woods. Best connection, because we said it also. We look mostly like Today Cave videos, but this one was recommended. It's again from Mr. Nightmare. That looks also interesting. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
4 strange and disturbing cases in which people were last seen in the woods.
I'll be
Before
right
that,
back.
I just
Okay.
want to talk about
See you
today's
in a bit.
sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is currently the best and most effective app out there for
that's so
learning new
horror.
languages quickly. Many people never take
What exactly is the sandbox then?
It's a
Advertisement.
In this video, you're going to
Why
learn
is it
about
even? Why it was even an advertisement? I don't get that. I can't. You never saw something? Oh. Oh, I see. But I see right now something. What I don't like. I think here it needs to be a little bit up. Like this. Is it good? Yeah, I think it's good. I saw like there was a little gap between the border of the video and the video itself, and here, don't ask me, here it's completely also not right. Is it good like this? Yeah, that would be, this here is the screen from like the view when Coco is playing. Like when you have been streaming like quickly on Twitch, that was the screen before. All good. Big kisses for ya. Okay, let's go. Let's continue with the video, or start with the video.
In 1991, a 12-year-old boy named Jared McGreddy went hiking on a camping trip with his Boy Scout troop that consisted of 14 other boys. They were hiking towards the summit of Mount San Gorgonio in the San Bernardino National Forest in Southern California. Jared was on the shorter and heavier side. Around 6 p.m., 1,000 feet away from the summit, another group of hikers spotted Jared straggling behind and notified the scoutmaster at the summit. They said he was seen shortcutting the switchbacks on his way down the trail and was told not to and to stay on the trail by the other hikers. The scoutmaster, who was an experienced hiker, said he would pick up Jared on the way down. When he finally was able to descend the mountain to pick up Jared, he was nowhere to be seen. As soon as the scoutmaster realized that Jared had disappeared, he took the other scouts in his troop back to base camp and then hiked about 5 miles in the dark to get
real
help.
quick. Lord, that
Sheriff's
was
deputies,
really,
along with
really
search
quick.
and rescue teams, began searching a 130 square mile area of the San Gorgonio wilderness, a very rocky, tree-lined terrain. Within 3 days, their search was focused on a 6 square mile area where a footprint believed to match one of Jared's high-top tennis shoes
Could
was
it be
found.
like
Searchers
a
also
wildcat?
discovered beef jerky and candy wrappers believed to have been dropped by Jared, and perhaps most importantly, his camera was found. On the film roll were 12 pictures. Most were landscapes taken by the boy when he was still with the troop, but the last one shows a self-portrait, in which it seems he pointed the camera at his face, aided with the flash of the camera. It's possible he lost the camera when he slid down a portion of the mountainside. At least 70 officers, including some airlifted by helicopter and some on horseback, were deployed. Some of the helicopters were even equipped with infrared scanning. Over the next 2 weeks, as many as 3,000 people had logged 45,000 hours searching 50 square miles of the San Bernardino National
nowhere
Forest.
found.
So the question is, did he fall off the trail and slip down the mountainslide? While it's possible, it seems unlikely that his body wouldn't have been found in the immediate area around the switchbacks he was cutting down. Some people think he may have been the victim of a bear attack, but this seems unlikely as well, as there were no signs of blood, drag marks, or other evidence linked to any animal attack. Some believe he was abducted by a predator, given the mountain is well used by hikers. To this day, 3 decades later, Jared's remains have never been found. On the cold night of February 24th, 1978,
aliens.
5 young men from Yuba County,
Yeah,
California,
aliens, like
Bill
for real.
Sterling, Jack Hughes, Ted
Yeah, but
Weir,
okay, it was
Jack Madruga,
broad
and Barry
daylight.
Matthews
Okay,
headed to
not
California
that
State
likely.
University to attend a basketball game. When the group of men didn't return the next day, friends and family grew concerned. What should have been a quick road trip to see a basketball game turned into a mystery that has never been solved.
Huh?
All 5 men suffered their own mild forms of mental issues, but they were still able to fully function in society. The men were scheduled to play in a Special Olympics basketball game of their own the next day, for which they prepared their clothes before leaving for California State University the day prior. A police search ensued shortly after they were reported missing, and a few days later, the men's car was found abandoned far from the route they should have taken to return to Yuba City. In fact, it was a whole hour in the wrong direction of Yuba City, having been driven up a winding mountain pass in the Plumas National Forest at the northern point of the Sierra Nevada. car had a few empty food wrappers and drink bottles. Apart from that, the car was empty. The car was found in working condition. It was lodged in a snowbank with no signs of foul play. However, the car could have been easily pushed out by the 5 young men, raising more questions. For the next week or so, police and forest rangers searched the area hoping for any signs of them, but unfortunately any possible tracks of the men, or even God forbid their bodies, were covered by a passing snowstorm. Multiple sightings of the 5 young men were reported, but none led to their discovery. First, a man named Joseph Scones called police, saying he saw the group of men on the Friday they disappeared, while he was trying to push his stuck car out of the snow. Joseph suffered a mild heart attack while trying to push his car out, and when he saw flashlight beams outside his car and a small group of men, he tried to call and ask the men for help, but they suddenly disappeared as if they ignored him. A second witness said she saw 5 men in a red pickup truck on Saturday and Sunday, an hour from where the car was abandoned. She told police that 2 of the men came into her store to buy food and use the phone while the rest stayed in the truck. Their disappearances continued to baffle everybody, even more so when the snow
That is
melted
really
months
fucked up.
later, in June of that same year, because more questions arose. A local man noticed a broken window on a Forest Service trailer, and when police inspected it, they found the dead body of Ted Weir inside. He appeared to have died from starvation, despite having food readily available nearby in the trailer. He was wrapped in many layers of blankets, and his feet were badly frostbitten. But what makes no sense is the fireplace, which could have been easily set up and could have kept him warm, was completely untouched, and on top of that, warm snow clothes that were found in the trailer were unused by Ted. It's possible he lived up to 13 weeks after the initial disappearance. 20 miles away from where the car had been abandoned, the bones of Bill Sterling, Jack Hughes, and Jack Madruga were found not far from Ted's emaciated body, spread out from each other. They had died of hypothermia. Strangely, Gary was never found. Only his shoes were discovered in the nearby woods. To this day, no one can figure out why the group had gone in the direction they did, or why they left their perfectly functioning car, which the 5 men could have easily pushed out from the snow, only to separate from each other and eventually starve or freeze to death. On top of this, all of their families agreed that it was uncharacteristic of them to not help John Scones push his car out from the snow when he called out for help, and why Ted didn't even attempt to start a fire or the trailer's heating system.
That
or
is
eat the
really
food found in the
fucked up.
trailer. Still makes no sense
Like,
at all.
was there a guy, other guy in...
Craig Freer of Scotia,
what the
New
hell?
York,
Only
was
his
17
shoes,
when
damn,
he was
yeah.
last seen in June
Huh?
of 2004. He was a popular kid.
So many
Dimples, red
questions,
hair, and
like,
a welcoming smile, as
where
he
you
was
don't
described by
see
friends and
clearly
family.
what was the
He was a star soccer
reasoning.
player
It
at
needs to
Scotia
be like
Glenville
some
High School,
extern
about to be named
guy
captain
that
of his
is
team.
like,
Craig also picked up a
whether
part-time
that
job,
lured
and his
them
future was
into
looking
like
bright. There were a few colleges
perhaps they
interested
had
in
like
offering
a
Craig
car
scholarship
accident
for
or
his athletic
so,
abilities,
had a
and
struggle,
one could
and
say the
this
world
dude was
truly
like
his oyster. But that
saying,
all
yeah,
changed on June 27th,
come with me, I'm
2004.
gonna get you
On
like
that
to
day,
a
he
warm
walked
place,
into the woods
and then
was
this
never seen
happened,
again.
this whole
So
stuff.
rewinding a bit,
The best
when Craig
mysteries
picked up his
keep
job
you
at the
asking
Price
questions.
Chopper
Yeah, that
supermarket
is
in
so
Glenville,
true.
New York.
That is so
His
true.
parents were proud that he'd be fitting working in with his busy schedule. On the dreaded day of Craig's disappearance, he was seen by his parents walking out of his home for what would be the last time. His parents were under the impression he was going to work. His mother, Veronica, had even seen him carrying his uniform with him to his car. But when she went to go shopping at the supermarket later where Craig worked, just a few hours after he left home for his shift, she was confused when there was no trace of him. Veronica learned that Craig had actually lost his job at the supermarket after 2 months of employment and had been hiding it from his parents. He had been pretending to work there for weeks after his termination, so that his parents wouldn't know he was no longer employed. It's unknown why he was fired, though, likely for not showing up. Very upset with their son, Craig's parents called his girlfriend since he left his phone behind. They did not yet know that she was his ex-girlfriend. They called her to see if they knew where he was, and at first she
no.
said she had no idea. But after a second call, out of guilt, she admitted that he was with her. Veronica lectured Craig over the phone, telling him that he needed to come home right away and that they needed to talk to him. Little did they know he was visiting her because he was upset about their recent breakup. Craig said goodbye to his ex-girlfriend and left her apartment located in Scotia as well. And according to his ex-girlfriend, she watched as he walked towards his car, but then stood still for a moment, then darted off in the opposite direction, as if something had scared him and he was running away from imminent danger. However, if that were the case, it would have made more sense to drive away. Before this, he told his mother he would be home in 10 minutes over the phone, the time it would take to drive from his ex-girlfriend's to home. Around the time that call ended, Craig's dad arrived at the complex and saw his son's car was still parked outside. By 5 p.m. that day, Veronica had reported her son missing, and at first police weren't too interested, assuming it was just a normal kid running away for the day because of an argument with parents. But as hours turned into days, and when the investigators found out that he didn't have his phone or wallet with him at the time of his disappearance, they agreed something was wrong.
Yeah.
And began to further investigate. Police hit a big lead when a few teenagers came forward to tell police that they had seen Craig or someone matching his description walking along the railroad tracks behind his ex-girlfriend's apartment complex, and shortly after he was seen entering the woods. They claimed that when they tried to call to him, he motioned for them to be quiet with his finger to his lips.
This
and
kid
kept on
seems
walking,
to be having some
disappearing into the
major
woods.
issues. Yeah, like
Investigators started searching
in
up
his
and down
life,
the railway line with no
not a
luck.
lot of
Police dogs were used while
good
searching
things
the woods,
happened.
even checking the nearby Mohawk
Like
River. But all
lost
these
job
searches turned
and
up
also
nothing,
not girlfriend
as if Craig
anymore.
had just vanished into thin air. Of course, after 2 decades, police investigations have largely scaled back. But in 2021, a new lead was discovered. One of Craig's co-workers at the Price Chopper supermarket told investigators that sometime between June 27th and June 2nd, 2004, he saw Craig in the passenger seat of a car, traveling north on Route 50 in Glenville. According to the witness, the car stopped at the traffic lights on Sheffield Road before turning left and disappearing up the intersecting road. Craig's family is still hoping that one day they'll learn the truth about what happened to their son. For a well-liked 17-year-old with such a bright future, no one can seem to understand how
perhaps
or why
he
just vanished into the
started a
woods.
new life.
And lastly,
To be
here's one
honest,
many of you may have heard before,
like,
but
for
still
real,
remains one of the creepiest national park
Like
disappearances
when everything
I've ever
just
heard.
fell apart
In
before
March of
he
2014,
left.
two
I think
Dutch young women,
that
Chris
was
Kremers
the
and
case
Lisanne
of
Froon, went to Panama for a
that
vacation to
he
reward
went
themselves
away
for
and
graduating.
started a
To
new
make it
life
a little
or
more
so,
upsetting, the two
somewhere.
had taken on extra shifts the month prior in order to pay for it. Reaching Panama, they soon headed for the town of Bouquet, where they were hosted by a family. Shortly after, on April 1st, 2014, Chris and Lisanne vanished as they were hiking the
Could
trails
be,
in
yeah,
the
hard
forest
to
around the
start
town
a
of
new
Bouquet,
life without
which
your
in of itself
SSN,
was strange
etc.
because
But
they were
maybe
scheduled
he
for a
just
tour guide
walked
by the name
away.
of Feliciano
Could really
to
be,
assist them on the trails for
and
the following
hopefully
day.
nothing
The
bad
two women
happened
made their way
to
for the
him.
trails, accompanied by the host family's dog named Blue. When Blue arrived back home
I
later
really
that
hope
evening
so.
without the girls, the family became concerned and tried contacting the mother of Lisanne,
Oh.
who then proceeded to try to make contact with her daughter, but
Yeah,
to no
when only
avail.
the dog arrives
On
at
April
home.
2nd, the following day, Feliciano was waiting for the girls to show
Just
up
off
to
the
their
grid
hike,
somewhere.
but they
Yeah,
never
could really be.
arrived.
Just went to an abandoned house and lives there or so.
No las encontré y ya al darnos cuenta que no habían dormido en su casa donde habitualmente estaban con la familia, al día siguiente.
He went to the home of the host family the girls were staying at, but they weren't there
Sorry
as
guys
well.
if you
In
didn't saw
fact,
the
most
whole
of the
text.
women's belongings were still there prior to their disappearances. The women did have their cell phones, but they wouldn't answer any attempted calls. As panic began to set in with everyone, the police were contacted and an extensive search began, with the help of everyone from farmers and locals to detectives, search dogs, helicopters, and more. The search lasted for 10 days, yet no trace of Chris and Lisanne were found.
Wait,
2 months had passed, and a local found a backpack belonging to one of the women. To everyone's shock and horror, skeletal remains were also discovered, and after DNA testing, they were shown to be matches for both women. The story doesn't end there, though. While continuing the investigation, their cell phone logs were released. The two women were trying to make 911 phone calls throughout the stretch of the 10 days, but they couldn't get service. Although believed to be a possible accident of getting lost and injured in the forest, which therefore resulted in succumbing to the elements,
Yeah.
strange discoveries were made that brought that theory into question. Inside one of the backpacks, there was a camera with 100 photos stored on the memory, taken within those 10 days of their vanishing. Most of these photos were normal, scenic pictures documenting what was supposed to be the two young women's fun vacation. The police were also able to take the pictures that the women took and match them up with their phone calls to 911. Disturbingly, cell phone data shows that only 2 hours after this seemingly happy photo was taken, they attempted to call 911. It starts to become stranger though. 10 out of the 100 pictures were taken within the 10 days. The other 90 were taken afterwards, around 1 to 4 in the morning, in complete darkness. It may be that they were taken to get some form of vision at night through the flash, but it's not been confirmed. Some believe that it wasn't even the girls that took these pictures. In one photo of a close-up of the back of Chris's head, it seems to show a wound to the right side in the temple area and blood on her hair. Lisanne may have been using the camera light to see how bad Chris's injury was. Some people believe Chris was actually deceased in this photo, and that their murderer was the one taking the photo. Disturbingly, there was a hiking shoe that still had a foot in it that belonged to Chris. Also found was a pelvic bone that belonged to Lisanne. As of right now, the accepted theory by police is that the two women went off the beaten path of the trail, and one of them was injured. Then the other woman was trying to provide help and became injured herself in the process, which then led to starvation and dehydration. But this is just a theory.
An animal.
Whether this is true, or if the two girls were targeted by someone out in the woods, will potentially
Whether an
forever
animal
remain
or a
unknown.
dude, I would
But
say.
wait, what if the tour guide had something to do with it? A lot of people believe Feliciano had something to do with their deaths. In fact, multiple women have left reviews on the tour guide, warning women not to go into the woods alone with him, as he can become very touchy-flirty, even allegedly joking with one girl that he chopped her leg off. On top of this, Feliciano was the one to find the shoe with a foot in it behind a specific tree trunk, almost as if he knew to look there. There are a lot
Oh
more
my
details
gosh, I
that go
have
into this
everywhere
theory, but that would
goosebumps.
remain a video for a different day. For now, whether the tour guide had any part in their disappearance may forever remain a mystery, just like the rest of this case.
Oh. That was a plot twist I'm really not expect, but this is, I was like also thinking whether it was a dude or an animal, because yeah, like when you see the pictures and when then 4 hours or 2 hours after this happy picture was like everything like really going like badly. I don't know, like perhaps like when this guide says, "Hey, girls, I know like a place a little bit off the trail that looks really beautiful." I think that was surely like something like this. Like it looks like they got to this place. It was like a very nice, beautiful view, but it was really off trail because yeah, there no one sees it or so. Because yeah, like everyone would like see the risk when you go off trail alone that you could get lost into the into the forest, because yeah, sometimes it's like really when everywhere is green around you, it's so hard to get the orientation up. Like every tree could look the same from different angles. It's really difficult. But big kisses, a much love for Misty Nightmare. That was like 2 really cool videos. I really hope you guys also enjoyed it. But we go to cave again, to the nice cave.
One November evening.
We go to Echoes, buried alive, foremost tragic caving disasters in human history. We have the Nutty Putty again. Yeah, like it looks like we go more into detail here. Yeah, today is cave. Cave.
Jones, together with his
Hell yeah, some good bits. Yeah, so far it's like really catching.
located near Salt Lake City.
I really love like this
Decided to go on
uncomfortable
a short
feeling,
journey
or this
before Thanksgiving.
is
Who
like
could have thought that a
not
simple holiday
nice,
trip would turn out to
but
be a
also
real
nice.
tragedy. The
It gives
Nutty
like this
Caves
kind
got
of
their name from the
kick,
soft brown
adrenaline
clay
kick.
they are made of. Found in 1960, this natural phenomenon was divided into lots of
Bro,
little caves
how it looks
connected
already.
by narrow and low passages. Despite the seemingly challenging route due to the tight corridors, the caves were perfect for newbies to cave. That's why tons of tourists tried their luck there every year. There were many cool attractions for them to enjoy, like that room with a floor inclined at 45 degrees,
Bro,
or the labyrinth of tiny passages.
no.
What's going on here? Can't you see what?
What? Just a random dude
One
appearing.
November evening,
I think I need to
did by narrow and
yeah, like reload every tab new. Damn it. Gonna smoke one by me also, like I'm about to roll, but have a nice smoke. Lol. It was so random, eh?
low passages.
Let's go.
Despite the seemingly challenging route due to the tight corridors, the caves were perfect for newbies to cave. That's
Why
why
perfect?
tons of tourists tried
It
their
looks
luck
really
there every year.
insane.
There were many cool
It's not
attractions
perfect
for
when
them
it's
to
a little
enjoy,
bit bigger.
like that room with a floor inclined at 45
Hey, look, the
degrees,
cave is like this
with a
size.
labyrinth
It's
of
perfect
tiny
for
passages.
beginners.
Though, it's not like the caves were completely trouble-free, as there were some cases of people getting stuck in those narrow parts of the cave. It all resulted in the caves closing down for a couple of years and then reopening again.
What?
This time with a sign-in system and online reservation, making it easy for the staff to know for sure who was in the cave so that they were not overcrowded.
Very good.
And that's when John Edward Jones visited the Nutty Putty Caves
Wait.
on November 24th.
And then it happened
His
this.
brother Josh were, in fact, amateur cavers, as both of them went on
Honestly,
many
I don't
underground
understand the
adventures when they
impulse.
were
Me
kids.
also not.
But
It's
they'd
like
never
it
tried
looks
the
already
Nutty
like
Putty
that.
Caves before.
Like when you
The
go
group
in
entered
it,
the caves,
it feels like
which
you
was
go
going
into
pretty
the skin
well
of
initially.
our
They
earth.
crawled and
And
squeezed themselves
this,
through
like
the
nature
tunnels,
is already like
observing
killing us
everything with awe.
on top of it,
There was
like
also
on top
that
of
thingy called
the
birthing
surface.
mound, famous
But when
for
we
its
go
narrowness
inside
and
of it, holy shit,
stiffness.
it's
It
around
was at
of
about
us.
9 p.m. when John discovered it.
I
Or at least
passed by
that's
me
what he
also.
thought.
So silly, it's like you're
The
begging
tunnel
to
where he
be
scrambled
turned to
inside
paste,
was
yeah.
definitely very
You never
tight
know, like if a
and
tectonic
suffocating.
mass
But the
it gets
birth canal
moved
was
or
monitored
so,
and easily
and
navigated.
you are
he
between
was
of
sure
it.
he would be
Yeah,
fine.
GG, well
That's
played.
why
Like
when the tunnel took a
no
downward
chance.
turn, he didn't have even an ounce of doubt and went straight for it. He was sure the tiny passage would open up further down. That's how the caves were built, right? It turned out that John wasn't in the birth canal. In fact, he was squeezing himself through an unregistered passageway. That part of the caves was never registered because it was considered too small for anyone to get in there. So, people just assumed that no one would even try.
Lol.
Oblivious to a looming danger,
Yeah, like
John
Murphy's Law.
himself further down until he got stuck upside down in a nearly vertical tunnel. The diameter smaller than that of a front-loading washing machine.
Is that the real
As
picture?
John's brother Josh was right behind him, he quickly discovered that he couldn't move. First, he tried pulling John out, but only succeeded in shifting him a bit. So, Josh rushed for help while another friend stayed with John. The rescuers managed to arrive within hours, and straight away got down to a pretty labor-intensive evacuation. It was midnight and dark, both outside and inside the caves.
No.
Besides, the tunnel John was stuck in was so tight that only one person could reach him at a time. That was a difficult task indeed. John tried to keep his cool. When the first rescuer got to him, he thanked them and told them he really wanted to get out. First, the rescuers tried carefully destroying the rocks around John to make the tunnel slightly wider.
What
they didn't get
learns
far with
us that
Even after
never go
hours of
head
drilling.
first
Then they
when you
decided
don't
to
know
start pulling him out.
if it's
with
fitting
ropes
or
turned
not.
around
Never
his
go
legs.
head first.
That was the only part they could find. For a moment, it even looked like they got him. The rescue team managed to haul him out enough to believe in the success of the operation, though it definitely was a painful procedure for John.
Oh my gosh.
While they had a small rest, they lowered down a radio to John so that he could have a word with his pregnant wife waiting for him outside. At
No.
that point, he was stuck there for 19 hours, Basically, a day spent head down in a suffocating tunnel. For a note, being upside down for
Yeah.
so long isn't just an inconvenience.
Bro, I can't.
It leads to blood
It's
going
so
straight
bad.
into the head,
Like he
which in turn can result in a vessel rupture or even blindness. To make
fucked
matters
himself
worse,
so
it's
much
rather
up
hard to
only
breathe,
just
as
because.
all the organs
Nah,
press
like
the
it's
lungs.
not worth going in
For some
caves.
people,
It's so
even
not
10
worth.
minutes
Like
upside
I see
down
the
can
fascination
leave
to
you bleeding.
see like
Though
places
John
that
had been
never
in that position
nobody
for a
else
day,
saw.
He
But
remained
nah.
as calm as possible. He could even
Nah, it's
see
not
one of
worth
his
it.
rescuers after a few more pulls. When they asked him how he felt, tired and in pain, he only uttered, "It sucks. I'm upside down. I can't believe I'm upside down. My legs are killing me." The rescue team had made so much progress that it seemed the escape was pretty close. Somewhat higher above him,
Those
there
have
was
been
friends
his
and
last
family together
words.
with healthcare workers waiting for him outside. The rescuers only had to pull a little further. That's when everything went downhill. As they tugged once more, a rock around which the rope had been bound suddenly crashed. Because of that, one of the bolts fell off, making the rope looser. The rescuer next to John was hit unconscious by the stone, while John collapsed back down the tunnel.
No.
When the
Okay, we
rescuer
didn't heard
came
that
to,
before. That the other
it was
dude
all
was
pitch
also
black.
like knocked out.
And John was
No,
nowhere to
then
be
you
seen.
need to rescue
The
too.
rescue team
That is the
evacuated
thing.
the injured worker,
Like you guys
allowing
not
another
even
rescuer to
like
step in.
putting
spoke to
yourself
John,
into a
but
risk.
didn't reply.
You're putting
Only
everyone
briefly
that is
somewhere
then
down there.
evolved
They
into
tried to
risk.
reach him
And that
find
is like
his legs
literally
one more time,
like
but
really
got stuck in the
shitty.
process and had to be
Like just
evacuated
imagine because
as well.
you're stuck.
Then,
The
a
other dude
doctor
is
was
also
brought down the
dying.
tunnel to examine
Like
John
because he
as
needs
much
to
as
help
possible.
you
But what was found
or rescue
was the
your
worst
ass
fear.
out of the cave.
John
That
had
I would
died.
feel like even shittier.
Those waiting for him outside.
He's what a
were
nightmare.
overwhelmed
That is
by the
really nightmare stuff. Oh
That
my
is
gosh.
understandable.
I'm so sorry
man
for
was
the
just
wife
26
and
years
for the
old,
family, for
happy
all the people
and healthy.
around.
To die
And
in
of
the
course,
caves
yeah,
considered
of him, but
beginner-friendly.
holy shit,
It's
like
insane.
it's
The
hard
rescue team
to
decided against getting John's body
relate
out of
it
the
really
cage,
much. Or for
as
me,
the
like to
evacuation
go
would
in a
be too
cave,
hazardous.
in such a
Not
small
impossible.
cave. I was in
The
caves
landowner
here in
was
Swiss,
so shocked
but it
by the
was
tragedy
like where you
that
could
he
walk
wanted to
in
blow
it,
up the
like
cave
not
and demolish
crouching or so.
However,
I was like
he was
even in a
persuaded
cave
of
with a waterfall, with
caves
stalagmites,
were fully
stalactites.
closed and turned into a tomb
Like
for
it,
John Edward Jones,
we have here a
amateur
lot of
caver
beautiful,
who lost
yeah,
his life in
caves,
such an unusual
but
and
not
tragic
like
event.
yeah, okay,
There was
tight
also a
caves
sign
surely
set up
also,
just at
but
the entryway
holy shit, I would
to pay
never go in
respect to
such
the man
thing.
resting in those sealed caves.
Like we have dragon
This
caves here,
story started on Vancouver Island,
where it was
when
like
6 men
from
decided to
legends
go on
that
a
a dragon
terrifying
was one
exploration
time
of the
there
Cascade
in
Cave,
there housing.
which is actually 300 feet or 91 meters deep. Vancouver Island is the biggest and most
Yeah, it's cool
densely
to walk
populated
through a cave,
island
but
on
the
the
second
west
you
coast
need
of
to
the
crouch or
Americas.
crawl, it's no for me. By me
Vancouver Island's
also.
climate is
Like-
also variable.
Like in
Its
this
temperatures
cave
are the warmest in
where I was, that was like at the location where my grandma and granddad from my father's side lives, and they live like pretty much like in the mountainous region, and there was a cave, yeah, like where dragon was housing, and everything like the walkway was like so like secure, like even with steps, like even like where you could hold. It was like really like more a walk through the cave with everywhere lighting, like really like that is fitting for the visitors. But yeah, like for me is when it comes then to like this freestyle off-road cave stuff, nah, exactly, it's like really bad. It's so bad.
all of Canada.
I don't see
The
like
island is up to
why
262
should-
inches or
but
665
some people need
centimeters,
this thrill.
the
I don't
largest
know.
in North America. At the
Oh,
same
that
time,
looks really
the eastern
like
end
beautiful.
and the rain shadow of the mountains can only be seen at 24 inches or 61 centimeters.
Huh?
Besides, Most of the rain and snowfall is in the winter. On a fateful day on December 5th, 2015, at 6 a.m., Jason leaned over his bed to kiss his wife Caroline goodbye. That was the day he and his
Jason?
5 friends were going 80 miles, or 129 kilometers, northwest of his home in the town of Duncan on Vancouver Island to visit the cave.
Vancouver
As he
Island?
left the house, it was still raining, as it usually does during winter in the Pacific Northwest. But Jason was prepared. He had some neoprene socks, rubber boots, overalls, and a water-resistant jacket. He knew he could get wet not only during the trip, but also during the cave exploration. That's why he also brought a new helmet with a headlamp just for this caving.
Mm-hmm.
Jason wasn't a very experienced caver. This was going to be only his 5th time, and he realized that this was to be the most challenging cave he had gone to yet. The cave is known as Cascade Cave,
It was
close
the
to the town of Port Alberni. This cave is quite dangerous, so going there is a big deal. To get into the cave, you must get a key that opens the hatch at the entrance.
I can't believe that.
To get this key,
I can't believe
a group
that.
of cavers
That
must
is,
sign
yeah,
a
like,
waiver that
really,
says they
like,
know
going
and
into-
accept all the dangers of entering the cave system.
Like it's
What's more,
a promised
the location of this
death.
cave can be
Holy
considered
shit.
a little
Okay,
bit of
okay,
a
be right
secret
back, getting
community,
something to eat. Oh,
so that
have
inexperienced
something
cavers
nicely
can't
to
go and
eat,
hurt
and
themselves,
yeah, sure.
as well
See you
as
in a bit,
ruin the
Coco.
system's formation. So, after Jason left the house, he went to meet a part of the group, paramedics Andrew and Adam, together with Zach, a cook and volunteer firefighter.
I can't believe it.
Then, 4 of them drove
Ah, no,
to Port
okay.
Alberni to get the key for a hatch.
He's not
where they met
alone.
the rest of the group. Matt and Taylor, working in tech at the time. 43-year-old Jason was older than others by about 10 years. He also had the least experience among the group. The one who made him interested in caving was his friend Andrew, who was perfect for the role of an instructor. He was both an experienced caver and an ex-cave guide.
Mm-hmm.
He was also blessed with a perfect wiry body type, which made caving even more accessible for him. Additionally, he was a paramedic, so in dangerous situations, he was invaluable. From Port Alberni, they boarded a forgotten train, went almost a mile, and then parked in a small clean field. There, they started to check their equipment: ropes, harnesses, and carabiners. That
Boy, it
time,
sounds already
they even
so-
took a small ladder they wanted to use to go down through the cave's opening. They came rather prepared and brought some food, water, and a small portable gas oven. They even took a mylar blanket, which looked like it was made of aluminum foil and was terrific at keeping heat. When they finished, they started to go deep into the forest to find an opening to Cascade Cave. It's pretty easy to miss it, even by following a path to it, as it's covered with a not-so-big steel hatch.
Wait.
By the time they got there, it was already 10 a.m.
Wait.
Once they opened the
Wait.
lock on the hatch,
The cave is
they
sealed
secured their
off?
ladder and
Is
tied
that not
ropes to their
already like a
harnesses to go
sign
down,
to
one
not
by one.
go in there?
As the last person went down,
Bro,
they
I
closed
was
the hatch,
like,
leaving the
to,
place
until
with
something
no
like
light.
this is the thing.
To open
Until
the door
stuff
on
like
their way
this
back,
happens,
they
there's not
decided
only
to tie
one
the
mistake
keys at
or
the bottom of
one
the ladder to avoid losing
misthinking,
their only way out.
one
From the top, the
fail.
cave goes down
There's
to 30
like
feet
a
or
chain
9
of
meters,
fails
right
that
into the
add
first
to this
chamber.
really
They looked
struggling.
around and,
Like
using
you
their
see
headlamps,
always the signs
went
that
into an
always like
abyss of
trying to
darkness.
give you like
Everything
please don't do
around them
it,
was
and
wet
you're like,
cold.
ah, this is
and the
sealed,
temperature
fuck
was
that, we go
slightly
into
above
it,
freezing
let's go,
point.
I have the ladders,
But they
you
knew
take
would have
this,
been waiting
you
for
take
them.
that. That's
So
kind of
thanks to their
sketchy, yeah.
preparations, they
I
could
would be
wiggle
like,
through a
guys,
small, narrow passage
I'm
away
not
from
sure
the first
anymore
chamber.
if we should do that.
This passage had rugged boulders
Because,
and a
yes,
ceiling that dripped
like
wet
a
from the moisture.
Ceiling
further,
has, yeah, a
They
kind
noticed
of
that all the
reason
water
or
from
not.
The ceiling was starting to turn into a small rush. At first, it was really shallow up to the ankles, going a bit further up to the shin.
It looks beautiful, I
After
see.
almost 45
I
minutes,
see that
Adam
the
decided he
cave
wouldn't
looks
go further
beautiful
as his
or
back
so.
injury was starting to make itself known, as they had to constantly bend over. He said goodbye to everyone and wished them good luck. So joined by Matt, he started his way back to the entrance. As soon as Adam left the cave, Matt locked the hatch again and returned to the others to continue the exploration. they crawled further and further through tight passageways for almost 2 hours.
Boah,
Even though they were constantly within about 100 feet from the first person to the last one,
how that
they
looked.
couldn't see each other as the rocks were completely blocking the view. Jason felt wonderstruck with the cave. Everyone knows that there are over 1,000 unique caves on Vancouver Island. Finally, they came to a place that made this cave unique. Bastard's Crawl. This passage is so tight that you must slouch down to go through it. It also goes down, so cavers have to hold the ceiling to not slide down on the wet rocks. As they left Bastard's Crawl, they got to Double Trouble, the only big waterfall in the cave. It's called this because as the stream falls, at the top of the waterfall, it hits a rock that separates it into two. These streams go 50 feet, or 15 meters, down into a large chamber. At the top of the waterfall, the group installed rappel lines so that they could slowly go down the wet rocks into the dark abyss.
Dude.
They were trying to hold on as the water was splashing down everywhere.
And then you need
Going
to go
down,
there
Jason's
up.
heart was beating faster and faster.
Yeah, like for
As he
real,
loved
I think it's a
challenges, he was
adrenaline
getting
junkie
exactly what
kind
he
of
wanted.
way. Then that
After a
does
while,
look pretty
they finally
awesome
got
though.
down.
Yeah,
They
surely
decided
like
to
the
go away
view
from
and
the
everything
waterfall
is
to take a
surely
break
like
and have some
really
lunch.
awesome.
That's when they paid
I would
attention
never
to the
risk
fact
it
that the
because
water
of
was
that.
going much faster and harder. After 3 hours in the cave, at about 1 p.m., they sat down to warm up some beef stew using their little oven.
That is the thing.
To them,
Like when you
that moment
say
was
like,
perfect.
oh, I have
Everything
not
they
really
wanted
that
it to be.
much
being 200
motivation
feet or 61
anymore. I
meters
can't.
underground.
I need.
Only
I
having
want
some
to go
light in their
home. You
headlights.
need to go out
After about 20
firstly.
minutes, they finished eating and decided to go further.
What?
They calculated that they would be at the end of the cave within an hour, with only a quarter mile, or about half a kilometer, left to go. At about 300 feet, or 91 meters from the place they ate, Zach began vigorously shaking. They spent 3 hours in the cave, so even the smallest break was enough for hypothermia to kick in. As they were almost at the end, they decided to go back and not leave Zach alone. As they went the same route back, getting to Double Trouble, they noticed that the streams were getting stronger. They also saw that the washed-down thick layer of mud was now sticking to their shoes. It was decided that the first one to go would be Matt, then Arthur, Jason, Zach, and the last one would be Andrew,
Oh
as he
man.
had the most training out of the six.
Oh man.
Everyone knows climbing up is always much more complicated and
Yeah.
slower than climbing down.
With the whole
And
gear.
with water so strong, finding the safest place to set foot was even more complex.
Hypothermia.
As Jason made it
you're,
to Double Trouble,
you're
he thought of
like
how the stream was
more-
getting so powerful and fast. He thought that somehow it might have been the rain that was adding so much water. To get out of Double Trouble, he started crawling up to Bastard's Crawl as the water kept hitting him in the face. The water was so freezing cold that it seemed like it was only slightly above the freezing point. Going further, Jason got into another narrow tunnel that separated into two passageways. Not remembering which route to take and not seeing anyone ahead, he decided to go back down to ask. Descending back about 15 feet, or 4.5 meters, the water unexpectedly knocked Jason down. He hit his back, fully submerging under the water. As Jason tried to stand up, he understood that with water this strong, it was impossible. It was drawing him down. It was tough to keep his head above the water as the pressure around
Bro.
him kept growing. Jason understood that he had to act quickly
No
so that
way.
the water pressure wouldn't launch his body through and over Double Trouble, which is about 50 feet or 15 meters down onto the rocks. He tried to move, but with the water being freezing cold and his boots stuck, he felt extremely cold and powerless. Jason understood that the only way out was to get help, but as he started screaming, the water got into his mouth, making him choke. After about 5 minutes with his family on his mind, he finally found the power to scream for help. Zach and Andrew managed to almost get to the place where Jason was. That's when they realized that Jason was in immense danger, and Andrew immediately ran over to him. As soon as he got there, barely seeing Jason's face in the water, he started screaming for him to keep his head up. He tried to get him out of the water, but with the stream being so strong, it was extremely hard to keep him on his legs. By that moment, Jason had almost no power left. so he couldn't really reach out to
Oh my
Andrew.
gosh.
Thus, Andrew decided to try to shout out to Jason what to do, helping him put his hands and feet in such a way that he could get himself out. As Jason almost got out, the water put him back in again, bringing him to square one. So they had to start everything again, with Andrew screaming to Jason what to do. Finally, Andrew could grab Jason and get him out of the torrent of water. With Jason's head completely out of the water, he could finally get some air. Although they were almost out, they still had a long way to go. Jason wanted to take a small break to catch his breath, but Andrew knew every second mattered.
Yeah.
The water flow was getting stronger and stronger.
And also hypothermia
So he
or
made
not?
Jason move, knowing they could get hypothermia
Yeah.
any second. And finally, Jason managed to free his leg. Without stopping, they moved further into Bastard's Crawl. As soon as
Where
Jason
Jason
was
got
safe,
stuck.
Andrew asked Zach to stay with Jason as he
Dude,
went up to get their bags.
The cave looks
After
already
almost
like a
20
bad
minutes,
idea.
He returned with a mylar blanket.
Like when the
Instantly
only
putting it
exit
around
point
Jason.
is like
He
there
asked
where
Zach
the
to go back
waterfall
up
is
and
coming
tell
out.
others about the situation,
Yeah,
as the
GG.
water level was rising and flowing much faster. He asked Zach to call the rescue team if Jason and he didn't catch up in the next 30 minutes. Andrew also knew that in case they couldn't get out, there was no way this place could hold 3 people. So, when Zach left, Andrew warmed up Jason and heated water to pour it on his clothes. Andrew couldn't check, but he was pretty sure that Jason had the second stage of hypothermia.
Ooh.
All symptoms led him to believe it was true as Jason stopped shaking and his face lost all color. After a little while, thanks to a mylar blanket and warm water, Jason finally started to get warmer. Now they could try getting out of the cave, which
Oh
would normally
shit,
take
fuck
about
yes.
an hour. Unfortunately, when they started going back up, the water was still rushing. Almost by the end of Bastard's Crawl, only 4 inches or 10 centimeters were left between the water and the ceiling. There was no way for them to crawl through and have their heads out of the water to breathe. There was no other way but to return and wait until the water went down, hoping it wouldn't flood the cave. As soon as they returned, they could find a 45-degree ledge with enough space for both of them. The stream came rushing through the cave, wetting the outer edge.
Oh hell
so they had
no,
to move
yeah,
to another side.
it's already
They
like
tried
so
to find
bad.
the most comfortable position because they knew they would have to sit for a long time. Some
The
subterranean
water
caves may
makes
have
it even worse,
microclimates.
or the rainfall.
The water flow was so fast that there was actual wind near the ledge.
What?
Over time, the water rose only a few feet below the ledge.
Ah, I
Time
got some
flew
tasty
by
rice.
quickly as they
Oh,
sat together under
that
the
sounds
blanket.
really good.
It
Kaka.
was already 6 p.m. and they
Hey,
were still
have a good
200 feet,
appetite.
or 61 meters below the surface. 3 hours had passed since Zach left, and they still had no idea whether he managed to get out. They kept thinking of all the possibilities. What if the cave was flooded entirely? Something happened to someone, or they couldn't get out. What if no one was coming to help? Luckily, others managed to get to the surface. By 9 p.m., they found an area where there was service and were able to call the rescue team.
Ah.
The rescue team arrived fast. They tried to go into the cave
Nom, nom,
and get
nom.
Andrew and Jason, but were unable to do so as the water level was way too high. They could only hope that both of them managed to find a safe place to wait until the water went down. Meanwhile, Jason and Andrew were sitting in the cave in complete darkness,
Oh my
wondering
gosh.
if help was coming.
Oh
As
no.
hours went by, the water level was getting even higher. Both of them couldn't even sleep as the ledge was very steep.
Oh
So if
no.
they fell asleep, they'd fall. That's why they had to check if the other was asleep every 20 minutes.
No.
Eventually,
Oh my
at
gosh.
about 5 a.m.,
This that
it
is
started
like
to
literally
look like the water was
torture.
going down. But they weren't too hopeful. They waited a bit more before trying to exit one more time. It was hard to move again as they had to sit in the same position for more than 12 hours. For about half an hour, they were desperately trying to get out. First, they were crawling. Then they had to walk through the water that reached their chest. And finally, they sought the light from the entrance. They cried out, and one rescuer, relieved to see them, even called back. After 24 hours in the
I
cave,
love you.
they finally got back up on the aluminum ladder. As a true Canadian, Andrew met them with cheers. finally getting out of the 30-foot or 9-meter shaft. After a year, on May 7th, the friends came back to Cascade Cave to get their equipment and try conquering the cave once again.
No!
Last year, the cave tried to take their lives, but this year, they made it to the bottom with no problems. Today,
Oh,
I'll
I
tell
can't
you
believe
about a
it.
rookie who once
I
went
can't
all by
believe it.
himself to the deepest cave on Earth.
Hey! Hey guys! Hey! We nearly got killed last year in this cave. Luckily we got out of it, everyone really healthy. But why not to go there again? Yeah, that's a fucking good idea! Fuck yes! Let's go! Am I thinking like wrong here, or boy, if someone is risking their lives, holy shit! I can't believe that. Fuck that. I wouldn't have even dreamed of going there again. Yeah, I would be traumatized. I would be so traumatized for my life. I would be making a huge like circle around of this place, just throw in towel, we're done. Yeah, boy, I don't know, like some people are just really, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Perhaps they looked, yeah, okay, this time no rainfall. No, I can't believe it.
To say
I
that
can't
for Sergei
believe it.
Kasiv, it turned out to be a real tragedy.
Huh?
And a strange one for that matter. So, Abkhazia has 4 of the world's biggest caves. Among them, there is the so-called Reupload,
Among Us?
a part of which was first found in 1968, and then once again in 2000 when the researchers discovered that it was indeed the world's deepest cave with 2,212 meters in depth.
What?
It's not really suitable for newbies as the cave is rather hard to reach, located at 2,285 meters above sea level.
No
Besides,
way.
it's a very cold place, with 4 to 7 degrees Celsius and air humidity of 100. There are pretty narrow passages, underground rivers,
it's
and 15-meter
2
mazes,
kilometers
some being a
into
dead
the
end while
ground.
others fully flooded. So the trip might be extremely dangerous, like rocks suddenly falling on your head,
Bro.
or the water level rising and flooding the passageway you're
The
going.
first is the nutty.
Just imagine, it takes
cave.
about 8 days to reach the
The
bottom
second was this
and go
water
back.
cascade cave, and this one is the
This
deepest
cave is
cave.
considered a
Whoa.
challenge for all reckless adventurers.
It sounds already like struggle is
37-year-old Sergei
on
Kasiv
program.
from Sochi, Russia. On November the 1st, 2020, he bid his wife and kids goodbye, got in his car, and drove away. Though his family didn't know that Sergei was actually going to tackle the Veryovkina cave in neighboring Abkhazia. The guy was in great shape because he enjoyed various sports, participating in marathons, practicing trekking, mountain climbing, and finally taking up caving as his new hobby.
Dude.
Despite his inexperience, Sergei thought it was a lovely idea to go through the Veryovkina cave alone, which, as we know, didn't end up well. First, he drove to Abkhazia, parked his car in a remote place, and climbed all the way to the cave. Without
No.
hesitation, he put
No,
his
I
things
get
into
like
3 transport
instantly
bags,
like
hung a rope,
everywhere.
and went
My
down
whole
the
body is
cave.
like
It should
like
be noted that in Veryovkina
instantly
cave,
like
there are
tightening
6
up.
camps at
Oh
different depths where
no,
you can eat
no.
and rest for a while.
No, such a
When
lovely
Sergei passed the
idea.
first tight and narrow 400 meters, he had his first stop at the camp. There he ate
Oh,
some
nice.
pasta with ketchup. And
Nice.
planned to go further to
Narrated
camp
from
600.
Shay.
At the next
But we know
camp,
it doesn't
the
go
man
well.
lived for a week, eating cave
Yeah, like,
products
but
and
it's like-
pasta with ketchup. It seemed like he was actually having fun down there. Now it might sound bonkers, but just imagine. He continued going down the most challenging cave out there using only screenshots and a small printed map. At this depth, the cave is already very wet and cold,
No
with water spilling on
way.
you, which means that if your equipment isn't suitable enough for the trip, you might die from hypothermia. So it was all fine
No
for Sergei
way.
until he made it to 1,100 meters, or 11 football pitches if we're being real here. And it already sounds like an accomplishment. However,
Sergei suddenly started having difficulties descending even further as the cold water constantly splashed on him, and he didn't even take his wetsuit. Picture this. You're in a very humid and cold
Yeah.
place, continuously showered with freezing water. To make matters worse, his gear was totally unfit for the job. That's when the man started getting nervous. Tired from never-ending climbing and completely
Why not
drenched,
just turn
he
back?
decided to stop his journey and go back up to Camp 600.
Okay.
But he soon understood that his equipment couldn't help him ascend from that depth.
Oh.
Sergei tried countless times,
No.
yet he couldn't climb out
No,
without stirrups.
no.
It's hard to tell how long the man tried to ascend, but in
Because
the
that
end,
would be too
he
simple.
gave up.
Yeah,
He went to
that's
the base of the
true,
well he
that's
stuck
true.
in, lay there, and soon passed out,
No.
still fastened with his rope, all by himself in the most extensive cave on Earth. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to endure these harsh conditions and passed away from cold and exhaustion.
Yeah.
After a couple of days, when Sergei didn't get back home like he often would on his solo trips, his wife reported him missing. However, no one could find the man. It seemed like he had just disappeared. He was considered missing for 9 months until, on August the 4th, 2021, a group of speleologists found a rope hanging at the entrance of the cave.
9 months.
It looked like someone was already in there. When they reached
Oh my
the
gosh,
first
I'm
camp,
so sorry for the
they
wife.
discovered a bag with moldy sneakers. Then, on their way down, the researchers noticed bits of equipment scattered around the cave. So they got really worried and thought somebody was stuck there. They went even further down to 1,100 meters when they finally found the body. It was a man curled up in a ball with his rope still attached to him. Evidently,
No.
he'd been lying there for quite some time, and his equipment wasn't suitable for that tricky cave. His gear was, in fact, some overalls with a pair of trekking boots without any stirrups, which are vital for a vertical cave like that.
Oh, dude.
Next to him,
But
they
that he
also
didn't
found his
knew,
bags,
like, about the
2
cave
phones,
condition.
and a multi-tool. When they went through the photos on his phone, they discovered his 1-year plan to get to the deepest cave alone. Wild, but the man also didn't take any ID with him. They could identify him only thanks to Liza Alert, a search tool used for missing people. So that same day,
Bro,
they
I
got in
can't
touch with
believe
his
it.
wife and identified him using photos on his phone. She asked his body to be removed from the cave, which was needed as the cave could really suffer from the decaying human corpse. Though the rescue team didn't know how they would do it because the cave was very tight and claustrophobic, so extracting the body on a stretcher was impossible. They called his wife once again, and a terrifying decision was made. They agreed on cutting Sergei up into pieces and evacuating him that way. That was a really gruesome task. It all began on August the 4th, when they started gathering donations from locals to pay for the extraction. And on
What?
August the 11th, a team of around 27 professional climbers was at the cave entrance, ready for the evacuation. They split into 2 groups and descended into the cave to get the body. On August the 13th, after 2 days of very difficult caving, they had to stop at one of the earlier
Damn.
camps they were in as the cave was
Yeah,
flooded due to heavy rains. Then the
That's
group
what.
continued
That's
downward,
really
spending the
fucked
night
up.
at Camp
Tough
1000
choice, yeah. And then they
preparing
even
themselves
ask
for
like the wife,
difficult
and she
task
needs to
they had
decide.
to complete.
Oh my gosh.
On August the 14th, they put on their wetsuits as they were going to go to a much wetter and more troublesome part of the cave. When they reached the body, they got down to work. The rescuers cut Sergei up into 10 pieces and
gosh.
packed him in 10 special heavy-duty bags. The group then spent the next few days extracting these bags out of the cave, which turned out to be very tough. Just imagine trying to get a heavy bag with a piece of the corpse in it through a very tight tunnel. Sounds like a nightmare. Finally, on August the 16th, both groups with all 10 bags reached the surface. The whole evacuation
With
took
10
4 days
bags?
in total. It was later found that Sergei should not have even been in the cave in the first place. He had gone there illegally. You see, it's necessary to be on a register to get in there, which was obviously not the case. That's why, by the way, nobody looked there for him to begin with. Of course the equipment was also deemed inadequate and totally unfit for that tricky cave.
Yeah, he
which was
would not
essentially
be.
the reason he died.
He wouldn't
Sergei
be allowed.
was later buried
I
by
think.
his family, which is quite sad if you think about it, as he left his wife and 2 children
Yeah.
alone.
Oh,
to
2
explore the
children.
cave. His family was, of course, grateful to the rescue team who helped in that operation. I guess he was just too naive to go into that cave alone without telling a soul.
That is
Moreover,
the thing, guys.
he didn't consider all the risks
You don't
and
even
didn't think
like
about
hurt
the right
yourself. You
when I
take,
saw the video
like,
of them extracting
also
those
a
bags,
toll on
it made me really
on the
sick
family.
and sad.
Yeah.
And that was the
He
story
screwed
of an
himself
amateur
over.
who
People
tried
should
to
be
tackle
getting
the
permits.
deepest
Yeah.
cave on Earth.
But
Rest in
like
peace,
people like
Sergei.
this, like
Today,
I'm
I'm
really
gonna
sorry
tell
for
you
the
about the
dude
most tragic
itself,
caving
even if
experience
he's
in
like
Great
on
Britain.
his own fault, because yeah, not good prepared and not a permit or so, but like because people of this like that do this thing is like needs to be even necessary to close like nearly every cave and just make it like unpassable, because yeah, like when everything like this every time stuff like this happens and you need to rescue them, other people could get also hurt by it. It's like you're not like putting yourself into danger, like everyone around yourself when something happens, whether the team that is with ya or just like the rescue team. It's really shit. Like I see that you get the thrill, like that the people get the thrill out of it, but there's other things that you can also get the thrill. Skydiving, parachute diving, parachute jumping. I don't know how to say it. Bungee jumping is also something. I don't know. Go on a roller coaster. I don't know. Discuss with a Karen. That gives you also adrenaline. What else? Go for alien hunting. I don't know. Go into haunted houses. I don't know. Watch a horror movie. Like I don't know. Like there's so many different options to get the thrill, but don't harm yourself to go in a cave. Like for real, it's like so it's like really risking
fasten
it.
your seatbelts because
But
we're
you
coming
know
to Yorkshire.
what's gonna happen. It's
Mossdale
kind of sad, yeah.
Caverns lie
People
in the Yorkshire
voluntarily
Dales.
endanger themselves for the
Slopes in the
silliest
wilderness
thrills.
area
Yeah,
off Grassington Moor.
you can
The
do
waters
other
of
things.
Mossdale Beck
Even taking
disappear into a
drugs
cave
or
system
so.
at the foot
Drugs,
of some
nah, like
limestone
don't
outgrowth
taking it,
known as Mossdale
but like
Stone.
that would be even
That's
more
where the
smart
large stream will flow
in a way
underground
than
for
to go
about
in the
4 to
cave. Like
5
I don't want
kilometers
to bash
and
like the
won't
cave
resurface until Black
community
Elk
or
on
so,
the
because
River
yeah,
This
like I said
constantly
before,
flowing water
I
has
was
been
also in
changing
a
the
cave,
shape
but
of the rock
that was
below
like
for
under good
thousands of
conditions,
years.
under safe
That's
conditions.
how it managed to create a narrow web
This
of
is just
tunnels and
like
caves. It's hard to
challenging the
imagine a more
life.
breathtaking view than that, right? Unfortunately,
I don't
the
know.
caves below have a much
I don't want to
different
bash
view.
it because yeah, like
Because of the fateful day of June 24th,
but that it's
1967,
endangering yourself
now it
and
has a
others is
haunting
like a little
and
shitty
reputation.
thing about it.
That day, a group of 10 young men and women decided to explore the caverns. Early in the morning, they were already at the entrance. Among them were the 2 expedition leaders, Dave Adamson and Jeff Poirot. Their mission for the day
Honestly,
was to
drugs
go to
seems
the
like the
other
first
end of
thing
the
I
cave
would move
system
to.
and
It's a
find new
guarantee you would
channels
experience
using
something
blasting.
completely unconnected from this or
Dave
any
Adamson
world.
and Jeff Poirot
Yeah,
asked their friends
but
John Ogden,
like it's not
Colin Vickers, Bill
nothing
Briggs,
to glorify
and Michael
like
Ryan to
drugs
help
or
them with
so,
the equipment,
but
as
it
it was
would be
too
even
heavy.
safer And
Whereas
it
the
would
other
be
four
only
members
harmful
wanted
to
stay
Ya,
closer to the cave
not
entrance
to others,
and have a look at the
except
wider
you would
cave.
like passive
The group
smoking and
parted
yeah,
ways.
like this
It's
would be
hard to
other
understand the
debate.
path those six followed,
But like in
especially for
general,
those who have never gone
like
caving
just
before.
those stuff
So,
is yeah, like
here
really
is a
you
short description
take
of that cave.
all around of ya
At
with
first,
ya.
there are big caves like Boulder Hall, with comfortable tunnels where people can even stand.
Oh, it's so bad.
Then, there are ominous caves such as Drown or Glory, where the water is basically up to the neck. Some spaces are fully flooded, and it's even necessary to dive underwater to get through the hardest parts. But there's more to come. The second part of the exploration is even more
Exactly.
terrifying.
Yeah, it's
The tunnels are too low to
like I
stand
see
up,
that it's
so
a
the
kind of
only way
thrill
to
or
get
so.
further
I
is
see
to
that
crawl.
completely, but it's
Due
just
to the
harmful
extreme
in many
difficulty,
ways.
People believe it to be one of the
But
most
it's not stopping, like, the
impossible caving
people.
tracks in the UK, and only a few really want to go there. It's easy to notice that
This
the
is, yeah, the
cave's
thrill
names
about
give
it.
hints about what is ahead for those
That
willing
it's
to take up
risky.
the challenge. At first, there is rough crawl that narrows into a tunnel.
The rough
known as
crawl,
New Record.
like the
Then,
passages
there's
sound
this
already
really
like
tight corridor where the
like
cavers have to
when you
wiggle their way
translate
through.
it to
It's known
like
as
simple,
marathon crawl.
then it
It consists
is
of two
equals
parts, the
bad
near
idea.
marathon and the
Like
far
it has
marathon.
the bad idea
Each
comes
being
in
about
many
900
forms,
feet
like
long,
rough
which
crouch,
adds up to
or
half a
just like
kilometer in total.
the,
However,
what was the
there's still
other
a
one called?
small
Like they had
5-foot
already
gap
like so many
between the tunnels
bad
that allows
names
entry.
already, where you was like already convinced on the name.
Those who
Okay,
have never
perhaps not
experienced
to
this
go
type
there.
of adventure, it's hard to
I
imagine
don't know.
to crawl so deep down below
Perhaps
the
the
surface.
the guy that
Those who
found
dare
this
to go
part
to
of the
Lost
cave
Caverns
had yeah like
admit that it's an
intent.
indescribable feeling of constant pressure.
Why is it called like
You
this?
can't escape it.
LMAO.
You have to fight for every centimeter as you go further.
Oh my gosh.
One minute, it can give you all the motivation you need. The other, it manifests all your deepest fears.
Oh,
As
that
people
sounds
go
like a
down
good idea
marathon
already.
crawl full of water, they experience an overwhelming feeling of sickness and terror. But as soon as the cavers finish Far Marathon Tunnel, they sit there with mixed emotions as they've managed to survive this ordeal. But at the same time, they still have to go back the same way
Yeah.
to reach the surface.
This was my point of
That's where
before.
that day those 6 cavers were.
When it's already struggling to go
crawling on their
down,
bellies with equipment behind them. Most of them must have been feeling uneasy, like all other cavers in such dangerous places. Especially considering claustrophobic pressure
yeah.
and the
Ooh.
constant risk of flooding that loom over them.
Oh gosh.
By 5 p.m., the 4 that wanted to stay behind had finished exploring all the caves and tunnels. So, they decided to go back to the cabin they rented. As it started raining,
No, it sounds
they got a
fun.
bit worried. They knew
Nice
that the
family
other
trip
folks
down there.
had to
Oh
return
no.
around 12. It's a well-known fact that in places like that, the weather can change the situation at any moment.
We saw that
Yes,
yeah also
they
with
hoped it would be
the
nothing
cave.
serious.
What
So
we
they
what
decided
we
to go
watched
back.
like also
By
some
around
weeks ago.
7:30 p.m., it started
There
literally
was like also
showering.
like a change
So
of
Dave
the
Adamson's
surroundings, and then it
fiancée,
was like
Morag
even
Forbes
breaking
got very
apart the
concerned
cave
and went
inside.
back to see the cave entrance. There she saw that everything was relatively fine despite the heavy rain. Relieved, she was headed back to the cabin. But at 9 p.m., it only got worse.
Uh-oh.
When Morag returned to the cave entrance shortly afterward, she saw a dreadful sight. The small stream had turned into a huge lake, with water flooding the entrance completely.
Into a lake.
Realizing straight away that the remaining cavers were in danger, she sprinted for more than 2 miles to get to the closest farmhouse and to ask for help. By 11 p.m., the rescue team arrived at the scene. That's when they had to start a grueling mission, where their main goal was to redirect the water to ensure access to the cave system.
Oh my gosh.
The task was labor intensive and demanded a lot of equipment.
It took them the entire night to dig a trench and divert the water, so the entrance wasn't as flooded. Finally,
But still flooded.
as the morning rolled around, they could get into the caverns. That's where the rescuers could enter the cave system, hoping to find 6 lost men camping in one of the
Oh,
highest
no.
caves. The
Sounds...
further they went, the more desperate they became, as they couldn't find anyone.
No.
So, rescuers decided to go down into the tough crawl and knee wrecker tunnels. But again, nothing. Finally, they reached the notorious...
The question
Marathon
is
tunnel.
where they
And
flooded.
when they began to wriggle themselves through that tight space, they saw something that left almost no hope. The bodies of Michael Ryan and Jeff Boireau were squeezed together on one side of the tunnel. There they probably were desperately trying to get some air. After that spine-chilling discovery, the rescue team still had to find the other 4 people.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
mentally prepared, they had to crawl past the bodies to move ahead. Almost at the end of Far Marathon,
Surely the smell
rescuers
inside there.
discovered 3 more bodies of Bill Frakes, Colin Vickers, and Dave Adamson. As soon as all the bodies were identified, the team returned to the surface. It was only after some time that it dawned on them. They were so overwhelmed with all that traumatizing experience that they had only found 5 bodies instead of 6. That meant that John Ogden was still somewhere there in the cave network.
True, that
They
was the
still
only
had to
thing.
find him, but unfortunately, the dam they built was starting to break, raising the water levels
No.
again. So they had nothing else to do but wait until the following day. The chances of John being alive were next to non-existent. But as the rescuers didn't find his body near the other victims, they started to hope that he'd managed to get into a safe spot and survive.
Oh shit.
If he was alive, they needed to find him.
That
If
would be
not,
so
They
awesome.
still needed to find his body. So the rescue team looked for him in the smaller tunnels of Marathon Crawl. When they finally found his body, they were horrified. John Ogden was squeezed into the crack that logically couldn't even fit a person inside. But probably, in desperation...
Oh my gosh, when
to
I
get
see
some
something
air,
like this.
he somehow got in there before dying. He was also really close to where the 3 other bodies were discovered. The rescuers concluded that it was probably hard to notice him the first time because of all the mud and debris after the flooding. Nobody could tell if the water was flooding the cave slowly or rushing extremely fast. Either way, it's still hard to imagine how those cavers tried to get some air
Yeah.
while wriggling themselves into tight spaces as they were filling up with water. They were probably
my
trying
gosh,
to reach
that's
higher levels
unimaginable.
in mud caves, but unfortunately, they weren't fast enough. It was hard to decide what to do with their bodies. Experts said that getting them up to the surface was impossible, so they were left on site.
No.
The cave was sealed, and the only safe entrance was covered with concrete. For 3 more years, it stayed that way, with the water constantly flooding the caves with bodies inside. That was until another rescue team finally reopened the cave in 1971.
Wouldn't that make
They
also
had
like
an
the
exhausting and
groundwater
gruesome
bad?
mission at hand. The families of the 6 victims agreed to have their bodies retrieved from the marathon tunnels and bury them in higher levels of the cave system. Afterward, the entrance was closed
Uncut,
forever
Luna.
with a memorial
Oh my
plaque
gosh.
attached just above it. The land
Oh my gosh.
prohibited entering the Mossdale Caverns. However, it still
Depends on
didn't
how they
stop some
decay,
reckless
yeah.
cavers. Despite its fearsome reputation,
Oh
they've
no.
found other ways to get into the cave system and have been exploring all the underground tunnels and passages. Many are afraid of this cave network as it's prone to complete flooding, while others believe that there's something supernatural there as well. With
What?
6 dead people inside, most consider the caverns haunted. Some even swear that they could hear distant voices when they went down. Actually, there's even a video with those weird noises recorded.
Hmm?
Here, listen carefully.
What?
Can you hear anything?
don't get scared that quickly. Honestly, it might be just the cave sounds. The acoustics
I didn't
there are
hear
quite
anything.
good, combined with endless splashing everywhere. So we get those ghost-like noises. Most adequate people who have never tried caving can also wonder why people even go on such dangerous adventures. Why did those 6 people enter the caverns that day? And what drives those amateurs to go back again and again, despite this horrifying incident? I guess the answer is different for everyone. Some want to be the first to visit an untouched and undiscovered land, while others seek adventures or good exercise for their bodies. I hope this story
Or
opened your eyes
that-
and helped you understand how deadly caving can be.
Like when
Just
you're
imagine,
already done with
one
life and
accident
just
is
want
so
to
many
challenge
times
it,
that a true
like no
life
joke, like no joke.
Nonetheless, thank you for watching the video.
But
Give it a
the
thumbs
video,
up if you enjoyed it and
like
want
big
more
kiss
similar
for
content.
Echoes, that was a really
And-
cool video. Like good put together, like explained with also pictures. That was very good, very good. Like Echoes, much love. Buried alive for most tragic caving disasters in human history. That was really interesting, and like I'm just so sorry for like all the family or like the ones that are hurted like in those caves. I really hope like when someone does it, like there's yeah no harm in a way when you're like really prepared and don't underestimate it. When you're really prepared and everything, then I have like completely nothing against it, because then you know what you're doing. But I think you should always have your mind also in the backpack, not only like the gear, like also like human common knowledge when something is like already like pointing in a bad way, whether it's weather or stuff like this, unprepared, or you need a permit or so. Bad idea. Just be prepared. I would say the same with climbing mountains. Like here in Swiss we have like also like a lot of mountains, and I was myself also climbing on really like, it was like insane the place. Like if just misstep or so, I would be done. There would be so much meters that was going down. That was not really that good from a feeling. And then there I already like also noticed how dangerous something like this can be. Just always be prepared. Like for those people that go on Mount Everest, take or even like a like this oxygen tank with them, that they have even like when they're going higher and higher, have like oxygen. It's just like being prepared and go with a group, guys. Never alone. And not alone, exactly. Never alone. Never alone. Oh my gosh. It's insane. But I get like really spooks. Like I get goosebumps when I see those dudes there. The scariest videos ever captured in caves. I would say let's go. From King Frostmare. I hope I said correctly. Scariest videos ever captured in caves. Today is the cave season. Let's go.
This clip was uploaded by Jose Maria, who supposedly loves to go on hikes and caving adventures with a friend of his. This night they were just on their way home from another caving trip.
I said
So
with the
while this was
witch.
not technically captured inside the cave,
Yeah,
it was
like
still
we know
in pretty
this one.
close vicinity to the cave. The area around is said to be haunted
Always tell
since
someone
the
where
dawn
you're
of
going,
time,
it saves
and
time
the
and
young
could
man's
also
helm
save your life.
camera
Yeah.
might have captured a glimpse
It's
of that.
really important. It's so important. I can pretty much say that also, Coco. Like, it needs to you need to have that link to the outside, even if it's just like saying where you're going. Oh no, it's the puppet master.
Whatever they captured here seems to
I
be a
can-
pretty small statue, and was perhaps wearing a black dress. Pretty strange, isn't it? Also, something seems to be wrong with this thing's face, and it does look like straight out of a nightmare. They have no explanation of what that could have been, other than one of the lost souls, which are said to roam this area.
Nah, like in every video they say
Perhaps.
something else. Skinwalker, a witch, lost soul of a cave now.
Spar dich ins neue Jahr.
It's an advertisement.
5 Franken Sofortrabatt, exklusiv mit Lidl Plus. Täglich Coupon-App aktivieren, Lidl Plus-Karten oder Kassen einscannen und aber im Einkauf von 50 Franken...
No.
The f- to visit an ancient
You never saw something. No, you
The
heard
following
like
video
Swiss
was
German
captured by a
advertisement.
tourist who was on
Always
an exciting trip to
anime
Reupload.
kisses
The
for your
following
cock.
day, he was preparing to visit
Surely
an
for you
ancient
guys
cave
saw-
in Hallstatt,
saw nothing.
Austria.
Very
He states
good.
that the cave is hundreds of millions of years old,
I
and
love
that
that.
it lies 10,000 feet above the sea level. And it all started out as a beautiful venture, lots of ancient glaciers and rock formations. However, a few hours into his expedition, he noticed something strange, seemingly crawling on the ceiling.
Hmm?
A pale figure can be seen, climbing on the ceiling without any safety features. The man
Swiss
believes
German
that he might
is
have
a fun
either
language,
captured a cryptid or another
Having fun,
mysterious
but gun is
creature
good
here.
too.
Could that be so?
It's the gun language, like
If not, what
it's
else
like
could it
fast.
be?
Yeah,
Maybe
like
a ghost?
to be honest, there's like
Some commentary
the
states that this
advertisement
could
voice.
actually be a cave
I
spirit.
think like
Let me hear what you guys
in
think.
a lot of languages, like how you talk normally is just like sounding so much different when in comparison to how the advertisements are always like the
The next video
advertisement
was
voices
shared
are
by
sometimes
Jack,
so
who states
over
that he and his
exaggerated.
girlfriend were out that night on
Ja,
the way
komm, für
to the
jetzt
Blue
neu
Ghost Tunnel
und
to
like,
follow
like
up on some
nobody would
research
talk
they
like
found on
this,
the
like
internet. They came across something pretty
but the
inexplicable
language
in
is
their
right.
mind. Important to note, they state that they did not bring any flashlights at the time of their initial recordings and only came back with one after exiting the cave and running into a couple that actually had brought one way later. Let's take a look.
Whoa. I can hear your footsteps. I just seen a light at the end of the tunnel. What the f- Hello? What the f- was that?
The mysterious light was
Like,
seen
a help
right
can
at the end
also
of the
always
tunnel.
be
Given that
a
nobody had a
cat
flashlight,
that
it
is
made them
meow.
wonder what could have been the cause for that.
But holy
Also,
shit,
the
I would.
cries for
No,
help
I'm
were only
out. Yeah,
discovered after the couple
me
had
too. I
returned
would
home.
be running
Was it
already.
cries from the afterlife? In 1888, 30
It could
people
be
lost
mafia.
their lives right in
Like,
front of the tunnel when
I
the
don't
train
know.
crashed
You
after
never
the
know.
conductor had jumped off and left the machine, as well as several more fatal accidents that had taken place around the cave. Could this all be the reason for the residual energy that might have been captured on tape here? Who can say?
I don't know.
The next video was featured by Sergeant Peppers, who states that he as well was out this
Sergeant
night
Peppers?
with 2 of his friends. They love venturing to abandoned tunnel systems, caves and catacombs all over Canada. In this video they were following a local urban legend about an abandoned catacomb system, which leads into a giant cave, and while doing some recordings in there, they lost track of one of their friends. Of course, this made them a bit uneasy, and it is said that what's to follow was their first documented paranormal encounter.
Matt? He's there. You need to stop playing around, man. Matt! Oh, he's freaking us out.
Hmm? What? I don't know.
They
I don't
came
know.
across a faceless person, pale and dressed in a white cloth.
I don't know.
Many commenters speculate
Like
that this
when I
could
see that
perhaps
it's so
be a former
movie.
patient who lost their life in this tunnel system. Who knows
Because
what these
it's
old
always a
catacombs were
lady
used for back
with
in the
white
day.
dress and black hair.
In the end,
Why
we
is
can all
it
just
that?
speculate what exactly took place down here.
Is that like the default look?
The next video was
Hoaxy. Yeah, that
captured by a
looks really
couple of
hoaxy.
tourists who
It's
were
like when
visiting
you
a catacomb system
start a
close
new
to a
online
cave in
game
Santa
and
Rosalia,
this is the
Italy, a
default,
place where many honor Saint Rosalia and
character
pray
that
for their
is
family
loading.
members that they have lost.
And then
the
you
group
can
steps
select
into an
your
altar area
features or
where they
so,
notice a
but
strange
I think that
woman
is a
dressed all in
microtransaction in
black
the
that all
afterlife.
of a sudden disappears out of sight.
Pay now to get a new haircut. And I think those ghosts, they just skipped this part. Oh, that was so hoaxy. Dude, are you serious? What is that for a camera? Huh? Like, the camera control is so garbage.
It is not exactly clear what had transpired in here, and why the woman mysteriously disappeared and then reappeared on top of a rock, looking at the group.
Yeah.
Some say that she even is wearing a strange veil, or perhaps a black cloth on her
Was
head.
the Reaper?
Could this be a spirit even? Some comments say this was the case.
Suddenly
but
she
of course
starts
that's
to
impossible
break
for
dance
us
in
to
front of
judge.
them like,
But whatever the answer,
yo,
it's
you
quite
got the
creepy for
drips.
sure.
I'm gonna challenge you to a break.
This video was captured by the Highway 9, who shared it after going on a hiking trip and stumbling across an open cave that he wanted to investigate with his shepherd dog.
Oh,
It didn't
that looks
take
already
long until the
dusty.
man made it quite deep into these tunnel systems, and then strangeness unfolded.
Sorry for the sound. Oh, doggo.
Come on.
Huh?
Another faceless figure can be seen, standing
Okay,
in
that
the
looks already
distance, seemingly
more
looking
eerie.
at the man. It's wearing a black robe of some sorts, and is potentially pretty tall.
I
No
don't know.
facial features whatsoever can be made out. Quite remarkable that all these entities across the world have a similar look to them, don't you think?
He says
Perhaps
those.
proof that there is in fact more mysterious stuff going on in some of these tunnels than one could expect.
Those are the watchers. The observers.
I'm sure that some of you have heard about Frank the Caver and his channel exploring abandoned mines in unusual places. He's quite famous for his ghostly encounter in the Horton mine, and it all started with him exploring this old ore mine, when all of a sudden some ghostly activity unfolded.
Look, the nail here got so much longer. But I need to recolor them now.
Yeah, this mine
I did
definitely
my
has a very
toenails
spooky
now.
vibe to it. So I'm gonna head back out and check out the other stuff that's here. This is just too wet and too
What
muddy.
the fuck? Why are there chains?
And obviously something is making the chains swing. So
Chains that were moving
Magnet.
completely on their own. It made Frank uneasy, and he wanted to find out more about this mysterious cave.
Alakazam, I
So
saw
he
it.
returned a few weeks later,
Or Mewtwo.
and after another tour through the abandoned cave, captured some more inexplicable stuff.
It's the strings
there's
of the
the
puppet
ore pass
man.
with all the cascading water and what the f is that?
The footage had been analyzed, and nobody could come up with an explanation
Yeah,
of
perhaps-
what happened there that day. And
Perhaps-
Frank swears that he never faked anything, and even the experts think that nobody had tampered with the material.
Yeah,
but
perhaps
it was
this
not
is
the only
connected
cave
to
where
an
Frank could
underground
capture
facility
terrifying
or so, and
sounds.
you heard just like
One evening,
the
he
sound
checked out
of
another
a
abandoned
loading
mine in
station.
Nevada, where many believe he came across some ghostly voices from beyond the grave.
Wait, in
Close to a
Nevada?
foot in diameter, the big cross timber, so they had to put big ones in here to hold up all of this rock. You can see
Yeah,
right
then it's
here
definitely.
where some of these boards are bending. Do you hear that? Sounds like what, is that wind? Can you? I don't know if you can hear that on the camera. Do you hear that? Stopped. Well, I don't know what that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but that's crazy. Don't know if that's a bird or I don't know what that is. It almost sounds like snakes, but
Isn't that simply terrifying? Even more impressive is what he could come up with in the Black Widow mine.
Sounds creepy as fuck.
okay. I came across this noose here in the intersection in the mine. Tunnel going that way and that way. And here's the noose. Tied to a beam way up there.
Huh?
Are we getting a glimpse of an unidentified creature, person, or entity watching Frank? This footage also never has been fully explained, but his fans are sure that something was lurking at our brave explorer here, and then vanishing into the pitch-black cave tunnels.
I don't know. What the fuck was that for a
This
video?
video is quite strange
don't know
or tragic.
if that was,
it was
like,
captured
also
by a
hoaxy.
father who was out on a family trip. He was recording that day to create a nice video diary. The area this footage was filmed in was notorious for people that have gone missing. And not too long ago, 2 sisters had disappeared, very close to the cave the man was just about to enter. And he might have come across something inexplicable.
Definitely creepy, yeah. That sounds so creepy with the whispers.
A mí no me digas eso, que yo te cago también.
¿Ah?
Uy.
Cállate, cállate. Ah, pues no está, está guapa. Ah, uy, que me caigo. Hostia. ¿Qué pasa, Nola? ¿Dónde vas? ¿Qué? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Pasa algo? Ah, ya no me asustes. Hostia, pues esto está profundo, ¿eh? ¿Qué pienses tú? Cállate.
You don't see anything.
Bueno, Pau. No hay nada, no hay...
I'm not saying that something paranormal is going on, but many people do believe that the man did in fact capture the image of two girls here. The question is, what were those two girls doing there? Is there a chance that we could be seeing something from another world?
Wow, so creepy.
Or was it just two family members
I
playing
don't know,
a prank
but
on
yeah,
him?
like it could be
Quite
also
eerie
from them
if we keep the
itself.
disappearances in the back of our head though.
What could it be? Hoax? Oh no.
This is another cave recording, which was captured on a trip that a group of friends undertook many years ago. Local legends are speaking of strange specters and apparitions that can be seen in there. But unfortunately, the group was unlucky. At least that's what they thought at first. After analyzing the footage, they noticed that there was an eerie figure.
So hard to tell, really. Yeah, like it looked in a way authentical, but it could also be like a hoax. Huh? Who comes now? Again, white dress. Huh?
Some do claim to see a woman in a dress, possibly a spirit from another time.
I don't know, like
Does
this is
sound
like
plausible?
really bad.
Of course, the bad quality due to the age of the footage doesn't really help answering that question for us. But it does make one wonder, did nobody notice that thing at the time? Really creepy.
Yeah. Oh, but it had good videos. That was really cool. Really, really awesome. Big kisses again for King Frostmare. Much love. That was really, like, so far every video was really, like, interesting and also fucked up. But the 4 stories before that was like insane. Like really. We go to the next one. We have now connected 2 things together. We connected now cave diving or water with cave, and you have cave diving. Cave diving depth record gone wrong. The Sacaton sinkhole incident. We're gonna look into this one. We had already like in the deep sea Spooky Monday, where we watched like all kinds of deep sea videos. There was already like something with cave diving, and that was back then already like a shitty feeling. Holy moly. And yeah, cave is, it's the other part of cave diving. Let's go. I really hope everything is alright, guys. That you were like, I hope it's not boring for you guys, or like also like interesting. Like I really like it so far. Like I mean, like I find it really interesting. Next time we can also like put make like how to say that, like other encounter or so, like human encounter again, because that is also like so fucked up. sometimes. Like, we had 2 weeks ago or so something where a group was like going to an abandoned place, and then suddenly like others appeared, and it was like really like instantly like critical. They had to hunt this exploring group down and wanted to, how it looked like really to hurt them. Having a great time. Big kiss for your red beard. Much love. Like, it's like
on April
always
6,
nice
1994, diving legend Shek Exley was attempting to break the diving depth record in the Zacatone sinkhole when something went horrifyingly wrong. This is his story.
But looks already like more to bathing, alright, but to diving. Let's go.
Today's video is sponsored by Babbel, one of the top language learning apps in the world. If you're a long-time subscriber, you probably know I'm Canadian.
To Babbel.
On June 29th,
it's from Scary
1968,
Interesting.
Shek and Edward Exley pulled into the parking lot of one of their favorite swimming spots. It was another of Florida's many hot summer days, and Wakulla Springs, located about 14 miles south of Tallahassee, was always a good place to get some relief. The Exley brothers weren't just your average teenagers looking to cool off with a swim, though. At only 19, Shek was starting to become known around dive shops in the area as a bit of a phenom. The local dive community even talked about him like he was some sort of myth, with claims that he could extend the life of an air tank longer than any human on Earth, or that he could leisurely descend to depths that the average diver would pass out at. Hearing divers talk about Shek was like listening to a fisherman telling the story of his biggest catch, only each time he tells it, the fight gets a little tougher and the fish gets a little bigger. And the two brothers' trips to Wakulla Springs probably played a bit of a role in building his reputation at such a young age. There are signs in the parking lot of Wakulla Springs that warn that scuba diving is strictly prohibited. So this is where the brothers would come to free dive instead and test their limits. During their swims, the brothers would take turns seeing how deep they could get on a single breath hold before the need for air forced them to rocket back to the surface. That day though, Shek had a new piece of equipment he was excited to test out. He bought a depth gauge that was worn on the wrist, and now these competitions with his brother would have official measurements. After they eased into the warm water of Wakulla Springs, Shek and Edward swam out to the deeper areas. One of them would then dive down with the depth gauge and then return to the surface before handing the gauge off to the other. Shek always let Edward go first, and each time his brother returned to the surface, Shek would take the gauge and go just a little bit deeper. When Edward logged 42 feet, Shek came back with a reading of 50 feet. But determined to finally get the better of his older brother, Edward took several deep, fast breaths before filling his lungs to capacity and slipping under the water. At the surface, Shek watched as Edward descended and
like
knew
in
immediately
water,
when he passed his previous mark.
I'm just not feeling
Shek
safe.
estimated that Edward went further than either of them had ever been without scuba gear, and Shek was ready to congratulate him when he broke the surface. But then when Edward turned to torpedo himself back to the surface, Shek watched as he suddenly went limp and slowly dropped to the bottom. Shek immediately descended to try to reach his brother, but Edward was unconscious and he kept falling deeper and deeper. So despite his best efforts, there was no way Shek was going to be able to reach him without scuba equipment. So instead, he swam as fast as he could to the beach, hurried out of the water, and then ran to his car to grab an air tank he had in his trunk.
Oh no.
But then as he was doing this, his body gave out on him. He collapsed from exhaustion after so many attempts to reach Edward on a single breath hold. Thankfully, there was a fellow swimmer nearby who grabbed Shek's dive gear and entered the water to rescue him. The man descended and found Edward's limp body in the bottom of Wakulla Springs, but there was still a chance he could be saved, even if it was small. After the diver pulled Edward to the surface and got him onto the beach, Shek started CPR in front of a gathering crowd. By then, Edward had already been at the bottom far longer than most could survive, but miraculously, Shek managed to get him breathing again.
No way.
At that point, an ambulance was on scene and rushed him to the nearest hospital, where he was placed on life support.
What?
Tragically though, he was taken off of it later that night when it became clear that he had no brain activity.
No.
This was beyond devastating for Shek. And so from that moment, he dedicated his life to establishing diving safety standards and protocols as a way to deal with his grief and ensure that neither his parents nor the parents of any other diver would ever have to suffer that kind of pain again. Over the next 26 years, this pursuit became an obsession, as did a more specialized type of diving. The first time Shek entered an underwater cave, it was like love at first sight. At the time, it was a very new activity, and cave diving was without a whole lot of training or safety standards. So from then on as well, Shek became one of the foremost experts in the community. So much so that he literally wrote the book on cave diving. In
What?
1979, he published his book, Basic Cave Diving, A Blueprint for Survival, which is still considered the how-to manual for the sport. The book focuses primarily on safety and emergencies, but beyond the book, he also became one of the most practiced, maybe even the most practiced cave divers ever. By 23, he had already logged more than 100 cave dives, and that number exploded to more than 4,000 by his mid-40s.
What?
But as much as Shek loved adding to that total, it was extreme depth that brought out the ultimate competitor in him. And luckily for him, he seemed to have some rather unique abilities to withstand depth. The deeper a diver goes, the more risk grows. For starters, there's the crushing pressure of water at depth. As a diver descends, the weight of the water above increases. Go deep enough and the pressure of the water will squeeze anything not built to withstand those forces like an empty water bottle. The dangers aren't just external though. Internally, depth has a variety of impacts on the human body. If you're a regular viewer of the channel, you've likely heard this explanation many times before, but bear with me because it's relevant to Shek's insane abilities. Conditions like nitrogen narcosis and decompression sickness, or the bends, can set in fast and with little warning. As you go deeper, nitrogen in the bloodstream can build up too fast for the body to keep up with absorbing it. This then has a narcotic effect on the body and cause a person to feel intoxicated, hence the name nitrogen narcosis. It's often described as similar to being drunk, with a lot of the same impairments. Severe nitrogen narcosis, though, can bring on hallucinations, dizziness, and unconsciousness, all of which are obviously extremely hazardous hundreds of feet in the water. To combat this, divers will use different gas mixtures the deeper they go, with less nitrogen than regular air. Weirdly, though, Shek seemed to be almost immune to narcosis. While serving as a member of the support team for two divers trying to break the air-only depth record in 1970, Shek made it to 465 feet or 142 meters before he experienced any effects of narcosis.
No wonder it gives a
Sadly,
to
the two
scuba
divers he was
dive
assisting did not
when you
show
have
that
like
same resistance
kind
to
of
narcosis
symptoms like
and died
this.
during the attempt.
For our body is
Shek was
just
also
like
the first
our,
person to ever dive below
our
800
most
feet or
betrayer.
240 meters in technical scuba diving, which is a feat that has only been attempted by 20 people in history as of 2021.
Like leading
and on
us
top of his near
sometimes to
immunity
so
to
dumb
narcosis,
decision.
Shek never once experienced a case of decompression sickness. Decompression sickness, or the bends, occurs when all that nitrogen that was absorbed into soft tissue on descent floods
never
its way
knew
back
that
into the
either. That
bloodstream
is,
too quickly
like,
and
really
create
sick.
bubbles. Most cases of the bends are not serious, but it can cause death if it's severe enough. The best way to avoid this is by making something known as a decompression stop during the ascent. The number and duration of these stops is determined by how deep a diver goes and how long they stay at that depth, since these variables determine how much nitrogen gets absorbed by the body. By stopping at specific depths and remaining there for a set amount of time, the nitrogen is released slowly and doesn't form large bubbles that can be a problem. As you might imagine, any diver with a resistance to these conditions has a serious advantage, so by 1994, Shek had all three of the deepest dives of all time. A few years prior, Shek had even broken his own record by diving 881 feet or 269 meters, but he knew he could go further still. He just needed somewhere to do it. It was around this time when his good friend and diving partner, Jim Bowden, told him about a place he believed had the deepest known sinkhole in the world. The cave that Jim was talking about is called Zakatone, and it's technically not a cave at all. It's a sinkhole called a cenote, which is a cousin of the blue hole. Both blue holes and cenotes are created as bedrock erodes and collapses over time to expose groundwater. The only difference between the two is that blue holes are located near the ocean and cenotes are found inland. They're often referred to as caves since that's what they were before their ceilings fell in. When Shek saw Zakatone for himself in 1993, his enthusiasm exploded. The otherwise stoic and mild-mannered math teacher was like a kid the moment he resurfaced from his first dive there. Almost right away, Shek and Jim began planning and preparing for a dive that would take them to 1,000 feet or 305 meters and beyond. They spent the next year discussing and examining every single little detail. Everything had to be perfect. Calculations had to be made to determine the type, blend, and the amount of gas the dive would require. Practice dive after practice dive would also need to be done to ensure both men were not only physically but mentally prepared to operate safely at 1,000 feet or more. The result of their work was a solid and specific plan. They got their support team set with divers Ann Kristovich and Marcus Gary joining Shek's wife Mary Ellen and Jim's wife Karen. They wouldn't enter directly through Zakatone since it was surrounded by tall rock faces on all sides. Instead, they would enter from a nearby spring and then swim through a 600-foot tunnel that connects the two. Before the dive, two weighted guide ropes were set up in the cenote that both men would use to descend and ascend. When they were ready, Jim would descend first and Shek would follow him after 10 seconds. They wouldn't collide since they would be dropping fairly quickly. Unlike ascending, the descent can be executed as quickly as a diver chooses, so they plan to drop to the bottom at a rate of 100 feet or 33 meters per minute. This meant the entire trip would take about 10 to 12 minutes. Such a fast descent would help reduce the amount of decompression time they'd need on the way up, since Shek planned to just touch the bottom and then immediately begin ascending. This is because, at the depth they were aiming for, spending even 1 minute there translated to hours of additional decompression stops. During the descent as well, they'd need to switch tanks and regulators on the fly once they reached specific depths.
Oh no.
Incredibly, they plan to use 6 different mixtures of nitrogen, oxygen, and helium.
Believe me,
30
there's
tanks.
surely like
To
a
avoid
stream
narcosis and make
inside of
decompression
it.
as fast as possible, this needed to be precise. But since no one had ever been to 1,000 feet or beyond, it was uncharted territory. Because of this, Shek worked with a physiologist to dial in the proper gas mixtures. And even though the plan called for Shek to begin ascent immediately the moment he touched bottom, and with tanks staggered along their guide ropes with gas mixtures intended to shorten decompression stops, the return trip to the surface would still take about 10 hours and require 50 stops to complete.
What?
While they ascended, members of the support team would descend to specific depths to wait for Shek and Jim and assist as needed.
For quickly going down,
Finally,
you need
after everything was
10
planned to
hours
perfection,
to
they set a
go
dive
up.
date of April 6, 1994,
Bro.
just 6 days after Shek's 45th birthday. This was also when Shek would be on spring break from teaching. But throughout the year of planning, despite the incredible physical shape he was
Holy
in,
shit,
Shek spent a lot of
yeah.
time thinking about his future in diving. He was another year older, and the invincibility of his 20s and 30s was fading,
That is
which was something
not
he found out
worth
abruptly.
it.
While diving a freshwater sinkhole in South Africa called Bushman's Hole in 1993, Shek had the first real underwater scare of his career. He was attempting to reach 863 feet, or 263 meters, when the helium in his tanks started to turn on him. This is because divers at extreme depths are at risk of another condition. In addition to nitrogen narcosis, they also have to worry about a condition called high pressure nervous syndrome, or HPNS. Like narcosis and decompression sickness, HPNS is reversible but comes on suddenly with potentially debilitating symptoms. It can set in anywhere below 500 feet or 150 meters while breathing helium. The effects are also highly individual and based on variables like how much helium is in a diver's mix, how deep they dive, and the rate of descent. During the 1960s, HPNS was first documented by a US Navy physiologist who called the effects helium tremors, since violent shaking is one of the most common symptoms.
Oh,
HPNS can also cause extreme sleepiness, changes in heart rate and rhythm, and decreased mental functioning.
Ooh.
Shek's descent into Bushman's Hole was also performed at a rate of 100 feet per minute, and Shek began to tremble around 700 feet. Then his vision suddenly turned into countless tiny circles, each with black dots in the center, and his skin became intensely itchy before transitioning into a stinging feeling.
Oh no.
With all of that going on, he continued his descent to 863
That
feet,
sounds
at
really
which point
bad.
his tremors were too bad
Like,
to continue.
this symptom.
He managed to begin his ascent and stopped at 750 feet to allow his body to adjust, but it was no use. The only thing that would reverse his HPNS was to keep going higher. Finally, he was able to get the symptoms to stop, but the experience scared him. Even before then, he never viewed himself as immortal, and he was well aware of the potential dangers that exist deep underwater. But those moments in Bushman's Hole caused Shek to start questioning whether it was time to step away from the extreme depth record chasing.
Yeah.
It was something he had thought about constantly since then, and when he came to a decision, he announced to the diving community that his upcoming dive at Zacaton would be his last extreme depth dive.
Oh no.
Crossing the 1,000-foot or 305-meter threshold was the perfect note to go out on. When April 6 arrived, Shek, Jim, and the support team made the drive to Zacaton to make their final preparations. After learning about Shek's world record attempt and that it would be his last extreme dive, several sports publications and a small TV news channel were on the scene to report on the attempt. When everything was ready to go, Shek and Jim entered the water and made it through the tunnel that connected the spring to the sinkhole. As they surfaced inside Zacaton, they couldn't help but notice the growing crowd of farmers and locals on the surrounding cliffs. There's not a whole lot to see during a cave dive for those on land, but people who live nearby weren't going to miss a world record attempt anyway. Shek and Jim were appreciative of the interest, but didn't let the presence of the crowd distract them. As they bobbed up and down at the surface, both men closed their eyes and started to meditate. They played the entire dive out in their mind's eye, where they slowed their breathing to just a few breaths per minute. Then, as if they could sense each other's readiness, they opened their eyes at the same time, and Shek nodded to his partner. At 9:45 a.m. that morning, Jim disappeared under the water with Shek right behind him. On the descent, they were on compressed air to 300 feet or 91 meters. At that point, they switched to a gas called heliair, a term Shek coined, which is just helium mixed with regular air. At 600 feet or 183 meters, they
I
switched
never
again,
heard
this time
of
to
that
trimix,
before.
which is a combination of nitrogen.
Hey guys,
oxygen,
I'm
and
nearly
helium.
finished with my nails.
If you're wondering how they were able to switch back and forth between so many gases, it's because they were strapped with 200 pounds of gas tanks, which also conveniently helped their rapid descent. When Jim started to slow his descent at the 750-foot mark, this is when the first problem began. Jim began involuntarily trembling. He didn't know it at the time, but his rate of descent was much faster than planned, which meant he had been breathing too much helium far deeper than he should have.
Oh no.
As the trembling grew, Jim had no doubt that HPNS was setting in, and it was only going to get worse the deeper he went. But then when he looked over towards Shek's rope, Jim saw Shek's light descending past him toward the bottom. This meant that he had to keep descending. Then at 900 feet or 274 meters, Jim checked his air gauges and was stunned by how much trimix he had already consumed. There's always some variance with gas calculations, but they usually aren't big enough to impact the dive or the diver. This was a pretty big discrepancy though. With one tank of trimix already finished, the second tank was only showing 1000 psi, meaning he was already about 2/3 of the way through his supply. But even worse, if the pressure dropped below 500 psi, gas would stop flowing through his regulator. He needed to ascend right away. So, at 925 feet, Jim inflated his buoyancy device, or BCD. Jim's wrist computer then set his first decompression stop at 450 feet. By the time he reached that mark, the last of his mix was gone, and so was his heli-air supply. Fortunately, there was a tank of decompression gas waiting there for him. As if things couldn't get any worse, when he opened the valve on that tank, gas shot through the regulator, causing it to fly out of his mouth. Thinking quickly, he switched the regulator connected to the compressed air tanks on his back while he tried to fix the regulator as it flailed in the water from the force of the gas leaving the tank.
Oh my gosh.
After messing with it for a while, he just couldn't get the regulator fixed, so he was left with only one option. He had to put the tank under his arm and continue to ascend as he opened and closed the valve when he needed to breathe. It was an agonizing process in an already challenging environment, and making matters worse was that Jim would need to make several decompression stops before he reached the next tank at 300 feet. When he finally got there, he ditched the tank with the faulty regulator for a new tank with one that worked. Finally, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief and turned his attention back towards Shek. On the surface, the support team kept a close eye on the bubbles rising from the water. About 2 minutes after Shek and Jim went under, the bubbles disappeared, which indicated they were beyond a ledge that jutted out at around 200
my nails
feet.
again.
Based on the plan and the extensive calculations done, once the bubbles stopped rising to the surface, they should reappear within 12 to 18
the hair
minutes.
is in the way.
And right on time, one set of bubbles broke the surface above Jim's rope, but not Shek's.
Fuck. It's
Knowing
always
that
like
Shek
in
would
the
be
way
diving
when
deeper than Jim, the team expected to see Jim's bubbles first,
I
and then a
made
delay
my
before
nails,
bubbles would reappear above Shek's
I'm
rope.
looking
But as
down.
time ticked by without any sign of Shek, the team grew concerned. One of the support divers, Anne, went back to the spring, grabbed her
one is
tanks,
not
and
so
began
nice.
making her way through the tunnel to meet up with Jim and find out what was going on. Back in the water on Jim's journey from 250 feet to 170, he looked over at Shek's rope and expected to see it taut and moving, but it was just slack and still. He looked down and saw nothing but blackness. There were no lights and no bubbles. Realizing what this might mean, he had a brief moment of panic, but he managed to convince himself that Shek was just further behind than expected. When he reached his next decompression stop, though, he saw Anne was waiting there for him, and he could sense her worry. While they waited together for Jim's decompression stop to end, they fixed their eyes on Shek's rope, just hoping to see any sign of
with
life.
wet nails. Oh yeah.
On the cliffs
it's
surrounding the
always
circle,
like this.
Shek's wife
Then I
Mary
need
Ellen
to
hadn't
do,
realized
like-
anything was out of the
But
ordinary
now-
until she noticed the others were gone.
Yeah, okay, I
Then
need
she
to
walked to
try
the
it
spring,
then.
where she found Jim's wife Karen and the other
I need
support
to
diver
call it
Marcus
in
looking
2
distraught.
times.
Karen then approached
See
Mary
right
Ellen
now?
and gave her the news that Shek might be in trouble, but she was barely finished the sentence before Mary Ellen was in the water and on her way through the tunnel.
But
When
I
she made it
rolled-
to Anne and Jim, she scrawled a message
I
on a
rolled
whiteboard
already
telling them
one.
that she was going to go look for Shek at 250
Now I can
feet.
smoke
She then
without
reached the ledge at that depth
problem.
and expected to see Shek's light at the very least by that point, but there was nothing but the same blackness below her that Jim saw. She dropped off the ledge and descended a bit further, but without the right gas to continue, she had to turn around. After Mary Ellen entered the water, Karen followed behind her and remained at 100 feet to meet her. When Mary Ellen got back up to her, Karen could see that she was in tears. Mary Ellen tried to continue ascending, but Karen grabbed her wrist to see how far she descended while trying to find Shek. She saw that Mary Ellen had to decompress for 30 minutes. before it
Smart
was safe to
thinking.
surface.
Yeah, like
Karen then held Mary Ellen in her
usually
arms and remained
when
with
I
them for the
do
entire
my
stop.
nails, I'm always
On
rolling
the banks of the
before.
spring, one of the
that in
photographers
the
noticed
time
bubbles
that I
rising in the
can't
water
do
too close to
anything,
Karen to
then
his
I can
face.
smoke at least
As he
and
shot
watch a
photos
video
of
or
Karen
so.
and Mary Ellen surfacing and exiting the water.
And now
he
we
noticed
watch
they were both
anyways a
sobbing when
video,
they pulled
then
their
I
masks
thought, yeah,
off.
I'm connecting
He then
also
put his
that.
camera back down as Mary Ellen let out a scream of pure grief that would haunt anyone who heard it.
Luckily it was, yeah, not like
Long after
visual
the
like
others had returned to the
a lot.
surface, Jim was still in the midst of a decompression process
I
that
could
still had
also-
hours remaining.
quickly
During
look
this,
away.
one of the support team divers met Jim at his decompression stop around 60 feet and confirmed what Jim already knew. Shek was gone. To that point, Jim held on to the slim hope that Shek was just behind schedule and still working his way up. But with that confirmation, the hope was gone. Jim wanted to be anywhere other than being suspended at decreasing depth for hours, but going to the surface before his decompression stops were complete was dangerous. He had no choice but to remain underwater with his own thoughts for as long as it would take. Finally, after almost 10 hours, Jim emerged from the water alone. The shock among everyone surrounding Zachaton became almost tangible as word spread. It was a scenario that was always a possibility, but no one really thought there would be a dive that Shek wouldn't return from. For a few days, no one even really knew what to do, but eventually the support team and some locals had to return to Zachaton to retrieve the equipment. When one of the team went to pull Shek's rope up, it was too heavy since there were still unused bottles tied to it for Shek's ascent. So as a team, they worked to pull up more than 1,000 feet of rope with a considerable amount of weight tied to it. Then, as it broke the surface, they realized that at the end of it was Shek's body. What exactly happened to Shek that day will never fully be known, but there are a couple of theories. Maybe the most likely is that Shek had another HPNS event. The physiologist who assisted Shek theorized that he likely didn't die as a direct result of HPNS, but if the tremors were violent enough, it's possible that he lost his regulator and drowned.
Oh no.
Another possibility is that despite Shek's thoroughness, the gas mixtures could have just been wrong. Too much nitrogen can cause narcosis, too much helium can fry the nervous system, and too much oxygen at too deep a depth can become toxic. The consequences are just as dire if any of the gases are too low as well. If anything was far off enough, it could have caused any number of conditions with the potential to incapacitate him. How Shek became tangled in the rope wasn't clear either, but the way that he was attached to it looked far more intentional than accidental. There's some speculation that Shek knew he was going to die and that he tied the rope to himself so his body could be recovered without putting anyone else in danger. A week after being retrieved from Zachaton, Shek was celebrated by his family, friends, and the entire diving community that was grateful for the work he did to make their shared passion safer. He was then buried next to his brother Edward in Jacksonville, Florida. In a cruel twist given the circumstances, when Jim left the water on that fateful day, he did so as the new world record holder for the deepest dive on a self-contained breathing apparatus, beating the record Shek set and was attempting to break when he died. Today, only 5 people on Earth have ever been to 1,000 feet underwater, but none would have accomplished the feat if not for Shek and his contributions to cave diving. The current depth record is 1,090 feet, or 332 meters, set in 2014. Hello everyone, and welcome to Scary Interesting.
That
was this far,
that was
so
a
much
really
for watching.
tragic
And
one,
once again, a
but
huge
also
thank
like a really good video, scary, interesting, big kisses, like found today, and I need to say, like the videos are pretty good. A big kiss. Next one, cave exploring gone wrong. Oh gosh, okay.
I want to first start out.
We have like today, like I said, huge cave. Yeah. Spooky Monday. Next Monday we have another theme or so. I think it's good that we have always a little bit change and not always like ghost videos or paranormal videos, alien videos. Let me just switch. Cave exploring gone wrong. Gregory Wilhelm's story. Mr. Defied. I hope I said it correctly. Hey, Mr. Defied. Big kisses. Let's go.
Claustrophobia warning for the video. In this story,
Great
we're going to talk
themes,
about Greg
kisses
and
for
the
you,
fact that he
Tony.
couldn't
Welcome to
ignore
the
rumors
stream.
of a hidden deep room within a
Yeah,
Maui cave.
they've been
It was
great.
only
Yeah,
accessible through a
it's like
tight
really
squeeze
like,
that had intimidated even the bravest of
it's
explorers.
not only interesting,
He was ready to
it's
map
like
out whatever secrets
also
lie
like a
waiting in the
good
claustrophobic
learning video
passage
to
that
not
others
go
didn't
to-
really want to go
to
into.
caves.
As always,
Or
viewer discretion
just
is
with
advised.
thought.
33-year-old Gregory Wilhelm hailed from the small town of Novato, California.
Need to be careful.
He discovered a deep-seated love for nature at a young age with the Boy Scouts. This early exposure to the great outdoors
Tell me how it's
ignited a
going. No,
lifelong
kids.
passion,
I
filling
like
him
this
with a sense
ambience,
of wonder
slow
and
videos.
respect
Yeah,
for the
like,
environment that
it's
stayed
a
with
little
him
bit
until
more
adulthood.
hearing.
His experience in the ROTC, which is an army program for colleges, further shaped his life, instilling a robust discipline that became a cornerstone of his personality. His educational journey
big
brought him through
kisses for
Pleasant
you,
Valley,
Tony.
Sinaloa,
Mille
and
beste.
San Marin high schools. And school wasn't all about academics for him. He really enjoyed making friends, and he was kind of one of the more popular kids in school. Everyone really
Oh,
liked Greg.
those
He
shoes,
created
I have
a lot
like
of lifelong friends that filled him with a sense
I
of
really
belonging
love
and
that.
joy.
I
He was a
wear
happy
those
guy.
like most of the
But he
times
also
when
had a
I'm
dark
outside.
side.
Like
Because he was hanging out with all these different
shiny
groups, he was
boots.
exposed to a lot of different things, and some of those activities weren't so great, and he eventually had to enroll in Sobriety High School in San Rafael. He knew that the direction his life was going from doing these activities was going to be very bad, so he decided that he needs to change his life around and make something of himself. So he embraced the 12-step program, and he found not just a recovery, but a community that offered him unwavering support and strength. This is a phase in his life that he recalled with such gratitude and a sense of personal achievement. Because of all the things that happened to him in the high school and the 12-step program and this recovery community, Greg's bond with nature only deepened with time. He spent a lot of time outside, and this led him to the majestic landscapes of Yosemite National Park.
Well, that
Exploring
looks
its
really
serene
beautiful.
trails and
I
breathtaking
won't stay long,
vistas
just want
filled
to
him
say
with a
hi,
sense
plan
of
to be
peace and
there
connection
next
to the
Spooky
world.
Monday, but
It made him
difficult
not
to-
want to do any bad
Oh,
activities anymore.
that sounds
He
great
just
that
was
you
happy.
have time
His
for
passion
next
wasn't
Monday.
limited to the
And
natural
yeah,
world.
Tony,
He was
no
equally
worries, you know me.
fascinated by sustainable technology.
But it makes
His
me really happy
enthusiasm
to
for
see you
solar
here.
electrical systems
It's like
and the sleek
unusual,
design of the Tesla
like on
S3
Monday.
was more than just an interest. It was a reflection of his commitment to a
Just big
sustainable
kiss for
future,
ya.
a cause that he held close to his heart. He really wanted to take care of the environment and
I
do
know
things
you.
to help others take care of the
No
environment.
worries at all.
He created a company called Green Hauling.
No
It was
worries
his
at
own
all.
entrepreneurial
Hey, Tony, did
endeavor
I say
and was a
to
true
you that I
embodiment
really
of
love
his innovative
Zelda?
spirit and ethical values. To him, the venture was not just a
Uh,
business or a mission, but it was a way for him to
Hope
make a
all
difference
is
in the
well
world.
tonight. Yeah,
And this
I
is something
hope
that he was
also,
working
Tony.
towards internally for
Just
a while.
so
And
much
he had
love
this
still.
motto that he loved to tell people about. And it was principles
Cling.
before profit. But
Cling.
it was not just a slogan for him, but it was something he really lived by.
You would be, like,
While working on
already
his
rich
business, he had to
so
meet a
many
lot of
times
different
I
type of
said that.
people that were into the environment, and some of these people were into diving. So this was something that kind of just came up into his life, but he really started to gain a huge interest for diving, and he wanted to learn as much as he could about the sport. He thought it was fascinating that
diving
people
is
could strap
cool,
a tank of air in their back and go deep
but
under the
also
ocean
risky.
with all the currents and
But
stuff and
cave
see a world
diving,
that most
you
people
connect,
would never
like,
see.
two
Kind of
things
like
that
going
could
to another
go
planet,
wrong,
but just underwater.
or in
He
an
liked that
environment
aspect
that
of
you're
adventure
like just
and danger.
like
Then
surrounded
his
from it.
aspirations quickly evolved, setting his sights on the specialized and challenging realm
Like
of
you're
cave
not
diving,
challenging
motivated
Earth
by a desire to
or
explore the
challenging the
depths
water
and
from
mysteries
Earth.
that lay beneath
You're
the ocean's
challenging
surface
both
and the
at the
Earth's
same
crust.
time.
Greg was profoundly captivated by these stories surrounding the mysterious depths off Maui's coast, especially the enigmatic Waianapanapa. To him, these narratives were not merely folklore, but sources of deep fascination.
Waianapanapa.
Among explorers and divers, the
That name was
Waianapanapa
awesome.
Caves speaks of a concealed underwater passage, a timeless secret, widely discussed yet
Waianapanapa.
unexplored. The following is the
Waianapanapa
legend
Caves.
of the Waianapanapa Caves.
Waianapanapa.
Once upon a time, a Hawaiian princess named Popolaya fled from her cruel
I
husband,
really love
the chief Kakai.
Hawaiian,
She hid on the
like,
ledge just
names.
inside the underwater entrance to the
Sounds
cave.
always like
A
really
faithful
like
serving maid
melodic,
sat across from
beautiful.
her, fanning the princess with a feather kahili, which was a symbol of
my
royalty.
God.
Noticing the reflection of the kahili in the water, the chief Kakai discovered Popolaya's hiding place and killed her. At certain times of the year, tiny red shrimp appear in the pool, turning the water red. Some say it's a reminder of the blood of the slain princess.
What?
So Greg ended up going to Waianapanapa to check out the cave and dive around it, but he never really went in too far. This was kind of just a reconnaissance mission. And there was so much to do that he didn't really have time to go into the caves just yet. But that whole trip really impacted him. And the prospect of discovering an unknown cavern in the complex cave network there transformed his interest into a full-on obsession. Waianapanapa State Park, located in the isolated village of Hana on Maui, presents a pristine yet perilous natural environment.
Oh, it's so funny.
This secluded area,
like,
home
I
to
know
approximately
even the islands
1,500 residents,
because of
lacks essential
Pokemon,
services
because
such as a
one
hospital
Pokemon
or
region
emergency
is
facilities,
like on Hawaii.
highlighting the risks associated with its remote location. The route to Hana is characterized by its hazardous
That is so
nature,
cool.
with a narrow winding road that clings to the coastline.
Like Pokemon
This
learned
road
to
was
be
really dangerous.
geographic.
There's reports all over the internet on TripAdvisor, etc., because of drivers going too fast, and that's not to mention if it's raining
Oh, it
or they
looks
have
so
some other
beautiful
sort of
in
bad weather
Hawaii.
going on. Despite its beauty, the area poses multiple dangers, including treacherous hikes, powerful blowholes, and the ocean caves that are as alluring as they are dangerous.
Powerful
The waters of
blowholes.
Waianapanapa are noted for their shimmering appearance, a feature that disguises the presence of strong currents and jagged rocks right beneath the surface. Numerous warning signs throughout the park caution visitors of the risks posed by violent waves and falling rocks, as well as strong ocean currents that are particular concern for swimmers. They're really going to have no chance fighting that current. Explorers of the park often venture towards the lava rock overhangs along the coastline. They think they can just walk right up to them.
Already dry?
And this is where stories of adventurers trapped by rising tides serve as a reminder of the area's unpredictable nature.
Dry.
The ankle-line pool caves, once more accessible but now obscured by thick vegetation, continue to attract adventurers despite the challenging terrain and the cold spring-fed waters. Within these submerged caves, you need some sort of light to get around. And for those willing to venture further into those narrow claustrophobic passageways that lead really deep into the cave, will either find what they were looking for, or they'll get stuck, never to be seen again.
Oh my gosh.
Greg was acutely aware of the dangers associated with such an exploration. And his friends told him, hey man, this place is really dangerous. I don't know if we should go there and explore around. I know you've done it before, but seems like things are going to get a lot more serious this time, and we don't know if we're up for it. Despite these risks, his preparation was meticulous. He did show them that he was going through everything and trying to figure out what they needed to do to be as safe as possible. And he also sought insights from expert cave explorers who had previously ventured deep inside other caves around the US. On January 29th, 2017, Greg and his friends stood at the brink of the Pacific Ocean overlooking the striking Maui coast. Having traveled from California, they were more than ready to go on this adventure in Waianapanapa State Park.
They
Greg
went really
was
for
filled with
that.
a sense of awe and anticipation.
Yeah, okay,
He
or
guided
else
his
we
group,
wouldn't
eager
see
to
the
get
video.
started. He had 3 other friends with him, one of his guy friends and 2 female friends. They're all friends
Best
from his hometown
conclusion
who like to go on different
no.
adventures, including climbing and just exploring different
So
areas and go hiking together. Greg was the leader of the group, and they knew that even if this trip was going to be a little sketchy, that things would probably work out fine in the end. And they'd have a lot of fun. So they walked through the park until they got to a swimming hole,
they have
and
a lot
from
of
there,
fun.
they saw the entrance
Yeah.
to the caves. The
Yeah,
waters
like,
were crystal clear
I
and
wouldn't
very
doubt
inviting.
that.
So they
That
all
it's
just
surely,
jumped
like,
in.
fun,
They were just
like,
telling
with the
jokes to
group
each
or
other,
so,
and their
but
voices
still.
were echoing off the cave and making this weird noise. It was just a lot of fun. And they felt like they were in this sort of like ancient area because the jagged rocks crept out and they looked a little bit ominous. And they were just different from anything that they had ever seen before. The cave waters were actually really cold, so they weren't sure how long they were going to stay in there, and some of them were kind of hinting that they wanted to get out and take a break. Then Greg decided that it was time to move on and go into the cave. But the 2 girls kind of looked at each other and they're like, we don't really want to do this. We're not going to go in there because we just don't think it's a good idea for us. And we didn't prepare at all like how Greg prepared. But Greg's male friend said that he was down to go in there and check things out.
Bro.
The 2 women stayed near the entrance and they were kind of the lookout, and if anything bad happened, they could go ask others for assistance. And Gregory and his friend were like, yeah, that's actually a good idea. So it was all good. The light that was coming into the cave, because they
When
were
this
still
is
at
so
the entrance,
spontaneously
was starting to
decided,
diminish a little bit because
then
there were storm clouds
I
moving
don't
in.
know if
Greg,
it was
adapting to the
good
environment, put his
prepared.
phone in a plastic bag to use as a flashlight and started to look around. The light was extremely
even
helpful and
didn't
allowed
set
them
it
to
to
kind
the
of
girls.
move down the cave without
the fuck?
scratching themselves on the sharp sides or just going straight into a wall. And they were going to need this light to get back out of the cave. He took the phone in the bag, made sure it was secure, then stuck it under the water and kind of looked around. And he was really surprised at how clear it was. He could see all the way down to the bottom and see that there was some jagged rocks. Not that he was going to go down there, but it was just cool to see this whole new part of the cave under the water. He did notice when he came up that the water was actually starting to rise. And his friend mentioned, like, hey man, the water's coming up. We're only going to have a certain amount of time in here before we have to get out. And this was a major concern for them. But they still wanted to continue down into the cave. Another problem was that the ceiling of the cave was starting to get more narrow the further they went in.
Red flag.
And they had to twist and
flag.
contort their bodies to get through some of these little parts. I mean, it wasn't extremely claustrophobic yet, but it was starting to get there, and they'd have to crouch around and get through some water parts and then some walking parts to make
This
it
is
further
already
in.
freaky as
And
hell.
At this
Yeah,
point, the cave
like
was a complete
as soon you
blackout
realize
besides
that
little
something is
flashlight, and there wasn't a ton of battery
rising
left on
or
the phone.
like
This made
changing,
Greg's friend's
get
heart beat
out
really fast. He was
because
getting
it's
really
not
concerned about the
it's
situation.
not smart
The two
to
women outside of the
evaluate
cave
if
started to
it's
notice that they were
like,
in there for a while, much longer
yeah,
than
if
Greg
we
originally
can
said they were
stay
going to be
like
in there
this
for.
time or
But
this time
inside,
here,
Greg and
it's
his
better
friend
to go
continued their
out and
exploration.
just
They were
like
just going deeper and deeper
bad
into
luck
the
other
cave,
day.
trying to find the secret passage that they could get into.
Or not.
But they had to do a balancing act
Completely
between
not.
getting through the water and these really sharp, tight passages. The two women were getting very uncomfortable. The
Yeah.
excitement they had before was definitely gone. They just wanted Greg and his friend to get out of there so they could leave and go home. There
Yeah.
was kind of an unspoken understanding that on that day their limits would be tested because their friendship was anchored in this adventurous spirit. And the friend knew that there was that constricted space within the cave, that tighter room that only one person could fit in at a time, which was also a bottleneck of solid rock and isolation. And there was also the agreement that when they did, Greg would go in first. Greg's friend trusted his judgment. Then they finally got to that small little passage.
Bro.
They looked at each other, and Greg said, "Hey man, I'm gonna go in, check it out, I'll let you know what happened, and then I'll give you the okay and you can come in." This part of the cave was really cold, and they weren't sure how long they had been in. So Greg worked his way through this little passage, sticking his arm in first,
Dude.
and then contorting his
Dude.
head and his arms and kind
It's
of
like
sliding
crazy.
through. He had to put a little bit of water in his arms to make it slippery so he could actually get through, because if not, he would have just cut his arm on the rock. And the weird thing about this little room and the area outside the room was that the water was very still. There was no movement at all. Eventually, Greg got through, but he lost his phone somewhere. The flashlight was gone, and the light was gone. Greg's friend started looking around outside of the room where Greg was before he went in, but he couldn't find it. And Greg said he also couldn't find it either in that little room. So they had no idea where the phone was that had the flashlight. Then Greg just started looking around more, but he never told the friend to come inside. Then Greg's friend realized that Greg was gone. He had no idea where he went, so he just decided to wait outside that little room. He waited outside patiently, but Greg never showed up. Then he had to make a decision. Was he going to stay in there or try to get out? And he wasn't even sure if he could get out of the cave himself because he had no light to see where he was going. Then he finally made the decision that he had to get out of there and go try to get help to find Greg. After some time, he was able to get himself out of the cave. He couldn't believe it. He went straight up to his two friends and told them, "Greg's gone." They started yelling at him, "Hey, you have to go back in there and get him." But he mentioned he has no light and no way of getting around the cave, and he was kind of scared of getting stuck in there himself.
Yeah.
Anxiety and fear escalated for the women that Greg was stuck in that cave by himself with no light, and that he was potentially facing grave danger. At that same time, Greg's friend decided he had to go back into the cave, even if it was potentially very dangerous for him to do that, especially by himself with no light. He wanted to save his friend. Things got extremely intense. Inside the cave, his calls reverberated in oppressive stillness, intensifying his collective anxiety. The situation teetered on the brink of panic, as fear and worry threatened to overpower his rational thoughts. He really had no idea where to go to find Greg in there. Amidst the overwhelming darkness, a faint light appeared, offering a glimmer of hope. So he followed this light down into the cave. Greg's friend got into the water and swam towards the light with urgency, hoping to find Greg. However, the source of the light was just Greg's phone, still illuminated but without its owner. The discovery conveyed a grim reality. Greg was now without his primary source of light, significantly diminishing his chances of getting out of there alive. Realizing the severity of the situation, Greg's friend, using the light from the phone, retraced his steps to the cave's entrance. Each movement in the water was laden with the weight of the distressing news he had to deliver. Upon his return, the atmosphere was heavy with despair. The two women went up to him and asked what happened, and he told them that he found Greg's phone and that they needed to call for search and rescue immediately. A tense and uncertain wait ensued as they hoped for Greg's safe return. They were praying he would just walk out of the cave. A distress call from Central Maui triggered an immediate response, with the Hana Fire Rescue Team arriving within 10 minutes, reflecting the critical nature of the situation. Greg's friends, wrapped in anxiety and fear, observed the rescue team's preparations with a blend of hope and despair. However, an agonizing wait ensued as the team awaited the arrival of the specialized unit from Kahului, located over 18 miles away. They had more powerful lights, and their team was just better prepared to penetrate deep into the cave. As the rescue operation commenced,
Just a little
Greg's
late,
friends
yeah.
were consumed by a tense silence, filled with apprehension about the potential findings. They didn't want to really hear about any sort of bad news relating to Greg.
No.
Their worst fears were materialized when Greg's rescuers, using the advanced lights, discovered a human form motionless in the cave's depths. It was Greg, a mere 75 feet from the exit. The grim discovery, made shortly after 1 p.m., plunged Greg's friends and the rescue team into a deep sorrow. Despite the realization of the tragedy, the challenges of the rescue operation and the remote location prolonged the recovery process. It wasn't until after 5 p.m. that Greg's body was finally retrieved from the cave. The unexpected tragic death of Gregory Wilhelm, a young and fit individual proficient in swimming, left his loved ones and community in shock and grief. The circumstances that led to his drowning, the loss of his phone, the separation from his friend, and the subsequent disorientation painted a picture of a confusing and heartbreaking scenario, leaving many questions unanswered about the exact sequence of events that led to this devastating outcome. And that's all I have for you today, and I appreciate you watching until the end.
Like I said before,
if you found this story both
it's
fascinating
like not only
and
one bad
please
decision,
be sure to show some love
it's
to the
like many bad
and subscribe
decisions
to-
that lead to a death. Like when it's like on your own, it's like holy shit. Like also like that they don't call the authorities or so, like really early. That was really, I don't know, when I would hear that someone wouldn't come out of the cave, instantly the phone calling, because yeah, like every second is then essential. Oh, I can't. Oh, it's like, it's really sad. Also, like again, like for the dude itself, it's sad for the beloved one. Like, oh fuck, like how it looks like there's a lot of caves that swallow like really like their victims. That is insane. It's just like it's again like nature. But we make a quick kind of break. Top 20 scariest urban exploring videos. We go to this one. This one could be also nice. Insomniac. Much love. Huh? Wait a minute. Insomniac? But here's also the... Which name is now the real? It's Insomniac. Heh? But it's 8 years ago. What? That is even stranger. 8 years. But then I was like in the draftman's like work. Hey Coco, did you woke up? Hey Coco, much love. Now I need a cute cat video before bed. Sorry about the brief disappearing act. No worries at all. Like you said, yeah, like before already, that you have been like tired and everything. Like because of that I was like already guessing, yeah, no, you fell asleep. I did indeed just wake up. No. You woke up to the misspelling of insomniac. I was like right now like, huh? Insomniac or insomniac? Like no bad blood, but it was so confused. Perhaps like 8 years ago he had this name but changed it, because yeah, on YouTube you could change one time your name. Someone waking up, someone going to bed, the life circle of Luna stream. That's true. And other make 24 hours through, the others like not even 2 hours. I had like already both. It's so bad. Hope it was a good little power nap. Yeah, like perhaps you have now some energy for some top 20 scariest urban exploring video. I think that's a good connection. Hey Tony, is that a good cat video? I hope it's I hope it's a good cat video. It's fake.
Urban explorers never really know what they're gonna find. Although
Good night or good day,
sometimes they
depending
get far
the
more
hour
than they
you watch this.
bargained
+1
for.
UTC at
As this video is about to show you,
Tony,
here
big
are some of
kisses.
the most
Much love
strange
for
and
you for
unexplainable
being
things
here.
to happen
I wish you a
to urban
wonderful night.
explorers.
Sleep well, sweet dreams. Big kisses.
While exploring
Have a great
a
night,
completely
Tony.
abandoned mine in
Yeah,
Arizona,
like Tony, see you surely soon.
the explorer
Ah,
goes
wait, we
deep
saw
into
this
the long
dude.
mine tunnel. While doing
But then
so,
this video
feeling
was an old
increasingly
video.
uneasy.
Still pretty wet.
We saw that like Lily before. Wait.
Just as he starts to feel very odd, he suddenly stops in his tracks.
But it's still creepy as fuck.
It becomes more and more
Okay, we leave it like this. It looks like there's even more footage. Ah, huh? Huh?
while exploring an abandoned school.
20 and 19 was
YouTuber
together?
Josh Zora and his friends
Sleep tight,
walk
Tony.
from room to room
Just big
finding
kisses for you
strange
guys, like
items
for real.
throughout. As Josh continues to walk through, it becomes more and more apparent that they're not the only ones to have been there.
Yeah.
There has been people there, but recently.
Yeah, like
Upon
there's
walking through
always
one
the
door,
possibility that
they are
there's
hit with
like a dude.
countless satanic worshipping and ritual graffiti, causing them to stop in their tracks.
They're all connected.
Just as they stop, they can hear knockings coming throughout the building, then multiple doors opening and closing throughout.
Guys, so much doors are opening and closing right now.
They then realize that they are standing directly on a pentagram.
Oh my fucking god, did you get that on tape? That is insane. Oh my god, another door just closed. Oh my god. Get the
Dude.
fuck out of here. Holy shit.
Oh my gosh. Like for
Some
real?
young boys are seen exploring
Like
an
so
abandoned
satanic
school.
stuff, I'm also out.
They are
Like,
seen
I'm gone.
searching
I'm
throughout
gone.
the place, having fun in the process. All is normal until the call to prayer can be heard,
Wait, I need.
during
I'm
which
finished with smoking.
a headless apparition can be seen walking directly towards the camera, materializing out of
I'm
thin
just
air.
doing my pedicure on the side.
Kids don't even flinch while it
Bro,
does so,
asking.
showing that they could not see it at the time.
Hmm? I think I know this one. Was like a shadow figure.
There are 400 miles of mostly uncharted burial tunnels under Paris.
Oh my gosh.
In this video,
Underneath
an urban
Paris?
explorer is seen going through the tunnels by himself, being an extremely dangerous thing to do. During the start of the video, he acts normal, but then something unsteadies him. He begins to walk quicker and quicker, until he is finally sprinting. We can't see what has actually scared him this much. He stops sometimes to look where to go, only to begin sprinting even faster, with his breathing increasing with his unease.
Is
During
that
his
something that
most
we
panic,
already saw?
He drops the camera and runs off into the unknown.
I think.
This video camera.
I think that was this footage that the other dudes found. But they never could. Yeah, like say who
In this
was
video,
it.
Josh and two other explorers search a large abandoned hotel.
The first part of this investigation goes as planned, but around the second half of the video, a sound can be heard, which they shrug off at the time. While filming in the hallway, more sounds can be heard, and it is apparent that they are not alone. As they begin to run, a voice is heard shouting at them, as they are followed by footsteps behind.
Let's get out here. Alright, so there's someone in here right now.
Yeah, like, I would say humans are more creepier. Ugh.
While exploring the supposedly
never know.
haunted abandoned mental asylum in Korea,
Like, I
the
learned
camera
that
picks up multiple wolves and
that
other
the people
strange
that are
sounds.
living in abandoned
It's
houses
what happens
are
later in
called
the video, which
squatters,
is truly strange.
and they
In
have
this
like
video,
a kind
as the
of
cameraman walks through the
unwritten law
hallway,
that
you
they
can see a
always
door which is
making
clearly open.
yeah, like signs, or like try to scare the people away that
Later, though,
that
in
you're
the
not
same
getting
video,
to their own
he walks through the
place.
exact same hallway where
It
that you
now
can
makes
now see
sense
the door
why
is
there's
closed.
so lot of
Just as the
like
cameraman
abandoned
turns, the
placing
door swings
encounters,
open by
or
an unseen force.
yeah, like kind of like paranormal stuff. Because those people that are living there, they know the place. That was really creepy. That was really, really creepy. Really short videos.
During the exploration
again,
of
the
an
same, right?
abandoned school site, explorer Josh Azora and his friends enter each building, filming the trash and deserted rooms as they do so. Each room, however, follows the same pattern.
Easy
that
for
is,
them to
being
stage
abandoned
something
a long time
for sure.
ago.
Yeah, they like, it's like tower defense in a kind of way. You have your hub, and you know the entry point, and when
This
you
is
see
all
like
but one
people
building,
entering at
emitting a
at
powerful
a really
odor.
late night,
Josh
then
ventures
you don't know
inside,
if there's
eventually
like people
tracking the
that
smell
want
down
to
to the
harm you
basement.
if you would live there, and it's just
What
kind
they
of
find next is
defense for them.
truly horrifying. They find fresh blood painting a pentagram on the floor, with a chair directly on top of that, with both arm and leg restrictions, as well as fresh candles and other satanic ritual evidence
gosh.
found around.
That's not a good sign.
What makes
like
this
also,
especially creepy is just how fresh the blood is, and knowing that this could have happened literally hours before Josh arrived.
oh my gosh, yeah, like it looks, or they prepared it. Could also be. You never know.
During the exploration of haunted locations, some men can be
is that
seen
Silent
opening
Hill
a red door
graphic?
to a secret room. As they do so, the camera picks up a voice saying, "I
That
have
was
the body
catched
of a
with a
pig."
camera.
What makes this especially disturbing is the photo which was taken at the exact same time, which is truly horrific.
Yeah, I don't know. The
In
ghost
this
pig.
video, a man is seen exploring an abandoned house by himself, where that
No.
nobody is nearby.
Are you serious? No one is around. We have the classical solo dude.
It is while that he is in the garage that something strange happens. Directly above him can be heard ghostly footsteps and other strange sounds. Knowing that only he is there, the cameraman evacuates immediately.
Yeah, but that's reasonable. I would also leave immediately.
While
You never know.
exploring an abandoned house and factory, the urban explorers can be seen searching the lower levels of the house. It is while the camera is pointed to the balcony that a completely black figure can be seen, with only the cameraman noticing it, moving silently and unnaturally while doing so. What's most strange is the figure pays no attention to the group of people below it like a person would.
Where? The roof is all fucked up. Holy shit! Dude! Oh my... Go! Go!
This video takes place in the
was
abandoned
also-
Donahoe mine tunnels.
That was
Everything
surely like a
was normal
sculpture.
for the first part of the
Wow.
exploration. The next part of the tunnel is pitch black. Before entering it, the explorer found a deep vertical shaft that didn't appear on any maps that they had. Upon approaching it, there is a strange demonic hissing sound that can be heard coming directly from the dark void.
Excuse me. But you never know what could make the sound.
Causing them to
I've never
evacuate
felt
the
compelled
mine.
to turn around ever, except this time, and that tells me something that something's not right.
Yeah, sounds very off. I wouldn't stick around to find out. Yeah, me either. It's
During an urban exploration,
what the?
the explorers
It's
walk
like
into
already
what
indicating
looks
to
like a
leave.
murder scene, with blood covering the length of the
Bro.
hallway, then leading into a room. The blood is still fresh, appearing to show a body that was dragged. A bullet found adds to the mystery.
Could be whether a hoax or it's like mafia stuff. You never know. Like abandoned places are just like quiet places. That is the
During
thing.
the urban exploration of a catacomb tunnel in Russia, you can see the cameraman cautiously entering the tunnel. In the dark, deeper part of the tunnel, the cameraman appears to see something, causing him to stop in his tracks. It is while he is filming into the darkness that a face appears out of nowhere, with no visible body floating above the ground.
This one
Urban
seems fake to
explorer
me already,
Dan
I don't
Bell
know.
was seen
It
exploring
looked
an
strange.
abandoned 1920s
It was not
apartment
clearly
complex.
visible.
The first part of the exploration goes as planned. The house is notably dark and evil looking. Around halfway through the video, a guard dog can be heard barking, indicating that dogs are on site and close.
there anybody up here?
Could be also an animal.
Later in the video, Dan finds a bag full of fresh supplies and drugs, showing that the house has people in it,
Yeah,
and not only that, they're not too long gone.
I wouldn't touch that. Yo! Dude! Bro, he makes himself so much to a target.
Just as Dan is
He makes
investigating
lot of
what's in
fresh
the bag
drugs, yeah,
and goes to turn
but
away,
he makes himself
he
such
hears
to a
people
target
coming and realizes that
things
he's in
alone,
trouble, so
because
cuts
the
a
other
light.
person thinks you would steal that or
He
so.
then hears doors slam, so he hides in the bathroom and shuts the lights off, trying to hide. Then he can hear angry voices and other stomping sounds coming up to where he is. In the bathroom, he is pleading to himself in fear, constantly repeating the word please to himself. You can hear the fear and anxiety and emotion all in his voice at this point.
Why he did that?
As he's waiting there, he hears a door slam, so he uses this as a cue to escape. He then runs off into the forest, visibly shaken, where that you can hear the guard dogs around him.
Bro, that is like really crazy. That is really crazy encounter.
This one is disturbing, to say the least. In this video, a group of people go to explore the ruins of a
He will
large
come for
house
us all.
located deep in the woods.
Coca. Just much love for you. If you fall again
Supposed to be
asleep,
the place of satanic worship.
thank you so much for being
Upon
here,
entering
for
this
joining.
house, it is
and
completely
yeah,
trashed,
sleep well,
and
sweet
apparent
dreams
satanic
when you
ritual
get there.
has taken place. The real unexplained things happen
comes
upon
now?
entering the basement. Here they are met with a foul smell, as well as a sudden urge to leave. The cameraman is then sick, and strange noises begin.
What? What? What is that? John, what is that? Let's go. Let's check this out. I think it smells really bad. Guys, this smells terrible.
This is followed by 3
Okay.
very loud
Guys,
sounds,
we're gonna throw up.
prompting them to evacuate.
Guys, we need to go. I need to puke.
Hey.
Yeah, guys, we gotta go, man. We gotta go.
Well.
Jesus.
While running, growls can be heard. This is when one of the explorers is attacked.
Oh, please, Robert. Okay, we gotta go. The door's locked. Get open! There's scratches. Go, 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 go. What's happening? Get off! What's going on? Hang on. Who's... John?
I keep those sleepy wishes in my back pocket just in case I do fall asleep once more. Oh no. Or did you fall even asleep?
Okay. Did you hear that?
Kisses for yourself.
Oh my god.
I don't know if that was a real one. It was like at the beginning it looked real in a way.
Dan Bell is exploring the lower levels of the abandoned apartment complex.
That for a sign is Stickman that is like
that The place is completely trashed with strange satanic symbols around and the odd footstep heard.
Huh? I'm here watching not asleep, but I certainly tempt the beast. Because it's for you. I fear that, like even when
What's
you
really
had like a
nasty
harsh
is that
day behind
as
of
he
you,
turns the corner,
and also
he finds
that you
rotting
have been
flesh
tired,
as well as a blood trail.
then the body just takes
It is
it.
unknown exactly what this is. You can just tell that it's fresh.
What the fuck? I'm feeling it as well, Law, but having a great time.
While exploring an abandoned house,
Big kisses for
the
you,
explorer
Redbeard.
finds some strange items around,
So,
like a dress in one room. He
I'm
knows
like
that the
also
house
like a
hasn't
little
had
bit
anybody in it for a long
having
time.
a slow face.
You can see
but
that the door
it's
has
still
been
like
kicked
really
in one
interesting,
part
the
of the
videos.
video.
We have also
During
not
the
really that much
exploration,
on the list anymore.
The explorer felt like he was being watched and
We streamed
felt
whole shit already
uneasy
4
while that
hours.
he was in the attic. So he decided to take out his camera and start taking
That went
pictures.
by like so fast.
Here's what he found.
What the fuck? Yeah, like that looked really strange with the meat. What? Bein ist dort ab. An opossum? Was ein opossum face?
While exploring abandoned houses, the explorer searches room to room, documenting what he finds. The first few houses are normal. The last one though seems strange. It looks like it's had people in it recently. One room really smells. As the explorer opens the door, he finds a body-shaped item wrapped in a carpet, being the source of the smell.
Oh no.
Possibly a ritual item or something much worse.
Now we're coming back. Call the authorities. What the
While exploring an abandoned asylum, the explorer goes to venture into the basement, but he hears footsteps. At the exact same time, a strange mist appears right in front of him.
Yeah, like it could be always dust in the basement. Holy shit, okay, there was like some really good videos 8 years ago. It's like insane. Like 8 years ago. Like then it is like really also like from the past, how was the videos back then with top 20, like even back then it existed the top 20. Yeah, okay, that was like really early on YouTube. True, gotta make specific plans in action. Call authority is the next move for sure. Yeah, like when you see like something is smelling bad and it's like completely full with or like in a I don't know, in a garbage bag or something, like wrapped like it was before, then it's more likely it could be like a corpse or so. Just calling the authorities, not touch anything, just yeah, like you're the person that found it, and it's like then up to you like instantly to call, yeah, like that it's investigated in a way. But holy shit, like I would be already terrified when you smell already something really, really bad. That the people also look out. Yeah, okay, it's good that it gets found, because yeah, you don't know. Perhaps it's in a case, like essential evidence that they would have for like a case or so, a murder case, or I don't know what else it could fit. But damn, that was an interesting video. There was also like a quick switch to the cave stuff. The urban exploring video was really lit. Like Insomniac, big kisses. Big kisses. I would say we have, yeah, still like 2 videos, I would say. Oh. And then
Vorovkina.
We go for meme videos, like 1-2 meme videos, just like to brighten up the mood, like before sleeping.
Cave.
Okay, again, scary, interesting, big kisses. Cave exploring gone wrong. The Veryovkina cave incident.
At 7,257 feet deep, Vorovkina Cave is the deepest cave on Earth. The cave is so deep that it takes over 4 days and thousands of feet of rope to descend to its immense depth.
It was like
Certainly,
only
what would the deepest cave be
like
without a
also
couple
like a
of
mist
horrifying
and some
incidents?
steps that you heard.
These are
like
those
in the
stories.
video. Now it's like again a cave video.
On the border of Russia and Georgia is a mountain range known as the Caucasus Mountains. This mountain range is notable for a few reasons. First, it's home to Europe's highest peak, Mount Elbrus, at 18,500 feet. Then, on the western side of the region of Abkhazia is a sub-range of the Caucasus Mountains known as the Gagra Range. There are some decent-sized mountains in this area as well. The highest among them is just over 11,000 feet. But this area is notable for another reason. The Gagra Range is primarily a limestone mountain range carved out by rivers over its geological history.
Looks beautiful.
The prehistoric rivers created a bunch of deep canyons and the largest caves on Earth that are currently known.
Oh!
In fact, the Gagra Mountains are home to 4 of the deepest caves anywhere on Earth. And the deepest of these is Vorovkina Cave at over 7,000 feet deep. For context, that's the same as stacking 23 Statue of Liberties on top of one another.
What?
The entrance to Vorovkina Cave is also located at an altitude of 7,500 feet, meaning that you have to climb up a literal mountain to get to it. Once you're up there, you're still surrounded by the rocky cliffs of the mountain ranges, and then in the middle of these cliffs is a fairly unremarkable looking hole in the ground.
Bro,
it's
how
obvious
hard
that it's the
do you
entrance to
wanna?
a cave, but you'd
Yes.
never expect it to descend for over a mile into the earth. When the entrance was first discovered in 1968 by a group of cavers, they only descended down to a depth of 377 feet before returning to the surface.
But that's insane.
Then in 1983, the cave was discovered for a second time by a separate team of speleologists from the Parevo Speleal Club from Moscow. Over the next 3 years, a series of expeditions pushed the depth to around 1,400 feet. But then for reasons that are unclear, there were no more expeditions until the year 2000. Work resumed again that year, but it would take all the way until 2015 to discover a new shaft that would unlock the true depth of Vorovkina Cave. By 2017, they had extended the maximum depth of the cave from 1,400 feet all the way to 7,200 feet and mapped over 17 kilometers of tunnels and passages.
Whoa!
Then finally in March of 2018, the official deepest point of the cave was discovered at the bottom of a subterranean lake where the cave meets the water table, giving Vorovkina Cave a total depth of 7,257
we saw like from
feet,
the same cave
or
like before.
2,212 meters.
That's the other incident.
6 months later in September, the Parevo team returned once again to continue exploring
Look
the cave.
how much they
this
found
time,
at
they were
the
joined
beginning,
by photographers Robbie
and
Stone
then
and
they
Jeff Wade.
discovered like
It was this same team of world-class cavers from the Parevo
That's
Club
crazy,
that made all
yeah.
the seminal descents of
Well, that went
Vorovkina
so
and of
much
the other
down.
deep caves in the Gagra mountain range. Led by team leader Pavel Demidov, this expedition would be returning to the bottom of Vorovkina Cave to collect samples of some of the potentially undiscovered species and explore some of the promising horizontal passages at the bottom of the cave, all while having Robbie and Jeff document the entire thing. Now,
Well, like
in an
for
ordinary
science,
cave of moderate depth, where you can descend and ascend in a single day, you'd
for
still
science
be bringing
it
a
makes
decent
already
amount of
more
equipment
sense
because
to
you need
go in a
food and a
cave
bunch
like
of climbing
this.
gear for every single person on the team. In caves as large as Verovkina Cave, the descent is more similar to an expedition that you'd expect to see when climbing a tall mountain. If you've ever watched anything related to Mount Everest, you may have heard of the multi-camp system. These camps are established higher and higher up the mountain to store food and gear and for the climbers to sleep and stay in between climbing. For multi-day expeditions on a mountain or in a deep enough cave, the amount of gear becomes way too much to transport at a single time. People have to climb up and down in advance to transport load after load of the necessary equipment to ensure a safe attempt.
Gosh.
And Verovkina Cave is no different.
Just like
in fact,
the whole
because of how
energy
deep
that
it is, it has a
gets
total of
wasted
6
or
camps
like
at various depths
used.
on the way to the bottom. From the entrance, climbers have to put on special clothing, harnesses, and helmets fixed with headlamps. They then descend down the first shaft into the darkness and move through a series of tight tunnels and passages to reach the first camp at 2,000 feet. This camp is a permanently installed camp where gear and equipment are stored year-round for emergencies. Then, over the course of the next 4 days, Robbie, Jeff, and the Prevo Speleo Club made their way to Camp 6, all the way down at 6,900 feet. On their way, the temperature was just a few degrees above freezing. They crawled through mud and water, impossibly tight squeezes, and descended down 100-foot shafts over nothing but air. The thousands of feet of ropes that they used to make the descent were their only means of transportation in and out. Then, finally, they set foot onto the flat, sandy Camp 6 set up in a large horizontal tunnel. This would be their home for the remainder of the expedition. Over the next 3 days, the team set out from their camp to complete all of the tasks they had intended. One of these was to bring Robbie and Jeff to the lake that sits at the bottom. When they got there, they were stunned to see this beautiful turquoise water surrounded by jet black limestone. The lake is 50 feet long, 25 feet wide, and is actually 28 feet deep.
Really
if not for the lights they
beautiful.
brought, it would sit there in complete darkness, entirely without color. On day 7, everything was still going according to plan, and that day, 2 of the members of the team had to leave early to catch a flight home. When they got up to Camp 3, there was a ton of water pouring into the cave.
Oh no.
A massive storm up on the surface had caused a flood pulse to send thousands of liters of water rushing in. Inside these caves, you can't really communicate wirelessly because of the thick layers of rock.
It was
so
always
instead, cavers have to
combined
run
with
a physical line the
storm
entire
outside
length of the cave
that
to
it made
communicate.
problems.
The 2 team members immediately tapped into the cable to warn the others about the flood pulse headed their way. Down at Camp 6, they weren't all that worried when they initially got the call. Flood pulses are a common thing that cavers have to worry about. A single milliliter of rain is 1 liter per square meter, meaning that a single square kilometer receives 1,000 liters of water if just a single milliliter of rain falls. In heavy rain, that number is significantly higher. All of this water then bursts down into caves in equally huge volumes and can last for hours, depending on the volume of rain and how long it rains for. Again, they weren't all that worried when they first got the call. The Prevo group is world class, and their plan was to monitor the water level and then plan accordingly. Camp 6 had also been set up off of the main vertical shaft in what looked to be an area away from the flow of water. It was also at 6,900 feet, whereas the total depth was over 7,200 feet. For the water to reach them, it would have to fill up 300 feet of passages below them before it would reach them. About half an hour after they received the call, they heard the first sound of water approaching.
Then
It started off
got
as a
more
faint
and
rumble
more.
and slowly grew like a train approaching. By the time it was just about to reach camp, it was so roaring loud that it was almost deafening. The entire cave shook like a constant earthquake was going on. Robbie had just started breakfast when the noise really started, and he and the others rushed out of their tents to see the approaching storm. As they turned their headlights towards the vertical shaft, a fire hose of water came pouring down. Robbie stood there with his mouth open and almost dropped the food he was holding. Not nearly as experienced as the Prevo team, Robbie was really concerned
Is
with
that
the
a picture
volume and
of
speed of the water rushing in.
Dude.
But again, the spot they were in was completely dry, so he tried to stay calm like his Russian comrades. About 2 hours into the flooding, with no signs of it slowing, one of the team members noticed a gurgling sound coming from a small hole near the tent. He looked into the hole and couldn't see any water, but he figured he should tell the team leader anyway. Pavel agreed that this was a bit concerning, so they decided to go and check out a nearby siphon to see how much the water table had risen. They returned about 5 minutes later and looked into the hole once again, This time, not only could they see water, but it was rising so fast it was sloshing up around against the walls and almost out of the hole. The team member looked back at Robbie, and Robbie saw that his face had gone completely white. Immediately, he knew that this meant that they needed to leave, and leave right away. With the sound of water still almost deafening, all hell broke loose in the camp. No one expected to be leaving that day, but now everyone was running around packing up essential gear. Robbie and Jeff pulled on their latex suits over their fleece base layer. After that, they slipped on their abrasion-resistant nylon shells and harnesses. Robbie then made the tough decision to leave all of his camera equipment and personal items. Literally tens of thousands of dollars of equipment. He knew he couldn't risk being slowed down, or it could cost him his life or the life of one of his teammates.
It's not worth.
He pulled all of the memory cards out of the cameras, placed them in a Ziploc bag, and then slipped them into his latex suit.
When you then
at the very least, he could save all of the pictures he had
use it anyways.
With that, he called out to the others that he and Jeff would start their ascent, and then they started off for the vertical shaft out of the quickly flooding Camp 6.
Oh my gosh.
This would be the last interaction that they would have with the Russians at Camp 6.
Oh.
The remaining members of the Prevo team would wait for the team leader, Powell, before starting their ascent. As Robbie and Jeff made their way to the vertical ropes, they reached a narrow traverse, almost like a bridge that went along one wall. Prior to the flooding, the chamber beside the bridge was 60 feet deep and 25 feet wide of nothing but air. Now it was almost completely flooded, almost coming up over the side of the bridge. At the end of this narrow traverse were the vertical ropes and the source of the water pouring into the cave. Robbie stepped into the waterfall pouring down from the shaft and clipped his ascenders to the rope. Then he put his head down, took a deep breath, and started making his way up the rope as the water pummeled him from above. The water was coming down so hard it felt like it was crushing and suffocating him. It was literally as if his head was being squashed into his shoulders. Thankfully, he was able to tuck his chin, which allowed the water to run off of his helmet and create a small air pocket for him to breathe. Focusing on just the white rope directly in front of his face, he moved his ascenders up rhythmically as fast as he could. Finally, he reached an area with a small outcropping that he could step on and out of the waterfall to look up. He saw that the rope was coming out of a shoulder-sized hole in the rocks, but this was also the source of the water. Coming out of this little hole was a fire hose of water that seemed to take up the entire space. He thought to himself that there was no way he was going to be able to make it through that intense downpour. At the same time, he couldn't just stop. He was the lead climber. Everyone else was coming up behind him, and there was no telling what the water was like down below. He had to at least try to make it through. When he got to the hole, the force of the water was so strong that he was only able to push his ascenders a couple inches at a time. He finally made it through the squeeze and then realized that Jeff would have to do the same thing. He had no idea whether or not Jeff would be able to make it, so he just kept climbing as high as he could to get out of the way. In his panic, he hadn't realized that this new section of the cave was mostly dry. The water flowed down a different route to the squeeze, so he was relatively safe where he was. But because he was so full of adrenaline, he was mindlessly climbing for his life as fast and as high as he could. He only finally realized what he was doing when Jeff yelled out to him to slow down. Snapping out of it, he stopped and waited for Jeff to catch up before they continued. When Jeff reached him, his face was white, his eyes were wide, but he exclaimed that they were at least alive. The two of them silently wondered if the same could be said for the Prevo team down below.
Yeah, well,
Robbie and Jeff eventually made it up to Camp 5 at 6,200 feet, where they waited, hoping they would see the Russians any minute. As the cave continued to shake around them, they occasionally looked down over the edge into the abyss. Miraculously, down below they saw a single headlamp slowly making its way up the shaft. When he was finally close enough, they realized it was Andre. After he climbed up into camp, they asked him if he had seen the others, and he just shook his head silently. They all sat there, thinking about the worst-case scenario.
Oh no.
Down below, by the time Pavel had returned from the siphon, the bridge that Robbie and Jeff had walked across was completely submerged. The rest of the team members had to actually swim to reach the vertical ropes. The last to swim out was Pavel, and as he was making his way out, the chamber had become a swirling vortex. All of the water draining deeper into the cave had turned into a giant whirlpool. When he went through it, it spun him around and he had to swim hard to make it to the line. By the time they were ascending, all of the deeper passages were completely submerged in water. Then, 15 minutes after Andre emerged, 5 more lights could be seen making their way up the shaft.
The water.
One by one, all of the remaining members of the Prevo team
rising,
made their way up to
the
Camp
lake
5.
is like where
Robbie
the
watched them
water,
ascend out of the flooded passage and
groundwater
couldn't believe how
is.
strong and capable they were. One team member was
Oh
even
my
carrying a
gosh.
stove and 4 sleeping bags attached to his harness. He thought to himself how glad he was that it was him and Jeff that had gone first. If they had been the ones to climb up last, it's likely that they wouldn't have survived.
Yeah.
And then when they climbed up into camp, they were quickly in the tent, having coffee and laughing about the entire ordeal. Robbie, on the other hand, was still thoroughly freaked out. For hours, he refused to take off his gear and kept looking down into the chasm to see if the water was still rising.
Oh my
200
God.
feet above them was a horizontal passage that they needed to pass to move higher into the cave. Normally, it's already half filled with water and you have to crawl through it. With all of the flooding, it was completely filled with water. As long as the flooding continued, they were trapped and just had to hope that the water
then
didn't
it's
continue
such a
to
long
rise higher.
cave to go out.
Pavel reassured Robbie that they would wait until morning to let the water clear, and then over the course of the next 16 hours at the camp, the roaring of the water slowly died down. The flood pulse ultimately lasted a total of 20 hours and was the result of a week of rain, followed by a single severe storm. The week of rain had completely saturated the ground, so by the time the storm happened, the water poured relentlessly into Verovkina Cave.
Yeah.
They later learned from a cab driver that the raindrops from the storm had been the size of nickels. This was actually a good learning experience for the team. They had previously been operating under the assumption that the cave only flooded in the wintertime. Following the expedition, plans were put in place to improve the surface monitoring to watch for rain. Another camp was installed in the lower chambers to provide another escape point in the event of flooding, and despite this expedition being cut short, they had completed essentially everything they had set out to do. New passages had been explored and mapped, cave species had been sampled, and although the camera equipment was destroyed, all of the pictures were preserved.
No
But
joke.
this wouldn't be the last accident to ever occur in Verovkina Cave.
It was flooded.
2
and
years later, in
still
November of 2020, some
they
people
found
exploring the area noticed a rope
pictures.
fixed to the cave's entrance. This is typically a big no-no in the caving world because then anyone can access the cave and potentially get hurt or lost if they're unprepared.
Ooh.
8 months later, on August 4th, 2021, the same Parevo team returned to continue their work in Verovkina Cave. They descended into the cave as they had 3 years earlier, but then at 1,300 feet they found a pair of crampons and an ice axe. This didn't make sense. This equipment couldn't have just fallen into the cave from the entrance. There were no straight drops to where the equipment was found.
Oh no.
This meant that someone had to have come into the cave and deep into the cave. They continued further in, all the way to the permanent camp at 2,000 feet, then to the second camp at 3,200 feet, and then all the way at 3,600 feet. Halfway into the deepest cave on Earth, they found the badly decomposed body of a man. He was wearing camouflage overalls, trekking boots, a helmet, he had 2 cell phones, and he was still attached to the rope that he had used to descend into the cave.
No.
By the looks of
what?
the decomposition, he had been there for months. Although he had no ID on him when he was found, authorities were able to identify the man as 37-year-old Sergei
Ah,
Knosy
because
using a missing
because
persons
of that,
database.
I was like
Then,
already
using
like
the
it's
information
the
from the cell phones found on him, they were able to figure out what had happened that led to his death.
This is so cool
Sergei
that we
lived in the
have
city
now
of
this
Sochi,
connection.
Russia, just east of the Russian border with Georgia, and about 2 hours from the entrance to Verovkina Cave. He was an avid outdoorsman and frequently went on solo expeditions
Damn.
to explore the wilderness. On November 1st, 2020, he said goodbye to his family, as he always did when he was going on one of these solo expeditions, and then set off for the Gagra Mountains. He also didn't tell them where he was going, despite the fact that he was heading to a location that fewer people had set foot in than the International Space Station. Based on the documents and screenshots found on his phone, it seems
I
that
didn't
Sergei
even
had
realize
spent
it
almost
was
a year
that
planning his
cave.
trip.
I
He
only
had printed out
realized
maps
it
and
because
materials
the
from the
lower
expeditions
part
made by the Parevo
is,
team
yeah, like,
specifically to
to the
navigate
side,
down into
yeah,
the cave.
exactly this, yeah.
First, he made
That
the
was
ascent
like
up into the
what
mountains to the
I-
cave entrance using his
I
crampons
realized,
and ice axe.
okay, that's the
then
same
he fixed a rope
cave,
to the opening
but
and descended
he-
down into the darkness
it's
of
the same
Verovkina Cave.
account, the
Using the
same
information that he had
YouTube
gathered
channel,
from the Parevo team, he hauled
but
all
it
of
was
his
the
equipment
other
in
video.
3 transport bags through the tunnels and
I think
narrow
it's
passages.
only about the cave itself.
Then, using a lattice descender, he traveled down the massive vertical shafts all alone. He successfully made it to the first camp and then
That is
left
so
some of the
insane
equipment
from
later
this
discovered
dude.
by the Parevo team, and then proceeded almost directly to the second camp. It was determined by the excrement found on site that he lived at the second camp for about a week before descending further into the cave. From the second camp, things got a bit more challenging. Beyond that camp, there are some larger and more technically challenging vertical shafts. In addition, the cave becomes significantly wetter from that point onward. As any caver knows, proper equipment is crucial. The standard fleece underlayer with a waterproof outer layer is crucial to survive in the cold and wet subterranean environment. It's unclear exactly what happened in Sergei's last moment, but it seems as though he realized that he wouldn't be able to descend any further through the water with the equipment he had. At which point, he would have tried to make his way back up the cave, but because he had already descended into a technically challenging area, he was unable to get back out. Sergei had brought ascenders for his hands, but he didn't have any stirrups for his feet, meaning that he had no footholds for any of the long vertical shafts.
Oh no.
He must have tried and tried to make his way out of the cave, but between the exhaustion and the cold, he eventually laid down to sleep one last time and never woke up.
Oh no.
Upon finding his body, the Prevo team went back up to the surface and alerted authorities.
Like sleeping
Due to
is,
the difficulty of the cave
in
and the
this
depth that
case,
Sergei's
is
body
like
was
not
found
the
at,
best
it would
friend.
take a team of over 100 individuals
It's like
to eventually
luring
retrieve
you
it.
into.
It's also particularly risky to be in a confined space like a cave with a decomposing body, because the gases given off from the decomposition process can build up and become toxic at high enough levels.
Yeah.
Despite how many people were involved in the rescue,
that was
they
also
still
this
ended up having to
dude.
cut
Oh,
Sergei
no.
into pieces to successfully
yeah.
remove him from the cave. After his retrieval, his body was finally returned to his wife and kids in Sochi.
They're so
For
fucked
now,
up.
Verovkina Cave is the deepest cave on Earth. But the Earth is a big place, and caves are not nearly as readily viewable as their mountain counterparts. Verovkina Cave was only crowned the deepest in 2018. It remains to be seen whether it will hold its place as the deepest on Earth. Hello everyone, my name is Sean and welcome to Scary Interesting. If you
That
made
was
it this
a good-
far, I just wanted to thank you for
good
watching.
video.
This is part 10 of the ongoing series Cave Exploring Gone Wrong. So you may...
Damn. That was a really creepy one. Like this cave, like then you're already like in the cave and it's so going deep inside. It's like really bad. We have the next video.
Imagine slipping.
Illegal cave diving ends badly. The Plura disaster. We have like a lot of like cases or disaster. I think we made like a throughout look into of the cave stuff, but like this claustrophobic feeling is like really I don't know, but I think this will be our last video of the cave ones, and yeah, the next one will be a meme video or so, I would say. Let's go
through a tiny hole in a frozen lake, entering a narrow, utterly dark passage filled with icy water, and descending over 400 feet or 120 meters.
What?
This is exactly what 5 brash Finnish divers did in February 2014. Things went well early on, but a series of cascading events changed everything in the blink of an eye. Then, as their friends' lives hung in the balance, the divers faced unimaginably gut-wrenching decisions. This is the horrifying story of the Plura Cave disaster.
Oh, no.
Viewer discretion is advised. Kai
Mr.
Kankinen
Defied,
is a
big
well-known Finnish
kisses.
diver who cut his teeth at the quarry. But he experienced his first underwater tragedy while diving with a longtime friend at another nearby quarry in 2013. Shortly after the two entered the
Sounds
water,
good.
Kai
Big
noticed
kisses.
that his
Hey,
partner
much
wasn't
love,
moving
Redbeard,
and his
for-
regulator had
yeah,
fallen
being
out
the
of his
whole time
mouth.
here.
Kai
Also for
immediately
Coco
pulled him
and
back
Tony.
onto the
Much
ice,
love for
began
you all.
resuscitation, and called emergency
I really
services.
hope you still
A rescue helicopter
enjoying
arrived
it,
shortly after
Redbeard.
that, but by then, his friend was dead. A post-accident investigation revealed that he'd simply forgotten to open the oxygen valve on his rebreather. Kai was distraught over the incident and vowed to give up cave diving for good, but by then, it had become a passion that he couldn't walk away from.
What?
Soon after that incident, Kai
The
quickly
dude
returned to
forgot,
the water with
like-
friends and fellow divers Patrick Rundqvist, Jari Roltaranen, and Vesa Rantanen. Still, his timing couldn't have been any worse. Almost immediately, he witnessed another fatal accident over a shipwreck near Tallinn, Estonia. One of his fellow divers disappeared while descending toward the wreck that day. Rescue divers were called in to search for the missing man, but their efforts were unsuccessful. Later, Kai and 2 others discovered his lifeless body in about 230 feet, 70 meters of water. But even with 2 fresh tragedies, Kai still couldn't give up cave diving. And just a few months
What?
later, he began planning another dive. This would yet be his most dangerous, challenging, and technically demanding
Sounds already
dive.
like
Norway's
good
Plura
luck,
River
Strain.
originates in Lake Culvinate and winds through the scenic Plura Valley. It's widely regarded as Northern Europe's largest water-filled natural cave. Still, even so, Norwegians didn't begin exploring it until the early 90s, because before then, the available diving gear just wasn't up to task. Then, with more advanced and robust equipment, divers were beginning to venture further into the cave than ever. In early 2014, Kai and 4 other Finnish divers were about to embark on another epic dive at the Plura Cave Complex.
It looks
Kai would
awesome
be joined by
in a way,
42-year-old
but
fireman
also
Patrick,
like to be
40-year-old
inside
production
of it.
manager Jari, and 33-year-old electrical designer Vesa, and 34-year-old mechanical engineer Jari Yu. All 5 were certified cave divers and experienced technical divers. This meant that according to national and international standards, they were fully qualified to undertake such an ambitious cave dive that would take them more than 320 feet or 100 meters below the surface of the Plura River. A few years earlier, Kai and Jari had set an unofficial Finnish record by diving 688 feet 210 meters in the Halvala Quarry in eastern Finland. In addition, Kai and Patrick had already traversed the passage that connected the Plura Cave's 2 known entrances the previous fall. With so much experience under their belts, they were understandably confident that they could pull it off again. But this time, they'd do the traverse in the opposite direction. The initial descent to the Plura opening had to be made below the surface of a small pond. The plan was to break into 2 groups with start times staggered 2 hours apart. If all went well, they'd traverse in about 5 hours and be back home safe and sound late the following day.
Well,
The men
sounds
climbed into
already
Yari's
like
van
not
on
that-
February 5th, 2014. The trailer hitched to the van,
That it will-
loaded with a
will be
snowmobile,
like this?
underwater scooters, dozens of diving cylinders, and many additional odds and ends. During the road trip through Finland, Sweden, and Norway, the anxious divers pored over every detail of their plan to ensure the outing was safe and successful. Then, just a few hours from their final destination, the snow and ice-covered roads became increasingly slippery and treacherous. At one point, Jari barely regained control of the van seconds before it careened into a ditch. After the
What?
incident, the staggered occupants shared a few nervous laughs and acknowledged their good fortune before stopping for a hearty breakfast of bacon and eggs. Then, nearly 16 hours after the journey began, they arrived at Fordbrew Farm early on February 6th. Before retiring to their rooms, they diligently carried the most sensitive gear into the garage so it wouldn't be frozen solid the following morning when needed. Afterward, Jari decided to go to bed while the others enjoyed some well-deserved beers. Before turning in themselves, they agreed to sleep in until 8 a.m. to ensure they got plenty of rest. By the time they woke, the temperature had dropped to well below freezing, and the sun didn't make its first appearance until 9 a.m. The men were divided into 2 groups, the first of which included Patrick and Jari. They'd enter the cave first, and 2 hours later, Kai, Vesa, and Jari would follow them in the same direction. The staggered departures would allow the sediment stirred up by the first group to settle when the second group entered the cave. But more importantly, it would allow one group to help the other if something went wrong.
Yeah, just in
As the
case.
9th hour drew near, Kai, Vesa, and Jari Yu began preparing the gear while Patrick and Jari H fired up the chainsaw and began cutting a hole in the ice-covered lake. When they finally breached through the
that you
thick
need
layer of
to
ice,
make a
they were
hole,
pleased to
like,
discover
in
the
the
water
ice.
was so clear that they could see the rocky bottom, nearly 60 feet or 80 meters down. The divers were in particularly good spirits with top-notch conditions,
Damn.
ample rest, and full
Damn, how
bellies.
cold that
As
also
they
should
worked,
be.
Patrick took a video of himself and
Yeah,
Jari
would
H
be.
making final preparations. Then, as Jari zipped up the back of Patrick's dry suit, he asked if he thought they should go ahead with the dive. Jari responded by gesturing down toward the water with his right hand. The meaning was clear. We're going. Then, just a few minutes after noon, Patrick pointed his camera at the hole in the ice and Jari eased himself into the frigid water. Getting such a late start wasn't a great idea, but it didn't seem like a huge deal because the dive was only supposed to take about 5 hours. Having finished
Only
their
5
preparations, Kai and Jari
Only.
Yu arrived to wish Patrick and Jari H good luck moments before they fired up their underwater scooters and began descending towards the entrance of the submerged cave. The underwater scooters looked like gimmicky gadgets from an old James Bond movie. Still, they were essential tools because they allowed the divers to move quickly and cover more ground while conserving precious energy as they worked their way down the cave.
The men also used closed-circuit gear, or rebreathers, instead of traditional open-circuit equipment. The difference is that with closed-circuit equipment, exhaled gases aren't discharged into the water. Instead, scrubbers remove the carbon dioxide, after which a mixture of fresh oxygen, nitrogen, and helium are recirculated to the diver through his or her regulator. Known as the trimix, this vital three-gas combination can be adjusted depending on dive depth, personal preference, and several other factors. But even with the latest and most advanced gear, the men had to be cognizant of several age-old risks, one of which was hypercapnia. Hypercapnia is generally caused when a malfunctioning rebreather unit fails to remove the carbon dioxide exhaled by the diver.
I'm finished with
this
everything.
Leads to
Sorry
dangerous
that
buildups of carbon dioxide in the blood,
you guys
leading to
perhaps
dizziness,
heard
disorientation, fatigue, and nausea. Closed-circuit rebreathing
But I'm
systems
now
can significantly increase the time
completely done.
divers stay submerged, but they
Hanging
also
out
have some
nicely.
serious drawbacks.
Tone
Since they're
nails
more
nicely.
complex, they're also more prone to malfunction. And when not properly adjusted to each individual, the trimix can make
No
divers
worries at
feel more
all. Was it
confident and sometimes
really
mildly
like
euphoric.
good hearable?
These feelings can lead
I
to
hope
poor
not.
decisions and unnecessary risk-taking.
But
Patrick
big
and Yari
kisses,
H
Red
had used rebreathers before, but they decided to carry a spare unit and extra cylinders in case their primary equipment failed. Now, inside the cave entrance, they gradually descended over more than 1,600 feet,
Well, it's
500 meters,
already, like-
before entering an 800
Then you
foot,
need to go
250
down
meter
and
long
completely
chamber that
up
was
again.
primarily filled with water. After taking a moment to appreciate their remarkable surroundings, they continued
was
down to a
notice-
depth of nearly
no-
420
noticeable
feet or
at all.
130 meters.
Very good.
All around
very
them
good.
were
I was
porous
like already
limestone
worried,
walls
oh no,
with
now I'm
pockmarked
already
cracks,
like so long,
crevices, and shadowy side
like filing
passages.
here.
Now fully committed and fueled by the
But that's good
adrenaline
to
coursing
know.
through their
Big
veins, they
kisses.
approached the deepest
Thank you
section
so
of the
much, Red
cave.
Beard.
Once there, they attached guidelines to a plate anchored to the wall by Kai and Sammy, who had previously set it up in the cave.
Huh?
In addition to marking the date, the plate stated that it had been placed there by Finns and not native Norwegians. Next, the passage began a long ascent leading to the other cave entrance, or the exit. Less than 330 feet
Because
and 1,000 meters away.
They just went there
Patrick and Yari
to
could
put
see the
sign there.
proverbial light at the end of the tunnel, but they still had to pass through a particularly narrow section that made a
They
tight
have
90-degree
spent
turn.
an hour until
Patrick
now.
went through first,
Hard for
but as he
you.
turned to the corner, he lost sight of the light from Yari's headlamp. This wasn't a surprise, but to be safe, he turned around and peered around the bend to make sure his friend was still close behind him. Patrick re-established eye contact with Yari, but he immediately noticed that the beam of light from his headlamp was moving up and down erratically. This was alarming, because it was a universally recognized sign of a distressed diver. Patrick motioned and yelled for Yari to come toward him, but when his friend didn't move, he reversed and headed toward him instead. Now face to face just a few meters away from the narrow passage, Yari asked Patrick to move his scooter and spare cylinder out of the way because they were blocking his path. Patrick moved them to about 30 feet or 90 meters up the passage, but Yari still didn't move from his original position, and by then he'd become noticeably agitated.
Oh no.
Patrick wasn't sure what was happening until he noticed Yari's scooter cord wedged in a crevice behind two rocks. Yari pulled it free with a mighty tug when he motioned to the cord and began inching towards his friend. Yari was finally unstuck and moving in the right direction again, but he repeatedly motioned for Patrick to give him the open circuit backup tank. Patrick gave him the regulator 2 or 3 times, after which Yari switched back to his own rebreather. But after this time, Patrick noticed Yari's regulator had fallen from his mouth. He then handed Yari his own regulator and pressed the purge button, but in such an agitated state, Yari inhaled too quickly and sucked in a large quantity of frigid cave water.
Oh no.
When his face contorted into a horrible grimace, Patrick knew that there was nothing he could do to save him. Patrick was no stranger to divers in distress. He'd even personally seen and retrieved dead divers, but this was far more personal. Steadying himself on a nearby rock, he tried to remain calm while carefully considering his options. He knew that his life was now in danger too. First, he looked at the dive computer to see how long his ascent would take and how many stops he'd have to make along the way. To his horror, it indicated his ascent would take over 400 minutes, or nearly 7 hours. When he checked what felt like just a few minutes before, the estimated ascent time was just 120 minutes. As a rule of thumb, every minute spent at depths greater than 360 feet or 110 meters
Oh my God.
adds at least 10 minutes to the total duration of the dive.
Ah.
With this in mind, Patrick assumed that he'd spent about 25 minutes longer in the passage than he originally thought. In
No.
emergencies like this, divers are often tempted to ascend far more quickly than they should.
Just
However,
like
by
you
doing
not
so,
risk your
they
life, you
significantly
risk
increase the risk
everyone's
of
life.
fatal decompression sickness. Now with his friend's body blocking the passage and a painfully slow ascent ahead of him, Patrick
No.
couldn't simply swim to the surface and tell the other 3 divers in the second group what had happened. Worse yet, he'd even given Yari some of his own precious oxygen. This meant that there was a good chance that he wouldn't have enough to last to the end of this excruciatingly long 400-minute ascent.
No.
Either way, he had no chance but to swim towards the
Oh my
entrance
gosh.
and adhere to the cave computer's ascent schedule as closely as possible. As Patrick began to swim away, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen to Kai, Vesa, and Yari Yu when they reached Yari H's body in the cave, blocking the passage a few hours later. Sadly, he'd figured they'd probably all die, and if he beat the odds and made it out alive, he'd have to drive back to Finland by himself and inform his friends' families that their sons, fathers, and husbands were dead. Meanwhile, at approximately 2 p.m., Kai, Vesa, and Yari Yu lowered themselves through the hole in the ice and began making their way towards the distant cave entrance. Kai insisted on being last in line because he wanted to be able to assist the others if something went wrong. The 3 divers made good time and reached the
Oh my
cavernous
gosh.
air-filled chamber approximately
Damn,
20
that
minutes
is
later.
terrible. That is so
With help
terrible.
from the bailout cylinders left by the previous group, they figured they could make the rest of the traverse in as little as 4 hours. However, Vesa was encumbered by the additional backup cylinders he'd brought against the wishes of the others who told him that he wouldn't need them. Now, at a depth of 410 feet or 125 meters, the cylinders prevented him from moving through the particularly narrow portion of the passage. And while he was stuck, one of his fins got hopelessly tangled in one of the guidelines. Vesa removed some cylinders and Yari Yu untangled his fin, but the episode cost them an additional 5 minutes. This slight delay meant that their dive time had just increased by nearly an hour, and Kai and Yari Yu weren't happy about having to make additional decompression stops and spending even more time in the frigid water. Even so, they hoped they could make their way through the cave's narrowest point before starting a relatively uneventful ascent.
No.
Then, just after they started moving again,
No.
Vesa heard a telltale distress beep coming from a nearby breathing apparatus. Just seconds later, he spotted Yari H's lifeless body wedged awkwardly in a 90-degree bend. He shouted to Kai and Yari Yu that Yari H appeared to be dead and that his body was blocking their way. Now they faced additional delays because they'd have to remove their gear to have any chance of slipping past him through the narrow opening. At this point, things got hazy, but everyone was clearly in shock, and Kai was already suffering from nitrogen narcosis. Nitrogen
Oh my
narcosis
God.
can give divers an overwhelming sense of calm, even during life-threatening incidents. On the other hand, it can impair judgment and motor skills and cause disorientation and panic. Kai wasn't sure if Yari H was dead because he wasn't thinking clearly, and communicating with his fellow divers was difficult to say the least. However,
This
he
is
did
so
notice that Yari Yu
dumb.
was swimming
Hey,
peculiarly
like,
and
you
switching
never
back
know
and
when you
forth
go
between his
into a
closed
cave
circuit
if
and
the
open
cave
circuit
yeah,
bailout
changed
systems.
over
Something
time.
was very wrong.
Like even
and a few minutes
in
later,
water,
his body became
where
limp
there is a
and lifeless.
current,
Even in his precarious mental state,
like a
Kai knew
stream,
that he couldn't afford
then
to
it's,
hang
yeah,
around
more-
to help
more
his
likely
friends
that
who were
it
at the
will
very
change,
least in
like,
far worse
stuff.
shape than he was, and maybe even already dead. Then, just after moving away from the horrible scene, he too saw Yari H's body wedged in the passage. To make matters even worse, Vesa was kicking fiercely trying to get around it. Kai didn't think Vesa would make it, so he shouted for everyone to turn around and head back the way they came. Vesa heard him, but he dared not turn around because he feared running out of air before making it to the surface. With full-fledged panic setting in, Vesa's breathing and oxygen consumption increased rapidly. Kai had to make a split decision because the situation was becoming more dire by the second. He could either stick around and try to help Vesa or leave him to his own devices and fend for himself. Kai ultimately chose the latter, and with that, he turned around and began descending towards the opening they'd entered at the beginning of the dive. He knew that the first 1-minute decompression stop had to be made at a depth of 330 feet or 110 meters, but each additional stop would be longer than the one preceding it. Kai wasn't sure if he'd have enough oxygen if he followed the computer-generated ascent schedule, so he decided to risk decompression sickness rather than dying a painful death by drowning. When he finally reached the long air-filled chamber, he considered biding his time there until rescuers came for him. With a little luck, the oxygen in the chamber could keep him alive for days. But if nobody else made it out of the cave alive, there was no telling when or even if a rescue would be initiated.
Oh my gosh.
Once again, he decided to keep moving. But when his underwater scooter died, his hopeless situation became even more untenable. In the face of such overwhelming odds, he couldn't help but dwell on the family waiting for him back home. What Kai didn't know was Patrick was completing his own multi-hour ascent on the other side of the passage.
Oh my gosh.
With rapidly diminishing battery power, he had to choose between heating his thermal vest or propelling himself forward using his underwater scooter. He usually chose mobility over warmth, and when he got cold, he kicked his legs and waved his arms to keep the blood flowing until his next stop. Meanwhile, Vesa was making his own decompression stops not too far behind him. During his excruciating ascent, Vesa was so guilty that he couldn't assist his stricken friends. By then, he'd been in the water for 6 hours, and like the others, he was reaching the outer limit of his air supply. Now the 3 men were making their ascension stops, unaware that the others were alive and doing the same. It seemed like all hope was nearly lost and the harrowing ordeal would never end. Then, 6 hours from the surface, Kai had little choice but to open the valve on his last air cylinder. He had trouble making out the tiny pointer on the gauge, so he wasn't sure how much air was left. Nearby, Patrick and Vesa were running out of oxygen and no longer able to make all the necessary decompression stops. Even so, Patrick finally broke the surface just a few minutes past 9 p.m., about 90 minutes earlier than the dive computer's proposed ascent. Patrick's dive had lasted 8.5 hours, instead of the original 5 hours they had expected. Exhausted, he sat down near the cave entrance to wait for Vesa, who he hoped was still somewhere behind him. Rummaging through his friends' backpacks looking for something to eat and drink, he eventually saw the light from Vesa's headlamp emerging through the darkness.
Oh my gosh.
3 hours later, Kai emerged from the cave entrance as well and swam towards the surface of the ice-covered pond. He aimed his light at the layer of ice above him and began to look for the dive hole. But he instantly realized it had frozen over since the morning. Thankfully, he did find it and broke his way through the ice and pushed himself and his gear up and out of the water.
Holy shit.
By then, it was about 1 a.m. in the morning.
Then you
His
come
dive
back and
lasted
it's
an
frozen.
astonishing 11.5 hours, but with no sign of his fellow divers. Fearing the worst, he walked to the van, turned on the engine, switched on the headlights, and collapsed onto the floor. By then, Patrick and Vesa changed into dry clothes and returned to the pond. After an eternity without sign of the others, they finally broke down and called Norwegian authorities. Then, sometime after 2
What about
p.m.,
the first
they
guy
noticed that
who
the
got
van was
out
idling and the
alone?
lights were
Where'd he
on.
go? He was
Running
like
through the
at...
frigid air in inky darkness,
he was the
they
first
found
guy
Kai
that
shivering
left
on the floor.
and waited
Sure
for
that he was the
Vesa.
only survivor. Kai assumed that they were curious locals who come to investigate the mysterious van with foreign plates. Kai, Patrick, and Vesa were immediately hospitalized while news of the deaths spread quickly. Even after a lengthy stay at a local hospital, Vesa continued to have difficulty walking, and he was plagued by a mysterious tingling all over his body. Of the 3, Kai suffered from the worst case of anxiety, but like the others, he was eager to return home to Norway as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the police investigated what happened before and after the ill-fated dive expedition. Investigators questioned the 3 survivors multiple times and ultimately determined what everybody already knew: that the 2 Yaris had died in a horrible accident that had quickly spiraled out of control. In addition, authorities had to figure out if and how the victims' bodies would be retrieved from the cave. They hired 3 English divers to plan and execute the tricky recovery operation with no other feasible option. Later that month, the Brits descended into the cave through the entrance. They discovered the 2 bodies exactly where the other divers said they would be, but they couldn't dislodge them and ultimately gave up because the operation was just too dangerous. As a result, local officials decided to leave the bodies where they were and close the matter once and for all.
That is
after details of the harrowing
common
tragedy had been
reasoning.
released. They hoped no one else
You
would
see,
ever
like,
attempt to make the
something
traverse
is
between
really,
the 2 cave openings.
like, struggling.
However, when Patrick heard that the bodies wouldn't be recovered,
Just
he
don't
discreetly
risk it,
contacted a
because
few diving
we are
friends to
just
see
not,
if they'd be
like,
interested
it's
in
not
helping
our
him do it.
environment.
Everyone
we are
agreed,
like completely
and a group
alien
of
for
determined
this.
Finns secretly gathered at the cave entrance on March
If we
26th.
would be a fish,
the recovery operation had to be kept under the radar
but we
so
aren't.
local authorities wouldn't show up unexpectedly
We have, like,
and put
the
a stop
most-
to it. After a brief silence, they
We are
entered the
above
cave from
surface,
both ends and
not
placed more
below.
than 2 dozen bailout cylinders along the passage. In addition, they established an underwater habitat in which exhausted divers could rest while performing their decompression stops. Patrick and Sammy retrieved the bodies of the 2 divers. Vesa wasn't allowed to dive due to decompression sickness, but he assisted the operation from the topside. The following morning, the team notified local authorities that the deceased men's bodies had been recovered and needed to be transported away from the dive site. The otherwise clandestine operation ultimately drew much attention from local and national news outlets in Norway, Finland, and Europe. But although the recovery effort was against official orders, no action was taken against the rescuers. Remarkably, just a short time later, Kai, Patrick, and Vesa were back at it again, loading their gear into Kai's van just before heading out on a multi-week cave diving trip in France and Spain. The trip had already been planned during the Plura cave disaster. They thought about calling it off and giving up cave diving for good, but as they say, old habits die hard. I want to say thank you for joining me today, and if this story moves you, please consider liking the video and subscribing to our channel. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the next episode.
I can't believe it. After this thing, they still do. It feels like an addiction or so, that you shit on everything and still do it. What the? Absolutely crazy. That was really crazy. That was like, holy shit. Like, also, like, big kiss for Mr. Defied. He visualized everything really, like, really good, that you can imagine it, like, very good. Damn. Damn. I can for me it was mind-blowing. That was a good one for the last one. Yeah, I would also say for finishing this spooky sorry. Spooky Monday Cave Edition, I think it's perfectly. I'm so sorry for yawning. I'm not tired. Okay, a little bit. And we streamed now nearly 5 hours. That is insane. Boah. I would say meme round. Like, I'm so happy that I could connect everything like nicely together. So, Lord, getting sleepy, yeah, a little bit. A cute yawn. Oh, Coco is also still here. Like, woke up again. Just much love for you, Coco. Like, I really hope you enjoyed like this cave edition, guys. Just much love for you for joining. It was really awesome this whole spooky Monday today. Tomorrow will be then, yeah, also normal. Like, it's not the end, no worries. It's not the end. I'm also rolling one. Just a last smoke. I'm most likely go after the stream instantly. To sleep. I'm not yawning. Stop. I'm not yawning. It was an illusion. Yeah, it was awesome. Big kisses for you, Redbeard. It's always nice, like when the scary factor is like in the whole group, like we all like have this scary bit. For the bits I've watched, it was a lot of fun. Much love to you, Kaka. you could have like, you did also simultaneously. I was like doing my nails and everything, and you just recharged your sleep battery. But big kisses for you both, and also for Tony. Tony was also like quickly here, just joining. Just much love. I really appreciate it that we have most likely also lately such a cool round. This is just amazing that we share together like those nice vibes or spooky vibes. How it was today. Okay, wait. Unusual memes. Is that a new one? It looks like that would be a new one. 1 day ago. Okay. Looks already funny. Are you ready for some fun? Super fast charger doing work. Like on the side, like plugged in. Let go. What? KFC frying oil POV? Those are cute chickens.
Giulia, ti ho portato l'arancia.
It's so you.
Giulia, l'arancia ti fa...
Hey guys, do you play games? Keep up with the latest news? I recommend my Telegram channel, where you will find trailers for new and future games, and you will learn even more interesting things later.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck? LMAO.
Com os dois pés nessa.
That hurt my back watching it, yeah. Oh my gosh. That was a cool sound. That. Let's go, Doc.
Ну то курва, блядь. Вадимай, блядь, tu suka, nahkuj, kurva, da geresnių, blėt, nahkuj, pederastino negalėjai rasti. Eik tu, nahkuj, kurva, su savo tom, blėt, pigiom saliarkom, blėt. Kurva, jebal, jeva šeimeninai, blėt, nahkuj, kurva, triperiau tu, nahkuj, nelaimingas, blėt. Kad tavi, blėt, šikantį, blėt, sutrauktų, nahkuj, kurva, mait. Eina, pizdom,
How is
blėt,
that
nahkuj,
even possible
kurva, kaip čia, blėt, nahkuj, kurva, reikės dabar apsisukt, blėt, nahkuj, kurva, suka.
He said only kurva and suka. But I feel that.
Ooh, look how nice that little sauce.
Eva.
No, not the tree, mama. Do you see what you did? Like a broken transformer or some shit. I get, yeah, like do it, like transformation and then ripped apart. Okay, that Optimus Prime when he's old. What was that?
It's just now that I have a following behind me, they're like, oh, well, that's cringy. She like actually tries.
I would kill my children.
Excuse me? It's a beer gin? Oh, that was such a cute.
And the slip-on Tim's open toe.
Well, sometimes I have the feeling we live like in a world where like parallel dimensions are like overlapping each other, because what was that for a shoe? That was so...
Я здесь! За эту улицу стою! Пацаны мне все! И я все пацанам! Кто меня знает, тот в курсе!
Fuck, ey.
See that shit on the table?
Bro, I know how a fucking leaf blower works.
We need more leaf blower memes.
Gentlemen, welcome to Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club. Second rule of Fight Club is you do not
or it's completely
talk about
closed.
Fight Club.
Or it's completely closed. Aren't you the leaf blower? Like we managed that the boys' toilets have been closed for more than a year. That you couldn't use it anymore. You had one job. What? Kill it before it runs away. Kidding?
I think I love tacos more than anything. Even Tom. Yeah, even Tom. Wow.
Love when cats do things like that. Yeah, like they're always like. It was Superman. I think you can like put a lot of times like nice music behind of it. It makes already everything funnier.
Okay, this is a little bit dangerous. Hamburger.
My weakness, meat. I'm just kidding. Like this was so you, eh? That was so you. Why you put a Big Mac into like a place like this?
Bismillah.
Damn, that was fucking great. Oh no. The sound. Ghosts!
What the fuck? Yo, man. What's up, man?
He got the keys.
already know I'm out here.
Ah. Yo!
It's so pretty up here.
What is when he lets go? What happens? Is he then a human Beyblade? Oh no! OMG, that was so fast. He was literally making Beyblade pirouettes.
I want to cheers there, bro.
That hurted myself so much the last video. Why you do that? Next video. No, why all the Big Macs?
Simplemente vengo a decirte feliz Navidad y próspero año nuevo.
That was not so nice Christmas. I can't. I thought now something in the background would happen. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I can't. Okay, the video is good already. A lot of explosions.
You can actually control these, but making the sound of the female. God damn it!
Spin again, spin again, just spin again. I feel the fumes coming out of it, bro.
It's not that bad. It's not that
Wow,
bad.
Lord.
Just do it, bro. Stop styling, bro. Just
What? What?
Yeah. Сука,
Bro, it happened so much.
You can do it.
Oh my gosh, no, not for
Holy
real.
shit, look at a fountain. I just walked up to it. I got fucking fish.
I've been trying this entire time. It's not my fault. Okay?
Okay, I'm like this. What? What?
Thanks so much. Bro, what is that? Is that spaghetti?
It was only my creepy stalker in the wardrobe.
Hello. I've never seen a creepy.
Ew.
That. The sound. He just organized my clothes, ignore him. Yeah, exactly. He's not relevant at the moment. Oh. No. No. That video said so many things. He said so many. The outcome is like.
I just feel like nothing's fair. Oh my god, this guy just fell down the stairs.
She did the Michael Jackson instantly. Bro. Oh, the doggo. Oh no.
你好 How are you? What are you doing?
What? That was purely magic. What is he doing? Yo, what the fuck? The skills was insane. What the fuck? Okay, like from YouTube, you can literally say there's nothing that you haven't seen. Another. What? That is so cool. The music. That looks like a lot of fun, honestly. Yeah, with the ship, that looked really cool. Santa, run! Run! What did Santa do? Happy New Year! Anyway, it's getting late. We go for this here. Not the advertisement. Bro or grandma. Grandma is okay.
In the coot. Crikey. Stephen Hawking has arrived.
Oh my gosh. Yalla, yalla. Oh my gosh. Why there's some like oh come on.
Put him back, Cole.
I like your cut, G.
Like personally like nice punch.
Like the video and subscribe for a year of good luck. Enjoy.
Drunk people sometimes.
Women.
Is that in Minecraft? Little bit windy.
Si Optimum Break! Walking inang yan, Optimum Break. Hello. Acá. Ah, pero tú tienes los...
Con Coca-Cola. Un combo mediano cuarto de libra con...
Wait a minute, is that you need the hard stuff for the hard knowledge.
No.
It was at this
Oh,
moment
and
that
he knew. He fucked up.
Look.
LMAO. Ah! Oh, the Mario music. Okay. Security monitor on ankle, yeah.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Oh, that
Merry
was
Christmas.
like
Happy
already.
New Year. Happy New Year. Hey, morning, Jim. Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of.
That is so true. And also at Christmas, everyone is so happy with each other.
LGB, the LG, the G, the LG, the gay drink.
أنا أقول الرجال كانوا بيضحكوا عمر.
What?
Wait, where are you going? To the Brony convention in Liechtenstein. Where do you think I'm going?
Paprika.
That was so random, but I love it. I love such humor. Like just all on, like humor on your side. I love that. LMAO. Bro, what? Oh my gosh, no. But I'm more traumatized.
Awfully quiet tonight.
This was a good Christmas.
Well, I know who's the favorite child now. Believe me, socks are also important. But yeah, like compared. No!
Suka's gonna do all of them. So he's gonna do the Skyback one.
Hey Coco! Like when you do the calls or something.
Are they helium balloons? Yeah, I told you the cars are helium balloons. It's too late. Oh, we're flying.
Up? Pixar's Up? The show must go on, like even by
Volkswagen, das Auto.
Oh, there goes my man pulling up.
It was exactly for this. Oh look at a Swiss car.
Showing off.
It's a little microwave. LOL.
No último ano dele de sub-20. O jogador que vai retornando aí o capitão.
LOL microwave.
Vai dar pra ele, vai ver o atendimento ali, tá caindo.
Also, like in Cyberpunk, when you see always the smart version there, it's literally a microwave, but it's a handy car. I can pretty much say it, but it has no storage room there.
I was watching something on TV about this guy named Hitler. Somebody should stop him.
Is she retarded?
Like from like really funny, it gets like so intensive out of nowhere. Holy shit! Damn, the drip is on.
What?
You're like, do you want to marry me? I read your lips and I said no.
Telling you, first you got to unlock this thing. EJ, come, water.
That's how you feel when you drop on the stomach. That was really weird.
¡Salí, gorda! ¡Gorda! Vení,
that hurts. That. Who invented even like stuff like this? That is like more. Boy's running like he got the last clue to the mystery. Always amazed at the people bring to raves. Ouch! Yeah, that was really bad.
We wanted to make sure 21 Savage wasn't hungry before his show with Drake. He wanted to bite that tender.
Like, I would also love that, but you never know, like, if it's spiked with something. Smooth.
I didn't care about being better than Kakarot. I didn't care about being a Super Saiyan. I didn't care if I lived. And then...
Bro let out a devious fart.
What the?
Wait, sir, we need another one.
Right there.
That was devious indeed. I don't know what he summoned, but it was evil shit. Like, let it go. Oh no. Yeah, why not? Ja, Lorenzo. Ole. Was? What?
Buenas, don. ¿Acaba de comprar?
Bájate. Se cayó.
¿Qué pasó?
¿Se cayó?
¿Quién?
Should I get
Imagine
like
this
a pole like
punching
this?
bag is you.
I thought already like about to try out perhaps. Wait a minute, what was the training about? First of all, was it a fight training? I didn't think so. It was more girlfriend training.
Oh, your turn.
He was like hugging more.
Damn it. Gotta use my wild card.
What? Is that for real? Oh no, that is mean.
Why don't you decorate yours?
Girls pulking no. What is that? Holy shit, so mean. Yeah, that was really mean. That was a really mean one. But he was awoke.
Sorry, I didn't find a device named Nega.
Oh my. Oh. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
Brother, hold on, man. Hold on, man. Please. Who is that coming off the goddamn pick and roll there, boy?
This is what happens when you put spaghetti squash in the microwave. Is that what happens?
3 minutes to soften it so I could cut it. Now
Okay.
we got a super duper mess.
However, we have an explosion.
That was. No. No. New York City is being taken over.
I got these rings from Shein, right? Look like eyes because I thought they looked cool. But now I can't stop messing with them.
I would love that. I would also like always like put them like like the doggo or the rabbit like from the side. Ah, yeah, true. True, I feel that.
A piece of rice here, let me get a scoop then, bro. Let me get a fucking scoop. Bro, you just ate, bro. So, nigga, let me eat a fucking game. One scoop, bro. Damn, bro, you one fucking stingy ass, short ass motherfucking nigga.
No. My husband's new toy.
What the?
That is cool.
It burned my hair.
Hey.
Uh-oh.
Hola.
Hola.
Oh.
Yes.
You saw me sweat a test.
Swimming rats, the new apocalypse.
Yes, I did.
Ouch, that hurted really much off the jump.
Could you please give us your name?
My name is Jeff.
1, 2, 3. Surprise!
God.
That is exactly the scream. Oh, the comments aren't the best thing sometimes.
So, that one there was a violation, personally, I wouldn't have it.
That was so scripted. Cleansing light.
No.
I have the perfect son. Does he drink alcohol? Never. Does he ever come home late? Never.
Does he get a biscuit? Never.
Pablo.
I can't.
Normal Texas traffic, Mach 1, JDM car, GTR, horse.
Wow, that was horsepower. Lol.
冰淇淋，但是速度与激情就比冰淇淋速度与激情，速度与激情就。
Squishy. Whoa. Ah. Bro got the Windows XP chips. How they're tasting. The tastes are digital pepper and vanilla old school. I can.
الوحدة اللي ما بغيتش تفهم ليا هاد البلاكة اللي فيها ممنوع الديكالات والمواطر شنو الهدف ديالها هنايا؟ هذاك
And because of that, always look for the signs. Granny, no! Yeah, it was like already like it was like already programmed to be like. That was a good time inside the tent.
Now this is cool! Picked up in a billionaire's private jet to check out his brand new hotel before anybody else.
Me encanta tener dos grifos en la casa, pero este es mi favorito porque puedes hacer...
Oh my gosh!
Grifo true!
Dude, everything collided. Today no baseball. Huh? Guys, can you ice skate? That when I saw like her with this helping stuff, I saw like myself when I was a kid, like trying to learn ice skating. I really love ice skating. Like I didn't do it that much anymore. Like surely like 3-4 years, not anymore. But when I did, it was always hugely fun. I can, yeah, you can also. That's pretty awesome. Like it's like roller skating, just yeah, like making some rounds. It can be like on Christmas time really magical. Like here and there they put like on plazas, like in big cities they put like a artificial ice skating place, and then you can just make your rounds there. That is really awesome. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I really love it also. I've never been, but I think so used to rollerblade a lot as a kid. Yeah, like it's getting a little bit used to the condition, but it's like similar. It's like nearly similar. I really love that. I like so far I didn't do it this year, or like just like I said, several years not. I really love to see that here and there. Ghosts.
I didn't like my wheel controller.
Wait a minute. He made a controller out of the pillow?
I got
A
you, so
Kiki?
I may look fine.
Well, fuck you. And no one's gonna know.
Like Kiki instantly fierce sweat. The real reason why Stephen Hawking was on the... Bro! Like today it's like a theme, holy shit! What is going on with the video? Just nothing works.
I ain't gonna lie. You look like you can pick me up. I've been staring at you. You look real strong. I ain't that strong.
Lol. Huh? What is going on there? Boys will be boys.
Nice.
You try to help
Nigga,
bro
tell
fix
you
his
I love you,
relationship.
I'm trying to make it right with you, nigga.
I love you. I'm trying to make it right with you, nigga.
What the fuck? No sacar nada.
Oh my gosh, that's a big fish! Is that the anglerfish? No, 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 no. Classical video. I can't. Oh, nice one. We're not angling.
Nice.
What?
Key lime pie. Pecan pie. Okay. Coconut chest pie. Got it. Banana postal. They have also the passion and plan inside. Oh, are these the options?
Yeah.
These aren't real. No. Oh, that's crazy.
Oh no! I thought also already like they looked really delicious.
Brother, hold on, man. Hold on, man. Please. Who is that coming?
Where is that, like in the studio where you can do that? Yeah, wow. She's like a little bit more. Like that's like a so low joke. Like not like.
Stabil. Ich bekomme bitte einmal ein Doppelpack-Menü. I don't understand German.
You just like blocked me off. That's what you want. No.
Turn around.
What you want.
Turn around.
You said.
Turn around. Other way.
I trimmed it. Is it not straight?
I mean, it's straight. It's just.
Yeah, but straight.
Like really. She played Fruit Ninja.
Like prayers and sentence. Crazy God. Oh, is he stupid? Boy, that guy needed to get stopped. Whoa. Boy, he's crazy. Oh my God.
It's from the 5th generation, the music. I love this Pokemon music.
एक बार नेरा बॉलिंग कर रहा होता है अंपायर उसको नो बॉल देता है तो नेरा बोलता है मेरा पैर तो अंदर
I may have seen a couple of those GTA news ones. Yeah, like I saw like also other one.
I don't want you here, and I don't want you here.
Leave the grandmas alone. They had already a rough time. Yeah, okay, that is edited.
Me enamoré del fútbol por dos cosas.
Bro.
Por la pasión que me transmitió mi padre y por la volea de Zidane.
Hey, do you want to get swimming?
Oh my God, where's Fast Freddy, Fort Hope, something or other.
No, say, what's the butt? What's the blood clot butt? What's a swing, swing, swing-a-ling, swing.
Perhaps he had a good day. Me sharing reels to my friends. Damn.
What's your body count?
That was really
I don't
fast.
have an exact number, I have an idea.
Range is fine.
Probably somewhere between 50 to 60.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
Dude, your shoes are kind of messed up.
Touch my sock.
I think you might need new shoes.
No.
I hope you have a good explanation.
Flash, 100-yard dash.
M for man and M for monkey. N for net.
Y'all told me
What?
Oh my God. What is ladies? Calm down.
Okay, put your shirt on. Go. Put it on your shirt on.
Can I do this on my own?
Yeah, put your shirt on. We'll close the curtain, but we're standing here. You can't get out of bed. We gotta help you put your pants on.
I have to put them on.
No. No.
People who say they laughed so hard they threw their phone.
What the fuck is going on? Hey, like for real? The video has like so under the belt. Oh my gosh! I never, like for real, I never watched like videos. Holy shit! Dude, I can't. It's like insane. Like some videos are really cool, and then it has like ones that is like it's not funny or so. It's just like they like this is like so dumb, like hiding like underneath like humor. Oh look, this is controversial. Look, this is funny because we make memes about it. Just bro, it's not even funny. Like it's like it's just like blandly like. To be honest, that's for me like how kids make say, oh, it's dark humor. It's like it's blandly stupid. It's not even funny. Like, okay, I searched for a better video, not from this channel. Luckily you can on YouTube say like channel not show anymore, bro. Like unexpected, yeah. Most of all, like the channel has nearly the same name. Like unusual videos makes already like, or unusual memes makes so long like videos, and some people instantly, boy, I can't. Okay. I think, man. Best Cube. Best Cube we also watched some. I think that's good. From Vine memes. Like I'm not offended or so, but like for real it's just it's not humor in my way. Like yeah, okay, it's like complex this debate, but still it's so dumb, and I don't want to show that like for real on my channel.
Oh dear, why
Why would you do this?
Yeah, I be saying I look like Travis Scott. Do I really look like him? Vamos a cantar, man.
You thought I was feeling you?
No way,
Bitch, I was drunk.
I don't know. Yeah, some are wild, it's like really insane. My God. He's gonna tell him.
Ow.
My mind's telling me no, but that crack, y'all, that crack keeps telling me yes, gotta go.
What? Oh, Zelda music. You've used the ATM with a fish? Oh. Dude's been doing this for... Lol, gotta go. Do you need to go, Redbeard? I'm also surely like watching this video to the end, and then it means also good night for me. You're the last Pringle. And this ASMR. Yeah, just flip down. Flip down.
Oh no. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. No.
Sleep tight.
Good night.
Oh no, sorry. No, it was from the video. I should have. Sorry. Sorry, Redbeard.
What the hell?
He's driving off.
Hold on, man. Please. Who is that coming off the goddamn pick and roll? Boy? Oh, brother, who's that on the logo? Cause Jordan never did that move. Ooh. He never wore these goddamn shoes.
No worries. This is funny. Yo, he's in aggressive mode. I feel that. Such an excited doggy.
No, not good enough.
Yeah.
Jeremy Fragrance is such a phenomenon. My mom tells me to get off the stupid phone, but it actually is smart. True. Bro, okay, I think it's not even the channels itself. It could even be that the meme culture is right now like this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
This gotta be a joke.
We saw this video already. Bro has his own military. they hear only the sound are going in. Adios.
Tenlo por seguro.
Adios 2023.
They say no quema,
No quema, no quema, no quema, no quema, no quema, no quema,
The fuck? The dookie waiting to be flushed, but I'm too busy scrolling. I can't. This is so relatable. That was the best one, like, for real.
Long cross, long cross.
How the hippo was floating. I can't. Oh. I will dream from this hippo, like, for real. Everyone is instantly quiet. What?
Come on.
Oh, ho, brother, ho, whoa, 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 now. You got too much dip on your chip.
Like, for real, he was not touching the ground. He was not touching the ground.
Excuse me? Sorry,
That was literally like, that was like a good act.
Oh, that way, thank you.
But holy shit, he baited so much. Dude. Ouch, that hurt. Like, if he would stand on ground, that would hurt him really. No chicken tonight.
Look at this shit.
Hmm?
What the fuck?
Yo, they watched the movie? No way. Is the turtle alive?
We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
My roommate ate my leftovers, so I had to get him back.
Is that the cheese?
Yeah.
My roommate's picky. Oh, perfect. Thanks, boss.
Yeah, no, this is the best thing. I'm like, bad.
But the poor food, why?
I know it's cheesy, but like, these songs are baked in my brain. I know them all by heart.
You used to call me on my pizza.
That would be a really awesome mix of Hotline Bling. What a bitch about the pizza. Yeah, he was not just like not having it that his friend ordered it. Where did we land?
Million homeless people in America. The average age being 9 years old, and I don't give a fuck! I don't care about fucking homeless people!
What?
Get in.
I didn't order an Uber.
Got one now.
I'm good, bro.
Oh my fucking god! Get the hell in! Or wait. Wanna help me look for my dog? I need help looking for my dog.
Really alarming. Well, that's creepy. That was really creepy. Like, if it was real, I would be so creeped out. Bro, serious, stop. I'm not even a cutie patootie. Also, bro. So cute. He's a cutie patootie. Oh no, what he's been through.
Back at it. You don't get it yet. I just gave you opportunity of a lifetime, brother. And I'll be damned I'll be disrespectful like this.
What are you doing? 27, 28, 29, 30. 30. 30 black and only 29 white. Looks like you're black with white stripes after all. Dilemma solved. Good night.
Will you marry me? No.
So cute.
Yes. I'm gonna throw this block of ice on the ground. Ready?
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
The sound.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, that was fun.
Gosh, finally, bro. Oh, jeez.
Parallel world.
Bitch, is that a centipede? Let me see.
What? Ah, that's from this.
None of it's
Come
true.
on, none of it's true. None of it's true. It's BS.
Oh my god.
They made it up. They lie.
Oh my gosh, eh? Whoa! Hey! Be aware, Nike will sue the shit out of this. Luckily there's a net. Whoa. Distance. Nike branding on that bad boy, yeah. He was sponsored. Me, I hate drama. Drama happens.
Okay.
Oh, that was already a much better video. Like, I don't know, like, it's like in private, like there's surely no problem to watch videos like this, but I also don't want to show it and something like this here. Oh my gosh. But guys, it was such a cool stream. We did already like 6 hours. I think I'm smoking 1 cigarette and then I'm leaving for all. That was so cool. Like a lot of like really uncomfortable videos, like with the cave. That was a little bit, yeah, it's not spooky, but it gives this unwell feeling. Just like I said, most of the times it ended not really that good by the cave exploring, and it just gives like the learning, it just to be like aware like of the dangers, like about cave. Most of all, like if you still want to go in there, always good preparing. That we saw like so clearly. Like most of the times it happens, yeah, because of not good preparation or weather condition. Weather condition was also what I realized, like Coco, that with the adblock, that is surely like true, because without adblock everything is working like completely. You need to put it in. It has like different strategies again already. Oh, it's so annoying. Oh, wait, it's a bit loud, sorry. The spooky content was really good also. Yeah, like we had this urban encounters and also like something else. Oh, I think my mom was like waking up. I thought already. It's been a ton of fun all night. Big kisses. Big kisses. Oh, I even missed some messages. Much love, LeporemLuna. I had a lot of fun watching and laughing with you. Big kisses, Tucker. I can say the same. Also that you joined like at the end also a little bit. Just much love. And yeah, like I hope you can get your rest really well, like after the stream. Definition better off without those videos. Definitely better off without those videos. Yeah, it's, yeah, I don't know, like it's not a good kind of, or yeah, okay, I'm not the one that says which one should be good or not. But this gave like so a bad vibe, like those in the unexpected meme stuff. It's been a ton of fun all night. Big kisses. I'm glad we found out that adblock was the problem. Now I hope the people who make adblock can work around it to make it so you can block, yeah, like, or even getting YouTube Premium. But it's like, that is the thing I said at the beginning of the stream. It's like, instead of going against the source, like that YouTube is fighting, yeah, like you see, yeah, clearly YouTube has a problem with it, and is, yeah, like not going against the source, it punishes like the consumer. And it's like not good in a way, because of like they really want to push the people to buy like premium or so, that there's no advertisement, but still it's so scuffed in a way, like right now. I don't know. But after the stream I'm gonna drink my Choco drink, and then I also go slowly to sleep. Oh. Tomorrow is, yeah, Tuesday. Coco, if you're down for it, for tomorrow, a little bit Pokemon MMO. Like today at the beginning when I was like smoking I was quickly like going into Pokemon MMO and was searching Zapdos, and we found even Zapdos again, but I couldn't caught it. Yeah, I'm down for some Pokemon MMO, sure. Fuck yes. Yeah, then we can continue a little bit or so. Oh no, yeah, it was bad luck. But yeah, like, I'm gonna continue tomorrow with the search, like, for Zapdos. Now I saw it 2 times, and by the second time today it was killing, like it was fainting itself. Man, that must be really hard to catch. Yeah, like it was with the dusk ball, and it was like, it was night in game. It was not catching, like, or not even moving. Ah no, that's not true. The last of the 5 dusk ball was moving once. It was so intense trying. Yeah, like I was nearly finished with the smoke, and then suddenly the music appeared out of nowhere. Boah. Now we need definitely Zapdos. And this time I really shouldn't forget that we need to use Quick Ball at the beginning. Just trying it out, our luck. But yeah. Hopefully we get it. But it was like really appearing much faster. Yeah, okay, I don't know how it was like different to before, but like from the first one to the second one, it was, yeah, not a really long search, to be honest. Like last time when the keyboard, yeah, broke apart, it was like I think only 10 minutes of search, 15 minutes, and now it's also like, today it was like an hour, not even. Next time I'm sure you get it. Now that you can use hypnosis. Yeah, true. I learned, yeah, Gengar hypnosis. Yeah, I hope also Redbeard. It would be really good. Like if we get also Zapdos. The next month in February we could catch Moltres. That could be also really cool. And as soon we finish the second, we can catch Suicune, Entei, Raikou. That will be also like really nice. Like if we have all 6, a Coco, like if we make like here and there like a random battle against each other. Like a full legendary team, like out of nowhere. Nah, like, but I would drop here and there like a legendary into my team, just like to trying out. Suicune will be a sick, yeah, get. I hope I can find them. Yeah, like in the second generation is Suicune like a mandatory Pokemon that is like after the end game, when you visit yeah, the Kanto region, is like there where Bill's house is. There you find Suicune, or Suicune leads you to this place, and then you can catch it. But I'm not sure if it's like still in the Pokemon MMO. It will be surely more likely a wandering Pokemon like Entei or Raikou is. But in original game wouldn't be it like a wandering Pokemon. It would be like fixated on the point. Suicune is just really a good Pokemon. But Zapdos is like, for real, I really love the design of Zapdos. Like this yellow, black, and also everywhere the spikes, it looks so cool. Also like with the legends like Thunderbird. It's so good fitting. It's like even not a bad idea. I think I put like my nail polish has dried now completely. I think I put even like golden on it. Like then it's black golden. Zapdos is pretty lit. Yeah, I love the design so much of Zapdos. Like by me, like the designs of the bird legendary, I would say Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres. My favorite Pokemon, really? That's awesome. That's really, really awesome. Zapdos is a really cool looking one. And also strong. It's really cool. Like electric Pokemon have been always like really strong Pokemon, and this flying type is like even a benefit, because the ground move or ground type is weakness to electric, and then it doesn't have it anymore. But it adds up like then ice and rock because of flying. But still like ground types are not really have an effect on it at all. I was today like thinking, is there an ice and fire Pokemon? And I was like thinking, and I didn't got like one, but it has one. It's like so random. It's so like I even know this one, but I didn't even realize it. But it's like so like a really rare combination. Or there has to be one for sure. Yeah, like I thought also, but I went then through all the generation, and there was like ice Pokemon, but never ice fire. Who is it? It's like Dalamore, something like this, Dalamore or so in English. And this dude is like in the 5th generation, was like a purely fire Pokemon. And this Pokemon was like special that it had like inside of itself like a flame, and this flame could also like run out, and then it had 2 forms, like the
YouTube Music is a music app
the
made by
YouTube
YouTube,
music form,
and it's an uncharted
the
land
cold
ready
form,
for you to
and
discover
the
undiscovered. Then
fire
humble
form,
brag to your mates
and
that you heard
in
it first.
the
Get
British
YouTube Music Premium.
the British
Try 1 month free of
region,
charge.
they just formed this Pokemon completely out into a snowman that was burning from the inside. It's like a fire snowman. Like the snow is still like shaped like a snowman, but it spews fire. It's so strange. I really love the design, but it's so strange. Lol, the advertisement suddenly. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting. But in the 5th generation, it's only fire. It's purely fire. Like Mr. Mime got also in the British region of Pokemon. Mr. Mime got a new design, and it's not like monopsychic type. It's now psychic and ice, and it's like not making mimes, like mime movement. He's a step dancer. It's like so. It's like the new forms are so strange sometimes. Like Mr. Mime got a really strange change. It's Mr. Step dancer. Oh gosh, eh? Guys, I would say I leave it for tonight like this. It was so awesome. I had purely fun, like the first bit, like a little bit chatting, Pokemon, then a little bit, yeah, like Spooky Monday, the main part, and at the end also a little bit memes. It was like at all really awesome time. Thank you so much for joining, yeah, here, and also sharing the time with me. It means a lot, like most of all, just lately, it's such a good vibe here, like especially here. The late night got also so much better. I'm just thankful to you guys. Big kisses. Much love, and yeah, I wish everyone a good night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams, or if you have day at the moment, I wish you a great day. Stay healthy, take care of yourselves, and we definitely gonna see each other tomorrow again. Tomorrow, like I said, is Pokemon MMO. It's also normal times. I would say between 8 and 10 PM is the starting time, and then I'm streaming until midnight, around midnight, and +1 UTC is the time zone. Just in case that you want to know the exact time. And I think I'm surely like grinding firstly a little bit Coco, and also search for Zapdos. And as soon you're then ready, like tomorrow, then like let go. So, much love, Luna. Was nice to hang and chill like always. Thanks for helping me chill out after a rough day. Aw. You're absolutely welcome, Coco. You know that. You know that. Just it means a lot, like what you have done for me and still do, and bring always like for a good vibe, and it's the least thing I can do, just to give you like a portion of happiness and yeah, like of joy, like funny memes, low jokes back also to you, Redbeard. Like that, it means a lot, like that you and Coco, Tony, like so many like of you guys that are like regular here are always spreading so much like awesome vibes. Big kisses. Just much love, and I have written it on my behind of my ears. I really want to be on time, absolutely on time, much more. Have a wonderful night, Luna. Sweet dreams. You as well, Coco. We'll see you both soon again, I'm sure. No, Redbeard, much love. Thank you so much for the whole time, for being here, chatting with me, like also from the start on. Just much love. I really appreciate it. And sleep also well. Sweet dreams when you get there. Alright, no worries. That works for me. Mwah. Much love, Coco. Thank you so much. Sleep well, sweet dreams when you get there. Thank you so much for being like always here, Coco. It means a lot. It means so much. So, same to you, sleep well, and thanks for being here, keeping Luna company while I'm knocked out. Yeah, like you're both like just clapping out. So, like I said, like guys, it's always open door. You know I'm daily online here, and if you guys here, I'm always happy. I'm always like fully like how to say that, welcome you with open arms. I hope that is the right way to say it. And also like if you don't have time or are exhausted, tired or so, I never ever feel worried about, like there's always a replay. And there's always the next stream ahead of you guys. Just much love. Thank you so much, like, for taking the time with me. Always here first to good time. For the good time. Big kisses. Thank you so much. That's a great way to say that, Luna. Really? Was that good? Okay, I need to remember that. Welcome you guys with open arms. Okay. Like sometimes I'm not sure if that's the correct sentence build up or so, but Thank you so much for even helping me, correcting me. Absolutely, I never feel obligated to join. I enjoy spending time with you. No. Big kisses, like for real. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. I'm just blushing. Okay, before I'm just like starting to get like red or something. Guys, it means so much for me. Thank you so much, and yeah, see you definitely tomorrow. Tomorrow in the next week. Guys, bye. Oh, that was awesome. Much love to y'all. Mwah.